Just arrived at the villa. Cold Jiangjing causes toxicity. I drank water for half a day and the ventilation didn't work. It seems this is very toxic. Yi Yang sighed, seeing Han Jingjing's uncomfortable look. He also looked at Shou. Qing Xian, if you don't detoxify for a long time, there won't be any problems, right? It's not a big problem. At most, it gets angry and makes your brain go crazy. Shou Qing Xian spread his hands and smiled nonchalantly. Ah. Yi Yang stared, this is not serious. She was indeed a woman who had been on the battlefield and seen life and death. Boss. Han Jingjing saw that drinking water to detoxify was useless, so she had to look at Yi Yang. Drinking water is useless, can you help me detoxify? After Yi Yang recalled the detoxification methods, he directly chose to help. After all, the brain is more important. If the brain is really burned out, it will be tragic. Shou Qing Xian sensibly went to the hall downstairs to eat fruit. Fortunately, Yi Yang has special knowledge and a way to detoxify. If it were an ordinary person, he might not be able to solve it at all. After the treatment was completed, Han Jingjing breathed a long sigh of relief, and the symptoms of poisoning slowly subsided. Passed out on the bed. Well. Yi Yang wiped the sweat from his head due to the treatment, walked to the window and breathed in the winter air for a while. After calming down, he found another bedroom in the villa to sleep. It's better to wait until Han Jingjing wakes up tomorrow, figure out the matter, and then leave with peace of mind. At the banquet, the atmosphere would have been more lively without him. After all, his status was much higher than the others present. When he was present, the bosses, chairmen, etc. did not dare to get too high and couldn't let go. Just like a class party, if the teacher is present, it can still be lively. A principal walked in directly, and even the teachers were probably trembling. Forget about the students. The next day, Han Jingjing finally woke up leisurely, looking at Yi Yang's concerned face, feeling a little shy. Known as a millennium beauty, Han Jingjing's appearance is still very impressive. Oh. It's all your fault, boss, that you are so handsome. Han Jingjing pouted. Good guy, it's obvious that you are holding on to me. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and complained in his heart, but he also knew that Han Jingjing just wanted to find an excuse. So he just admitted his mistake sincerely. What's going on? Who is that man? Han Jingjing organized her thoughts before telling everything. The woman yesterday was her best friend, and she had always been trusted by Han Jingjing. Yesterday, she insisted on accompanying her to the banquet. Halfway through, she said that she had left something at home, and she asked Han Jingjing to accompany her to get it. As a result, after arriving at the courtyard, I took a sip of water without any precaution. Then I felt something was wrong with my body. Then, I saw the young man with kidney deficiency. Knowing something was wrong, she rushed out of the door. Fortunately, the young master with kidney deficiency had kidney deficiency, otherwise she would have been in danger yesterday. Speaking of this, a strong look of grief and indignation rose in her eyes. I really didn't expect that this best friend would hide such evil intentions. Is it just because she is jealous of me that she wants to destroy me? I must find out what's going on. I can help you. Although he helped the other party last night, he always felt that he was the one who took advantage. I still hope I can investigate this matter myself. Han Jingjing clenched her fists. I want to take revenge myself. Well, if you need help, come to me anytime. Yi Yang smiled and looked at the somewhat stubborn Han Jingjing. Also, call me as soon as you encounter danger in the future. Han Jingjing lowered her head, her face flushed with embarrassment, but her eyes were quite happy. Although she was cheated this time, she felt that she did not lose at all and even made a lot of money. She has never had a crush on anyone. Only Yi Yang made her feel the throbbing in her heart, but she was not a girl who took the initiative. Yesterday, with this opportunity, her wish finally came true. Explain how to deal with danger in the future. Yi Yang took Shou Qingxian on the way back to Prince Gong's mansion. Let me find out about this matter. But before Han Jingjing comes to me, don't act rashly. Yi Yang said coldly. It's not a good time to choose a day. He has to choose the day he holds a banquet to use these methods on his guests. This has already angered him. However, Han Jingjing still had to take care of her emotions. Find out first, and when she comes to him for help, crush all the black hands behind it. The Pagani function was speeding on the road. Last night, I was lucky enough to see 2 pedestrians with 3 people in it, and my mouth was wide open again. Is this the same car that was driving both inside and outside last night? I didn't see it clearly, maybe. Alas, this car owner is still so young, I'm so envious. All the melon-eaters were so sour that they shed tears. Inside Prince Gong's mansion, there is still good wine and delicious food. After playing with the maid for a while, a cocktail was served in front of her. Huh? Is this Musie's new work? After Yi Yang took a sip, he raised his eyebrows and felt quite amazing. Yes, boss, this is my new research. The name of this cup is Honorichi. Musie puffed out the mature waves on his chest and said, with a smile, it means grace and wealth. Ha ha. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. This inspiration all depends on you, boss. You let me see what true grace and wealth are. Musie was extremely emotional. Well, no wonder. I think this cocktail matches my temperament so well. Yi Yang nodded. By the way, boss, I heard that there is another bar in Hohai that is very popular recently. The young people in it are young and frivolous, and they come to my bar to play. I want to go back tonight to see what the drinks in this new bar are like. Musie said seriously. Yi Yang nodded. Bartending is Musie's life pursuit. When he heard that someone's winemaking was famous, he naturally wanted to experience it. Yi Yang has now drank up to tens of thousands of drinks. Nowadays, I am also quite interested in cocktails with eccentric flavors. Then I'll go with you tonight. First update. Koenigsegg hasn't been driven for a long time. The sports car Emperor is a bit dusty. Let's take it out for a spin tonight. Yi Yang took Musie directly onto the Koenigsegg 11 and galloped all the way to Hohai. Musie's Ferryman Bar was originally the most famous in Hohai. The manager, Musie, is famous in the capital's bar circles for his unique skill in pouring a glass of wine. Until Yi Yang appeared, he could not get drunk no matter how much he drank, and conquered Musie, letting him follow him and become his personal bartender. The legend has come to an end. Now, a rising star has appeared again in the bar world. As a legend of the older generation, Musie naturally wants to try it out. Holang Bar. Yi Yang and Musie took a look at the wine list. It's quite cheap. Yi Yang looked at the wine list. The Most expensive one is only 39,000 yuan a cup, called Honghe Halong. Then try this top-notch cocktail. Yi Yang casually ordered 2 cups of Honghai Holang. Seeing Yi Yang gain 70,000 to 80,000 yuan without blinking an eye, the atmosphere in the whole bar was heightened. Although there is no shortage of rich people and big brothers in Kyoto. But it is rare for someone so young and handsome to spend 70,000 to 80,000 yuan without batting an eye when he first enters the store. I don't know how many days it will take to see one. Who's super young master? Is this? Awesome. This is the back wave. A man who spends money without blinking an eye is so handsome. He's so handsome that he won't spend a penny on you. Haha, that's not necessarily the case. I'm charming. I don't know if I'm charming, but I'm sure I'll be radiant. You. Soon, the wine was served, and Yi Yang drank it in one gulp and smacked it in his mouth. Although it was better than the in-store wines in other bars, if compared with Himusi, it was obviously still a level lower. With this skill, do you dare to say that he has surpassed Himusi, the previous #1 bartender at Hohai Bar? It's an exaggeration. Musi was obviously a little disappointed, but now that he has come, he will make peace with it. Yi Yang ordered a few other cocktails from the store, which cost over 100,000 yuan. Ding! It is detected that the host has made a lucky consumption, and the host will be rewarded with 60% of the equity shares of the Jiangjing Jade Mining Group worth 50 billion. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Nowadays, his total assets are extremely large. Even if he spends millions or tens of millions, he rarely gets any good rewards. I went out to have a drink with Himusi today, and I only spent a few 100,000, so I directly rewarded the Jade Mining Group. The jade mining business is a huge profit. A jade mine in your name is a cash cow. Only the mining cost and profit are unimaginable. Generally, those who can do this kind of profitable business have a very deep background. Everyone wants to get something for nothing and have a golden mountain pie in the sky. China stipulates that mining resources are owned by the state. Groups responsible for mining jade mines basically have deep relevant backgrounds. It seems like today is a lucky day. You might win the lottery ticket. Yi Yang was obviously in a good mood. But after a second thought, I gave up the idea of buying lottery tickets. The average lottery jackpot is only 18 million. If he had time to buy lottery tickets, he would have earned more than this amount. There was nothing interesting about buying lottery tickets that attracted him. There is no need to buy it at all. What ordinary people like when buying lottery tickets is the excitement of making a big fortune out of a small amount, and possibly getting rich directly. However, Yi Yang has already become rich. Even if he really wins the grand prize of 18 million, it will not be attractive to him. So I didn't have any expectations before opening the lottery. When Yi Yang was thinking wildly, a man walked into the bar. The man dressed like an honest man, which was incompatible with the atmosphere of the bar. As soon as he came in, his face was full of anger and he looked around. People on the path couldn't hide and kept getting out of the way, for fear of getting into trouble. Finally, he looked in a certain direction, which was Himusi's direction, and glanced at Yi Yang, who was holding a precious cocktail next to him. His eyes changed a little, but then returned to his angry state. Move on to find your next target. Soon, he spotted a girl who was drinking alone. The girl's clothes are very fashionable, and her temperament and appearance are of the highest quality. However, she obviously doesn't want others to notice her, so she specially opened a booth that is more biased. If it weren't for the man who came in later and walked over there angrily, Yi Yang didn't even notice that there was such a beautiful woman sitting in the corner. What's going on? I do not know. It feels a bit scary. Everyone around him stayed away. Yi Yang looked at this scene with interest. Hey! Damn you bitch! You're not going home yet. I'm working hard to earn money to support you, and you're doing nothing but running out to hang out in a bar. And you're ordering such expensive drinks. The man's eyes moved around the beauty's booth, making sure that there was no man around her and that the wine on the table was only for one person. After the beauty came alone, he yelled, "Ouch! It's time to catch up on the exciting plot. Alas! She is a great beauty. What a pity. How could she be like this?" Everyone else shook their heads, feeling a little pity. The beauty looked at the man in confusion. Who are you? I don't know you at all. You must have recognized the wrong person. Haha. Stop making excuses. Isn't it just to look good? The man yelled angrily, and as he spoke, he started to grab the girl roughly. Get up and go home with me. If you don't take care of your children and don't do your job, you just want to spend my money to go to the bar here. That's it. If you talk again, I'll beat you up. The girl was obviously frightened. Only after he was kicked out of the booth did he react and said repeatedly, I don't know him at all. How dare you talk back? The man is afraid that the girl will talk too much, so he will immediately hit her with his hand. Didn't you hear? She said she didn't know you. A wine glass hit the man's hand accurately, knocking his raised hand down, and he grinned in pain. He turned his head fiercely. Who are you? You care about my family's affairs. Yi Yang calmly toyed with another empty wine bottle. Stop pretending, it's pointless. What are you saying? The man shouted angrily, I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, you will look good. Looking at this situation, it would be better for me to call the police and have the police come over to confirm. Yi Yang looked at the man lightly and said with a half-smile, You are simply unreasonable. The man was obviously anxious and quickly wanted to take the beautiful woman out. I think you'd better not leave until the police come. Yi Yang directly threw 2 wine bottles, hitting the man's left and right knees directly. Pung! The huge force directly made the man kneel down. Second update, come in and chat. 105-411-7329. You're looking for death. The man was able to pull the beauty out of the booth, and it was obvious that he was very strong. Now he showed his viciousness. The guests around him were all shocked. Seeing that the plan had been exposed and could not succeed, he looked at Yi Yang, who was disrupting the situation, with great anger. He struggled to stand up, limped out a blade from his arms, and threw it directly at Yi Yang. Without saying a word, he turned around and prepared to run away. Ah! He has a knife. The scene became chaotic in an instant. The tourists present all screamed, and the whole bar was in chaos. Dang! The blade chopped on the table and went straight into the wood. You are quite strong. Yi Yang picked up the last glass in his hand. Swish! With a sound of breaking through the air, the cocktail glass quickly and accurately passed through the chaotic crowd and hit the man's brain area at the back of his head. Ah! Before he could scream, the man collapsed to the ground powerlessly. He fainted directly. Is he dead? Don't worry. Seeing his chest still rising and falling, he must have fainted. Isn't that awesome? Damn, it's Shou Fadao. Too strong. Unparalleled martial arts. Reappearing in the world. I admire you. All the handsome men and beautiful women present praised Jiangjing for being so strong. Hiss. It seems that he is the Yishenhao on the internet. What Yishenhao? Don't say it. The light was too bright just now, and I couldn't see clearly. It really looks like it. The leading actor of Yuan. The big star Jiangjing. The girls all like Yang's handsomeness, and the boys are also extremely envious of Yang's martial arts. After all, who didn't have a dream of kung fu when they were young? It turns out that Yishenhao really has kung fu. This kind of real kung fu doesn't only exist in movies. He defeated 3 world-class boxing champions. How could he not have real kung fu? Does the big star Yi have such a glorious past? He's so handsome. So handsome. I really want to sleep with him. The guests in the venue were extremely envious. It's so strong, Yishenhao is invincible. Old fans who are familiar with Yang know that tomorrow's headlines will probably be about Yishenhao bravely fighting gangsters, relying on his Shaoyi Feiping magic skill, and being brave to do what is right. Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, although it was not bad to be the center of attention. But the next step was obviously to enter the familiar signing session. He was still quite interested in signing autographs for the 2 girls, otherwise he would feel bored if he signed so many autographs. But of course, he chose to accept all the fans as he doted on them. Both men and women were welcome. After signing, the rescued girl who had been waiting silently beside her came up with gratitude and bowed deeply to Yang. Thank you very much. If it weren't for you. Haha. Yang waved his hand casually, indicating that it was a piece of cake and he didn't need to care at all. What's your name? My name is Xiaoyu, and I'm the gold medal sales of Beijing Jade Mine Group. Xia. You said repeatedly. Yang gave a thumbs up. No wonder she looks so queen. No. Xiaoyu was praised by the handsome guy who saved her life, and of course she felt sweet in her heart. Yang looked at Xiaoyu, who was indeed a rare super beauty. Although her temperament was very queen, her face showed some gentleness. She was a potential stock that could be sweet or salty, and could be a bit cute or queen. Hiss. No. Yang blinked. Beijing Jade Mine Group? Is it such a coincidence? Didn't the lucky consumption just now reward a Beijing Jade Mine Group? What's wrong? Xiaoyu saw that Yang looked a little strange, and couldn't help asking repeatedly. Huh? Nothing. I just remembered some interesting things. Yang laughed. Just when he was about to say something else, there was a noisy sound outside the door. Woo wow wow. The police car finally arrived. At the door at this time, a team of police officers came in fully armed as if they were facing a great enemy. Some even brought explosion-proof shields. What a big scene. Isn't it just to catch a drunk rogue? Everyone was confused. Don't be afraid, we just received a call from the bar. According to the description of the criminal's appearance in the call, he is most likely a class of fugitive from another province who has committed a murder. He is extremely dangerous. Everyone keep order and evacuate. The captain in the lead waved his hands repeatedly. Uh, Officer, does the criminal you are talking about look like this? The crowd made way for a path. The police saw the honest man who was tied up and thrown in the middle of the hall. The police, who were originally on high alert, were instantly stunned. The captain walked up, turned the man over, and compared him with the photo. Finally, he confirmed that this was a Class A fugitive who was involved in human trafficking and committed multiple serious crimes such as fraud and rape. Who knocked him out? The captain felt a little unbelievable. This fugitive has practiced martial arts since he was young. He is very strong. He has a machete in his arms. 3 or 5 people can't get close to him. He is a very dangerous person. He was knocked out. He must be a master. It's Mr. Yi. That's right. Is this man so powerful? I only saw Yi Shenhao swishing a few cocktail glasses and knocked him out. What? The police captain was stunned. He was knocked out by a few glasses. A highly dangerous fugitive with a reward of hundreds of thousands in the hall. If catching thieves is so easy, they would have been promoted and given a raise long ago. Hey! Aren't you Yi Yang? Boss Yi, who helped us catch the street fraud gang a few days ago. The beautiful police officer Wu Jingshu came over, looked at Yi Yang, and said in surprise. My heart was jumping. I actually saw my idol again. So soon. I'm so lucky. Oh yeah. Yes, that's right, it's me. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. He always had a very good memory of beautiful women. That day, he added the other party on WeChat and prepared to communicate about the follow-up of the case. You are simply a 5-star good citizen. Wu Jingshu gave Yi Yang a thumbs up. Huh. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wu Jingshu, this little girl, obviously didn't know the true meaning of the 5-star good citizen, otherwise she would definitely not say so. This A-level fugitive has a reward of hundreds of thousands. Add the last bonus, it's a full million. Wu Jingshu congratulated. Huh? 1 million? A lot? Yi Yang nodded his chin and asked, with great sincerity and confusion. Everyone present was crying. Shenhao, don't talk. It's too hurtful. First update. World, Mr. Yi, come with us to take a statement. It will be quick and won't take up too much of your time. The captain was obviously very respectful to Yi Yang. After all, this was a great achievement for him. According to the alertness of this interprovincial criminal, he would definitely run away if he saw that the situation was not good. By the time the police arrived, he would have already run away. Then it would not be him who caught this Class A fugitive today. You know, catching a Class A fugitive is a great meritorious resume for his career and is very useful. Okay. Yi Yang nodded. I will accompany you through the process. Wu Jingshu straightened her chest. I am very good at taking statements. Alas, this girl. The police captain smiled like an uncle. Since Yi Yang helped them catch the fraud gang last time, Wu Jingshu has been nagging Yi Yang, the handsome guy, every day in the police station. It is obvious that he has something in mind. Under the eager gazes of fans and bar guests, Yi Yang and others followed the police convoy to take a statement. Wu Jingshu was also caring and considerate to him along the way. Yi Yang felt the warmth of spring. The Chinese police are really good cadres serving the people. He couldn't help but sigh. After leaving the police station, he sent Xiaoyu back To her apartment. Although she is a gold medal salesperson, she seems to be still struggling to pay off her mortgage. Beijing houses are really expensive. Then brother Yi, I will treat you to a meal in a few days. Don't refuse. Xiaoyu looked at Yi Yang and said with some trepidation in her heart. No, just call me. Anytime. Yi Yang had no resistance to being invited to dinner, let alone a beautiful woman. Okay. Xiaoyu was obviously very happy and nodded repeatedly. Yi Yang and He Muzi had just returned to Prince Gong's mansion when Momo received a call. Boss, it's the call from Beijing Jade Mine Company. Yes. Yi Yang nodded slightly and took it. Hello, Mr. Yi, this is Beijing Jade Mine Company. The person on the other end of the phone was Wang Jing, the former general manager of Beijing Jade Mine Group. Hello. Yi Yang replied lightly. Wang Jing swallowed his saliva involuntarily. You know, the Beijing jade mine business has always been controlled by several superfamilies in Beijing, such as the Wang family and the Dong family. These families have extremely far-reaching influence in the military, political, and business circles. They are deeply rooted in Beijing. If you compare the wealth and market value on the surface, they may not be as good as the hundreds of billions of behemoths such as the Zhuge family and the Mo family. However, their heritage and influence far exceed those of emerging business groups such as the Zhuge family and the Mo family. For example, the Zhuge family and the Mo family, even if they have hundreds of billions of assets, still need to rely on Wang Xilin to gain a real foothold in Beijing. The water in Beijing is too deep. A family or group, just reaching the top in the business world, is not enough to really take root. The foundation is too shallow and there is no foundation. Not enough to dominate a region. For example, the most profitable and long-term industry, the Beijing jade mine, is not something they can touch. And this Yi Yang, without going through any information channels of their family, directly got 60% of the shares of the Jade Mine Group. What is this concept? Just thinking about it, Wang Jing felt trembling. This guy's background is unimaginable. The other directors present were all very serious. Sudden such an incident, they must check Yi Yang's background, but even among the core archives personnel, Yi Yang is an absolutely confidential person. Only some very extended information can be found. For example, his identity as a major general, his assets under the name of several trillion companies, etc. But obviously this is not completely public information, and there is a part that even the leaders of several families of this generation cannot find. And the leaders behind their family are all at the ministerial level in China. Gulialu. When they thought of this, they didn't dare to neglect it and called Yi Yang repeatedly. This is too young. This voice shocked Wang Jing and others. It seems that the background is more awesome than we thought. They all looked at each other, and their evaluation of this new controlling director in their hearts went up a level. It's too strong to be able to take over the Jade Mine Group at such a young age. Excuse me, do you have any instructions for the future work of the Jade Mine? Wang Jing thought about it and asked carefully. Just do it as usual, Yi Yang said lightly. He rarely made rectifications to the companies he got unless necessary. Once it involves rectification, it will be more troublesome, and he doesn't like trouble very much. Okay, boss, our group will have a major event in 2 days, and we would like to invite Director Yi to come and guide and watch. I hope you can come, Wang Jing said repeatedly. He also wanted to confirm it with his own eyes, and maybe he could see some things behind Jiangjing from actual contact. Of course, according to the rules of the Jade Mine Group, this event does require the presence of the chairman, and this is also an annual report summary. Well, give me the specific time and place, I will be there. Jiangjing was still waiting for the palace maid to take a bath in the palace hot spring with him, so he agreed casually. Huh. After making the call, Wang Jing breathed a sigh of relief. How about it? Several other directors looked over. He will come. Our event will be raised 2 levels from previous years. With the highest level of reception, Director Yi must be deeply impressed. Wang Jing said repeatedly. Yes. All the directors said in succession. No one knows what kind of temper this Yi Dong is. Now that several parties have worked together, they can't find out the origin of this Jiangjing. Of course, we must take it seriously. This Yi Shenhao is really low-key. It is clear that his assets are enough to become the richest man, but there is no evidence of his true financial strength. We only found out the tip of the iceberg of his astonishing wealth by checking the core files. Yeah. All the directors were amazed. Although Jiangjing is called Yi Shenhao on the internet and has tens of millions of fans, he keeps a low profile and only discloses that he only has hundreds of billions of assets. Compared to his own astonishingly huge real assets, only a few hundred billion have been disclosed. That's simply too low-key, isn't it? I have to say, our new director is really too strong. Be low-key, I only obey him in the whole China. They know it all too well. Many of China's truly super-rich people are afraid that their assets will be exposed. So they keep a low profile and deliberately tell the media not to publish news about them. But no matter how hard you hide it, it will be exposed one day. Paper cannot contain the fire. And you don't live so wantonly, you have to be careful when exposing things like this. But Jiangjing did the opposite and directly created his own IP, making everyone mistakenly think that he only had hundreds of billions of assets and hid his wealth, thus covering up the fact that he was extremely rich. This operation, all the directors could only shout that it's awesome. First update. In the bedroom, Xiaoyu was lying on the bed, tossing and turning excitedly. Although he was almost abducted by a Class A wanted criminal today, the joy of being rescued by a handsome man completely outweighed that fear. On the contrary, there is a wonderful feeling of meeting the prince in the fairy tale who saves Cinderella. I am really happy. I tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, so I opened the best friend group and asked my best friends to relieve the excitement in my heart. Let me tell you, today I met the Mr. Right. My heart is trembling just thinking about it now. Hey, our super beautiful salesperson who has been licking dogs for thousands of years actually has a sweetheart. It's so rare, I have to watch this happen. Who can make our sister Xiaoyu's heart flutter? Do you have any photos? The sun is coming out in the west. All the best friends are full of gossip. You know, Xiaoyu has never been too concerned about things like dating, or in other words, he still retains his original fantasy about love. After all, her own conditions were sufficient, so even though there were many suitors, she politely declined them all. Among them are some second-generation rich people who look very rich and drive luxury cars. Xiaoyu even rejected those rich, handsome men whom they found extremely attractive. Today, he was so excited to announce to the entire group of girlfriends that he had found the right one. The contrast was Too great. My best friends all feel that the world line has changed, and they must have traveled through time and space. You won't believe it when I tell you, I was not in a good mood today. So I went to the bar to relax, and ended up being kidnapped by a class A wanted criminal. Xia. You spoke excitedly. Ah. Sister Xiaoyu, do you have a fever? Are your brains burned out? You are so happy to be kidnapped by a robber. Let me go, your true love is not the robber. This is not fun, Sister Yu. It's so scary. I feel like Sister Xiaoyu was scared to death. Go, don't interrupt. There must be something going on. Xiaoyu made a pouty expression and continued talking excitedly. From Yi Yang flying a cup of magic to knocking out the robber, to seeing his handsome face after he calmed down, to him treating money like dirt, with $1 million bonus being nothing more than mediocre. It's just perfect, isn't it? After talking for a long time, Xiaoyu praised Yi Yang from inside to outside. The best friends in the group were fascinated by it and longed for it. Does this kind of perfect boy really exist? Isn't this awesome? He can fight, he's handsome, he's rich, and he's funny. Hiss. This is Prince Charming alive. Who is it? His name is Yi Yang. It sounds so familiar. Oh, he is just. After knowing Yi Yang's true identity, everyone in the group exclaimed, he turned out to be a big star. It's too strong. No wonder millions are regarded as nothing. Those who have only a face and no strength can earn millions a day, let alone someone like Yi Yang, who is awesome in all aspects. I guess he is richer than some second-generation rich people. That's for sure. Generally speaking, the rich second generation don't have much money at all. All the girlfriends were extremely eager. After asking a few questions, they all volunteered and decided to help Xiaoyu chase the male idol. Ah? Help me chase the male idol. Xiaoyu blinked. How can I help? Don't you know that when boys pick up girls, they always have a wingman? We are your wingmen for picking up guys. Hurry up and invite him out for dinner, and we'll go help you with assists. That's right, let's organize a cocktail party on the pretext of thanking him for saving our good sisters, and then our group of matchmakers will help you match up, which is more stable than you Lao. That's right, maybe you can go to home plate that night and experience your boyfriend's body from the inside out. Ah, this. Stop talking nonsense. Xiaoyu's face turned red at the words, but thinking about the scenes of these hurtful friends, she felt filled with anticipation. Oh, what's wrong with me? It's broken. She pouted and took advantage of the passion in her heart to send Yi Yang a message. In Wangfu Hot Spring. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and glanced at his phone. His phone's waterproof function was the best in the world. It could still function normally after being thrown into the sea for 7 days and 7 nights, and then taken out again. There was no problem. Had the arrangements been made so quickly? How many other sisters are going together? Yi Yang looked at the location. I happened to pass them on the way from Prince Gong's mansion. Oh, no, it was his Jade Mining Company. Then you all meet at the door after get off work tomorrow. I will pick you up on the way. Yi Yang sent a message. Ah. Where are the 4 of us sisters? Xiaoyu was extremely concerned about her boyfriend. How about we take a taxi there ourselves? Just listen to me. After Yi Yang replied the message, he continued to enjoy the bath. Ah, this is the legendary domineering president. I love it. After listening to what Xiaoyu said, all the girlfriends had a collective orgasm. This young domineering president sounds so reliable. The next day, Yi Yang walked around the palace, playing with the birds, drinking tea, and playing with grass. He was nicknamed the little old man of the capital by Zhu, the housekeeper. A healthy life starts with me. Yi Yang laughed, and after a long time of choosing among the extended models in the garage, he finally chose a land first-class cabin worth 56 million. Not to mention 5 or 6 people, a dozen people can have a party in it. Well, this is good. Yi Yang nodded, and drove to the Beijing Jade Mine Group. Beijing Jade Mine Group building. After work, Xiaoyu walked out of the building with the support of the sisters. As soon as he walked out of the building, he saw a figure who was extremely showy, holding a rose in his mouth, wearing a suit and leather shoes, and a large gold Rolex watch on his wrist, showing the aura of a young local tyrant. The man was full of aura, and people within 10 meters around him walked around for fear of being hurt by his aura. Seeing Xiaoyu coming out, his eyes lit up, and he took the rose from his mouth, walked over with the steps of a boss who thought he was handsome and fierce, and pushed the flower forward. Miss Xia, I finally waited for you. Who is this greasy guy in the world? Is he that Yi Yang? No, I've seen the movie of the big star Yi, but he is much more handsome than him, and he is very refreshing and real, not like this greasy man. Well, I have seen what it means to have a greasy life, but not a greasy world. Several girlfriends chuckled quietly. But obviously, they are also used to this scene. After all, Xiaoyu's beauty is known far and wide, and this scene often happens. And Wang Zai, who thinks he is the protagonist today, obviously doesn't think so. He just looks at Xiaoyu affectionately, pretending to be a pure and good man. First update. King Wang Zai thought he looked at Xiaoyu with great affection, shaking the rose in his hand. He bought jade a few days ago, and fell in love with Xiaoyu at first sight in the store. This temperament and appearance are simply exquisite. He usually relies on tricks, plus he has some money, so he has picked up many girls, but Xiaoyu still makes his eyes shine. It seems that most of the best products are hidden in the market. Those girls in romantic places are still too cliched after all. The first time he met Xiaoyu, he felt this emotion in his heart. He also vowed to chase this beautiful woman and show off to the friendly friends in the capital. At that time, he wandered around the store for a long time, showing off his watch, but no one wanted to pay attention to him at all. After discussing the business, they just ignored him. This suddenly aroused the competitive spirit of the self-proclaimed #1 scumbag in the 5 rings. Why don't you prepare well today and come over quickly to express your good feelings to Xiaoyu? I already have a sweetheart, and I also said that I don't want to accept you as my friend. Please respect yourself. After Xiaoyu said something polite, he and his sister group prepared to leave. What does your sweetheart do? In this huge city of Beijing, only my Mercedes-Benz G can give people a sense of security. Using what he thought was the most handsome move, he took out the car key from his pocket and pressed it lightly, full of force. Not far away, a Mercedes-Benz G rang out, quite domineering. As you know, my car is not expensive, but it is worth close to 3 million. Wang Zai lifted his watch, revealing a large gold Rolex Sunday model worth more than 200,000 yuan. It's getting late. Let's get in the car first. We can also have a romantic candlelight dinner tonight. After that, we can invite, please visit my company. It's the well-known Jiangjing Environmental Sanitation Group in Beijing's business district. He felt that his words were perfect. In one sentence, he revealed the prices of his luxury cars and watches. He also talked about his outstanding company and finally showed off his romance. It's simply too strong. He is very satisfied with his performance and is enjoying himself. Well, I think I've made my point clear. My boyfriend will come to pick me up soon. Please stay away from me to avoid misunderstanding. After Jiangjing refused, he left with the sister group. Seeing that Xiaoyu paid no attention to him, Wang Zai couldn't help but feel extremely embarrassed. Is your sweetheart that good? I'm not even worthy of your nostalgia. You don't even know how to care for others. Seeing Xiaoyu and his entourage decisively leaving, he was so angry that his teeth rattled. Humph. I want to see what your male god is like. Are you more handsome than me or richer than me? I guess he is probably a pretty boy. After he comes over later, I will just show off how powerful and rich I am. This pretty boy will probably be so frightened that he will just quit and give up the competition. Oh, Wang Zai thought as he returned to his Mercedes-Benz G car, ready to show off when Xiaoyu's male idol arrived. Soon, the low sound of the engine filled his ears. The domineering and elongated body has unparalleled pressure. In the first-class cabin on land, the supreme version of the Bentley Mulsanne worth more than 50 million yuan directly caught Wang Zai's eyes. Fuck. Wang Zai immediately cried out. This is first class on land. With his attributes as a little bitch, he must study famous cars and watches every day, and be ready to show off at any time. When I saw this luxury car, I was dumbfounded. What kind of super boss must be sitting up here? He came alive inside. Of course he cares more about his future and money than picking up girls. After all, with the latter, you can't get the best ones, and you can still get the best ones casually. This is at least the highest director level in the Jade Mining Group. I will have to fawn over in a while, and maybe I will be appreciated. If I succeed in fawning, my salary will be doubled, and my money career will become more open. He straightened his tie, threw the rose aside, and practiced his best smile for the camera. Although his original company was good, he only became a vice president there. There were more than a dozen vice presidents in the company, and it was not his turn to speak at all. Click. The car door opens. Everyone looked over with wide eyes. What surprised Wang Zai was that there was not a balding old man in his 50s or 60s who stepped out of the car as he had imagined. He looked like a boss at first glance, but a young man. Could it be the driver? But it soon became clear to him that he was overthinking. Xiaoyu walked up enthusiastically, looking very familiar with the young man. Isn't this his boyfriend? Wang Zai was stunned. He wanted to step forward and try to get close to him, but he stopped in midair. In embarrassment. Not only is he richer than him, this first-class land car alone is several times higher than his total assets. He likes to show off, and almost all the money he earns is spent on buying luxury cars and watches. I am still paying off the loan on the house. Ah. This appearance can crush me. I am crushed so miserably. Wang Zai's heart collapsed. Just now, I was extremely confident and prepared to teach the young novice a lesson, but in the blink of an eye, he was taught a lesson in reverse. Before anyone even looked over, his face was already slapped. His aura crushed him to pieces. No wonder you look down on me. It turns out there is such a man. Alas. He rolled into the Mercedes-Benz G in despair and ran away with full self-awareness. This is Yi Yang, my savior, plus my natural male god. Xiaoyu happily and proudly introduced Yi Yang to her girlfriends. Wow, he's really handsome. I've never seen this car before, but it looks so expensive at first glance. As expected of a big star, he's even more handsome than he looks in the movie. I searched and found out that this is the land first-class cabin. First class? How much does that cost? 50 million. Everyone smacked their lips and was completely confused. It turns out that the meaning behind Yi Yang's words last night, just listen to me, is that there are only 4 of you, and it's not enough to fill half of the space in my first-class cabin. Wow. So happy. Sister Xiaoyu has really saved 8 lifetimes of blessings to be saved by Big Star Yi. Yeah, I'm jealous. Seeing the excited expressions of the sisters, you suddenly didn't know if bringing them out was the right choice. Second update. Hey. Don't forget your original intention of coming here. Xiaoyu said repeatedly. Don't worry, we are in the clear. Haha, I can't forget it. I can't forget it. All the sisters are talking about each other. TCH, that's weird. Xiaoyu rolled his eyes when he saw the looks on his sisters' faces that were about to fall. Haha. Let's go. Yi Yang smiled and waved. Xiaoyu and others filed in. In the spacious first-class land cabin, Yi Yang and the 4 girls all sat down, looking extremely spacious. The person driving in front was exclusive driver Shou. Jiao. Soon, they arrived at Fusheng restaurant where several girls said they wanted to treat Yi Yang to dinner. They all know that Yi Yang is a domineering president-level figure and will definitely not order a restaurant that is too low-level. But they don't have much money themselves. Therefore, after final weighing, I chose a restaurant with an average price of 2,000 yuan per person. For a few of them, this is extremely expensive. Yi Yang didn't have any objections. He had a relatively hard life when he was a child. Until now, he has tasted everything from instant noodles costing $3.50 to a world-class feast costing tens of millions. So he doesn't pay much attention to what he eats. He thinks everything is delicious. Although 2,000 yuan per person is a bit cheap, you can still taste it. Soon, the food and drinks were served. The sisters were very enthusiastic and kept trying to get Yi Yang drunk. They all planned to make Yi Yang drunk so that they could lead the way. After all, when people are drunk, their hormones are more excited, and they are more expectant and excited about the relationship between men and women. How come he doesn't look drunk at all? Woo, I'm almost drunk. The 4 good sisters usually consider themselves to be the kings of wine. After all, they are all silver medal salesmen at least, and their sales skills are still very strong in terms of drinking ability. Even though they are all girls, one person can easily drink down 3 or 4 big men without any pressure. After all, you can't challenge someone else's career with your personal hobbies. Oh, he must be the god of Bacchus. Normal people, 10 or 8 of us, should have been drunk long ago if we were asked to drink so much. They just turned a little red. Why do I think they didn't want us to be too embarrassed, so they deliberately suppressed their blushes? It's too scary. Is the battle to lead a red line for my best friend going to fail? Well, the 4 best friends were all speechless, and they didn't blame anyone else. The main reason was that Yi Yang was so strong that even if the god descended from the earth and struck 4 blows, there was no chaos at all. Aha. Yi Yang drank another glass of Hingshui Leobagan and raised his eyebrows. He has been around the business circle for such a long time, so he can naturally figure out the thoughts of these girls. But unfortunately, if he doesn't want to get drunk, he can't get drunk at all. Not to mention the superhero gene potion later, even if he was proficient in Chinese martial arts before the injection, the alcohol would have no effect at all under the operation of his internal energy, and it would be decomposed in his body. Alas, I chose to turn a blind eye while cooperating with your performance. He even hummed a tune in his heart. It's too strong, it's so strong. The more the sisters drank, the more they felt that they could not go on like this. Yi Yang is not drunk yet. The 4 of them are about to take a break. That's too embarrassing. However, this was their original plan, and now they had to change their plans temporarily, and they had no idea. Although they boasted about Haikal last night, picking up men is not their strong point after all. Birds of a feather flock together, and in reality, a good girl's best friend is rarely a scumbag. Except for some silly domestic love movies. Xiaoyu had something on her mind today and was in a bad state. She completely lost the level of gold medal sales. Instead of getting Yi Yang drunk, he was a little drunk himself. Mr. Yi. You know, although I went to the bar that day, I am not the kind of girl who loves to play. I just went to practice my drinking. By the way, I got familiar with the noisy drinking environment. Sales. You know. She started to talk about random things that had nothing to do with the topic. I see. Yi Yang nodded. He doesn't care much about this. Now, as long as it doesn't violate the bottom line, everything the beautiful lady says is right. Actually, I've never even held a boy's hand. Xiaoyu pouted, lying on the table, looking up at Yi Yang, and said coquettishly, You are the first man I want to walk hand in hand with you all the way. Holy shit. The sisters are all going crazy, their rhythm is out of whack. That's not the plan. Aren't you asked to be reserved and maintain your Jiangjing state? Why are you so enthusiastic all of a sudden? Several best friends began to feel at a loss. I could only watch the development of things with trembling eyes. Is it? Yi Yang took a sip of the wine in his glass. The atmosphere fell into silence for a while. Several best friends looked at each other and found excuses to leave the table. Although they didn't manage to get the atmosphere right, it was obviously time for the man and woman to sit at a table alone at this stage. Will you hold my hand? There was expectation in Xiaoyu's eyes, but also a bit of panic, fearing Yi Yang's rejection. I may not be who you think I am. Yi Yang neither agreed nor refused. I have many girlfriends. Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, then said directly, in other words, if I don't mind. Yi Yang nodded. He still has a good impression of Xiaoyu. If the other person doesn't mind his view on love and really likes him, then why doesn't he start this relationship? Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly became excited. If such a perfect boy agreed to his conditions so easily and said that he would only love her for the rest of his life, it would be outrageous and weird, right? On the contrary, it would catch her a little off guard. This is normal. At least leave yourself a place and a chance. I do not mind. She stood up and said repeatedly. Well, Then I'll call you Xiaoyu from now on. Yi Yang clinked a glass with Xiaoyu and drank it all. In one gulp. Great. Xiaoyu didn't know how rich Yi Yang was. Now she only knew that Yi Yang was a big star and estimated to have several hundred million in savings. But she didn't think too much about it. If she was really running for money, the previous rich second generation would have given her the impression that they were richer than Yi Yang. The most important thing is to be greedy. No. Several best friends spent a long time in the bathroom wondering whether they should go back. He was pulled back by Xiaoyu. Seeing the smile on Xiaoyu's face, she knew it was done, and couldn't help but feel happy for her. Alas! As expected of the great beauty Xiaoyu. Super handsome boyfriend. I'm going to start to be jealous of you. You won't be able to resolve this anger if you don't treat me to 3 big meals. That's right. First update. The atmosphere in the back was much more relaxed, and the sisters were extremely happy. They knew that their conditions were limited and there was no way they could be favored by a super perfect male god like Yi Yang. Although they said they wanted Xiaoyu to treat them to dinner, they were very happy for her in their hearts. Maybe I can ride in your boyfriend's luxury car in the future. Hey, don't talk anymore. Shouldn't you drink 3 glasses of wine to celebrate? Xiaoyu and the others were really drunk and started complaining about the company. Our supervisor is simply an old pervert, and he is always plotting against us. Xiaoyu. That's right, he said. He would deduct Sister Xiaoyu's salary and bonus if she didn't listen to him. That's so bad. The bad guy is out of his depth. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Is there such a thing? Oh, stop talking. Xiaoyu wanted to stop the sisters from talking quickly. After all, as soon as the relationship was confirmed, Yi Yang was worried about her. As a girlfriend, it was such a failure. Several sisters stuck out their tongues, which is what they usually do when they are drunk. Didn't think too much. No matter how accomplished and outstanding Yi Yang is, after all, he is not in the jade mining business circle. As employees of the Jade Mining Group, they know very well that no matter how strong their personal connections and abilities are, they cannot reach out to the Jade Mining Group. In this kind of company, this is the gathering place for superboss families. They never thought about the possibility that Yi Yang would solve this problem for Xiaoyu after hearing the news. Xiaoyu reacted when he was blocked. Telling Yi Yang such things is nothing more than adding to his troubles. My girlfriend is bullied by her boss, but there is nothing she can do about it. No boy can bear this kind of self-blame and guilt. And as a celebrity, he is also a public figure. If he is not sensible enough to provoke those big bosses in the Jade Mining Group and is paid to discredit him, his future will be gone. Therefore, they also planned not to mention this matter again. Speak clearly about this, Yi Yang said lightly, with a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Regardless of personal reasons or not, he hated this kind of bureaucracy in his company. If all the leaders in the company are like this, can the company's culture be good? If the atmosphere is not correct, it is only a matter of time before various problems arise. This is not what a chairman wants to see. Our manager has taken a liking to Xiaoyu and has been trying to force her into submission. But our Xiaoyu's workability is very good, so he can't find too many problems. Even if he wants to cause trouble, he can't. Oh, but this will inevitably make Sister Xiaoyu cautious in her behavior in the company. We all feel aggrieved when we see it. That's right. Yi Yang nodded. Are the other Managers in the company also in the same situation? Yeah, it's quite common. After all, the Jade Mining Group has high profits and high wages. So it can always recruit the most beautiful salespeople. But the Jade Mining Group is a group with that kind of background, so it's crowded. Many second-generation ancestors have entered, and these second-generation ancestors can easily become senior executives through connections. So these managers, executives, sales to us pretty girls with no background, that's all. Fortunately, Sister Shou is our sales support. If we fire her, we will have to think carefully about how to write the financial report for this area next year. Therefore, he does not dare to threaten Sister Shou with expulsion. Yes, I understand. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Although there was not much expression on his face, he already had a mature solution plan in his heart. Tomorrow happens to be the day for the Jade Mining Group's report, and they even called me to invite me to go over for inspection. Then take this opportunity to clear up and solve these problems. Yi Yang, don't worry. The whole company is like this. If I really can't stand it, I will leave. Mainly because I can't bear to leave these sisters. Xiaoyu gave himself a thumbs up and said with a proud smile, I have a strong sales ability, and I won't worry about making money after joining this company. Well, I will solve this problem. Yi Yang nodded. It was useless to talk too much. When the problem is solved with practical actions tomorrow, everything will naturally become clear. Don't do anything stupid. The water in the Jade Mining Group is very deep. Xiaoyu said very worriedly. Just leave it to me. Yi Yang patted Xiaoyu's forehead and smiled. The Xiaoyu sisters looked at the warm and healing smiles, and the envy in their hearts grew. This is great. Okay, you all feel a little drunk. Get in the car and take you back. Yi Yang said. Sister Xiaoyu has made a profit this time. On the way, several sisters were very excited. Tonight's battle to help best friends lead the red line can be said to be very successful. Although the process was different from what they imagined, the happy ending was enough. Su Jiaojiao's driving skills were very good, and she was also familiar with the roads of Beijing. She quickly sent the Xiaoyu sisters back to their respective homes using the best route. Go home and pack up. When you're done, call me and move to my place. Your apartment complex, the space is still a bit small. Yi Yang instructed. This. Xiaoyu blushed, this was too urgent. She was not mentally prepared yet. I have a lot of houses, don't think wrongly. I will respect girls' opinions on such matters. Yi Yang looked at Xiaoyu's face, and said repeatedly. Xiaoyu nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and then ran into the apartment complex, with a blushing face, watching Xiaoyu's figure disappear in the moonlight. Yi Yang's face gradually became cold. This Jade Mine Group, it seems that it is not as clean as I thought. If it weren't for the girls complaining to him tonight, tomorrow, he might be fooled by the deliberately arranged welcome scene. This kind of internal company problem is difficult to discover without the internal employees' open communication. Okay, let's go back to Yi Yang said lightly. Okay. Su Jiajiao sent Yi Yang back to the palace with her great driving skills. The next morning, Yi Yang got up from the bed comfortably, and Zhu, the housekeeper who served him in the bedroom, changed his clothes with affection. Master is also super handsome today. Yi Yang pinched Zhu's little face, little Juju is the sweetest. Hee hee. At this time, at the entrance of the Jade Mine Group, a group of senior executives have already lined up here. The beautiful saleswoman formed a cheerleading team. Wang Jing looked at his watch. There is only half an hour left before the chairman's scheduled arrival time. Cheer up. If anyone makes a mistake and makes the chairman unhappy, I will skin him directly. Second update. While the employees of the Jade Mining Company were waiting, Yi Yang got into the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. After all, I was going to inspect the company. A sports car would be a bit frivolous, but this four-seater luxury car that looks domineering and mature looks more stylish. The chairman will be here soon, everyone, cheer up. Wang Jing and others looked at the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost approaching in the distance. His eyes lit up, and he repeatedly asked everyone to cheer up. The Jade Mining Group has few affairs, but huge profits. These directors have money, time, and nothing to do, so they will naturally know about luxury cars and watches. This Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost is a modern model, imitating the Rolls-Royce Silver Phantom. Because the Silver Phantom is too old, there are only a few units left, and they are all displayed in museums for viewing. This is a new model that pays tribute to the silver charm and is built with the most high-end modern technology. It sold for more than 80 million when it first appeared. Now, it has been sold to a sky-high price of more than 90 million. It won't be long before someone will spend 100 million to buy it. Is this the car of our new chairman? It's so strong. The moment the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost first appeared on the stage, several directors felt a sense of admiration in their hearts. Being able to buy this kind of car, the price of 90 million may not be the threshold that blocks most wealthy people, but the purchase restriction conditions and the strong network of connections represented behind being able to snap up this car. Click. The car door opens. Yi Yang got out of the car with his personal secretary. UMOMO. Except for Wang Jing and other board members who had already seen Yi Yang's information, everyone else's eyes couldn't help but widen. Isn't this too young? Almost everyone burst out with such surprise and emotion. Although everyone knew that the cue today was to welcome Chairman Yi, no one expected that this new chairman would be such a young and handsome person. It's so irritating to compare people to each other. Not only is he handsome, he also owns a Jade Mining Group at such a young age. This Jade Mining Group has a market value of 50 billion. 50 billion. And I heard that the new chairman this time is so smart that he has directly obtained more than half of the shares of the Jade Mining Group, making him an absolute controlling shareholder. Yi Yang nodded slightly, indicating that it would be okay as usual. However, Wang Jing prepared a welcome ceremony and naturally wanted to show it off. The cheerleaders started dancing, the gongs and drums were noisy. Firecrackers were blasting, and a bunch of company executives behind them were shouting slogans. These veteran cadres really like this kind of pomp. Yi Yang shook his head dumbfounded. I came here mainly to see the actual operation of the company. I'd better go into the company and get a better understanding of the situation. Okay. Wang Jing nodded repeatedly, and there was a cold sweat on his temples. It seemed that the person who came this time was not only a young man, but also a practical man. I'm afraid it's not easy to fool. Ah, of course. That's the boss. The financial statements and other things are all ready. Come with me to the office. They are all in the chairman's office. Wang Jing said repeatedly. Just leave the reports and paper documents to my secretary to connect them. Yi Yang waved his hand. Ah, this. Wang Jing's heart trembled, but he nodded again and again. It's all up to you, boss. The next few directors also looked at each other in confusion, wondering what medicine Yi Yang was selling in his gourd. Yumomo was taken by several directors to the chairman's office to hand over documents. Yi Yang wandered around the company building without any rules and purpose, making Wang Jing and others look confused. A certain office. Xiaoyu opened the door and walked in with the report. She knew that the regional manager was plotting against her, so she didn't dare to close the door for fear that he would do something bad. Regional manager Dong Fengjing, who was sitting behind his desk with his legs crossed and playing with a pen on the table, looked unhappy. When he saw Xiaoyu coming in, he also showed a playful expression. The real core executives of the company are all going to welcome the new chairman. His level is not high enough and he can only continue to work in the office. He was very sad to lose the opportunity to win over the new chairman. Now that he saw the ungrateful Xiaoyu who dared to reject his boss in public, he felt bad in his heart. This is the most recent report. The manager will take a look at it. Xiaoyu quickly placed the report on the table, avoiding Dong Feng's dirty tricks. Still so stubborn. Dong Feng sneered inwardly, feeling even more unhappy. He glanced at the report a few times and threw it on the table. He knew that Xiaoyu was extremely capable at work and would not make any mistakes when it came to content and data. Precisely. He himself is the one who doesn't understand. The related households come in and get free meals, and they know nothing. But he obviously didn't feel that way. Instead, he felt that his talent was underappreciated because there were others who were not as good as him, and he sat in a higher position than him just because he had a better relationship at home. Such second-generation ancestors often have a mysterious self-confidence. They usually deny the environment and channels that their families provide them and that others cannot reach through their lifetime efforts. Think that everything is achieved by one's own ability. Sometimes I regard the set of so-called workplace rules of interpersonal communication that I have summarized as my own abilities. I think that my occasional forbearance to my boss's humiliation is a pain that no one else can understand. Little did they know that it was just the basic operation of others. Just like that, Dong Feng, who thought he was talented but not appreciated, actually had no ability at all, pointed to the report cover. I told you, didn't I? Xiaoyu was confused. What did I say? The color of the report cover that I want to present to the company headquarters needs to be a colorful black with a colorful white. Isn't your cover just black and white? There is no connotation at all. What the hell? Have you worked hard? Why is your work attitude so bad? You ignore the words of the leader? Dong Feng knows nothing about the business, so he can only find such nonsensical problems to teach others. Make things difficult for subordinates. If a leader accuses you of these, don't doubt it, it's because he is shit himself, and he forced some excuses to make you think he is better than you, and then bully you in the workplace. Xiaoyu is used to these difficulties. Just stand there as if it was a dog farting, but actually didn't listen to a word. Haha, with your work attitude. I don't think you deserve performance bonus. This month's performance bonus will be cancelled. Dong Feng was so angry when he saw Xiaoyu's indifferent look. Girl, you really think I can't do anything to you? I'll tell you what. It means that a higher-ranking official can crush someone to death. What? Xiaoyu was very concerned and frowned. The sisters who were waiting outside the door and worried about Xiaoyu couldn't help but walk in. Why? Do you do this? This is not fair. First update. That's right. Even if you are the manager, this is too much. You have to consider the company's image. That's right. If you do this, I will report you to the board of directors. Several sisters have long been fed up with Dongfang's oppression of Xiaoyu. This time, Xiaoyu's performance for a whole month was directly deducted. For such an absurd reason. Their suppressed anger finally erupted and they directly confronted. Be quiet. What do you guys want to do? Do you want to turn the world upside down? You are disorganized and undisciplined. What a disgrace. Do you still want to work? Dongfang said angrily. I am a manager. I was actually confronted by several salesmen? Don't I have no face? It's simply unfair. If you don't want to work, then don't work. We have discussed it. At worst, we can just quit together. Several sisters are obviously on the same front. Dongfang was so angry that his nose was crooked. Haha, Sumi? Then you can talk to the board of directors. Let's see, who is the boss of this jade mining company? I dare to tell you. Responsibly. Don't think you are awesome. I am still a little confident in my connections. If you offend me and leave this company, I dare to guarantee that you can't find the next job in Beijing. You. How can you do this? Although the sisters were very angry, they were obviously scared after all. Xiaoyu also waved her hand. She didn't care. At most, she would just leave. It would be too bad if she caused several sisters to lose their jobs together. She would feel guilty. Haha, now you know how powerful I am. You guys really don't know what's good for you. Dongfang crossed his legs, glanced at the girls confidently, and smiled ugly. I really can't see who is in charge of this jade mine group, and you dare to offend your superiors. Haha, then. Tell me, who is in charge of this jade mine group? A voice came, the tone was calm, but with a killing tone. Of course it is. Dongfang, who was about to talk nonsense and brag, suddenly found that something was wrong. He stared at the young man who came out of the door, and just wanted to scold him. Whose in turn are you? He saw Wang Jing and others who were pale behind him. Hey, what's going on? He put away his crossed legs, launched himself, and stood up directly. Standing there respectfully. Dongfang. What nonsense are you talking about? Wang Jing shouted angrily. The chairman, no, the executive director. Dongfang was trembling with fear after being scolded by Wang Jing. After all, he was a relative. If he offended a bigger relative, he would be in trouble. What no? The real chairman is right in front of you, why don't you apologize to the chairman? Wang Jing was so angry that his nose was crooked. These days, he has been telling the whole company not to make any mistakes in the past few days. He was afraid of everything, but it still went wrong. This idiot actually said in front of the chairman that the Jade Mine Group was his world? He simply didn't know how to write def. He. The new chairman? How is this possible? As soon as he said this, Dongfang knew that he had spoken out of turn. Before he could apologize, Director Liu behind Wang Jing came up and gave him a crisp slap in the face. You are crazy. You are just talking nonsense. Dongfang felt extremely wronged. It was simply because the shock was too great. When he first met Yi Yang, he thought it was another relative who had inserted himself as a clerk. As a result, in the blink of an eye, he became the boss of his boss, the chairman of the entire 50 billion market value Jade Mining Group. This is too outrageous. From this point of view, he just graduated from college, right? The chairman of a super company with a market value of 50 billion? And he knew very well that the Jade Mining Group was more than 50 billion. If you want to be the chairman, you need to have connections behind you, and you have to be a genius. I can't accept it all at once. Don't say Dong Feng was confused. The Xiaoyu sisters stood by, and their brains went blank. Until Yi Yang smiled at her. Are you okay? They came to their senses. Yi Yang is actually the chairman of the Jade Mining Group. What's going on? Oh my. They didn't know whether they were more frightened or surprised. So the solution he mentioned last night was this way. Oh my God. Stop talking, I've already imagined an 8 million word romance novel about a domineering CEO. Several sisters felt that happiness came too suddenly. Just now they were in a desperate situation. But now the sky cleared up and a rainbow appeared? This is more than just a rainbow, it's simply the sun in the universe. It's so dazzling that people can't look directly at it. Does he often harass employees like this? Yi Yang asked indifferently. Yeah. More than that. Several employees complained one after another. This was finally the savior. The accumulated resentment and complaints about the company were all poured out at this moment. And Xiaoyu just stared at Yi Yang blankly, feeling that at this moment, this indifferent man was so full of aura from head to toe. He was simply lightning and light, the only myth. What are you talking about? Wang Jing's face turned dark and he scolded directly. I originally wanted to make a good impression on the new chairman, but I had been preparing for it for several days, but it was ruined, everything was ruined. His mentality immediately collapsed. It's all over now. Being angered by the former chairman was still very scary for these little girls, so they were a little timid and did not dare to say anything anymore. What Mr. Wang means is that my girlfriend's friends are talking nonsense. Yi Yang said coldly. Ah. Your girlfriend. Wang Dong was stupid and looked around. With his mind, he could guess 89% of the truth in an instant. I just cried. I bet you have figured out the inside story of the company a long time ago. You didn't really want to buy the company. Just to protect your girlfriend from being bullied, right? You are actually the chairman of the Jade Mining Group. Xiaoyu covered her mouth, eyes flashing with disbelief. I heard that someone bullied you, so I bought this company. Yi Yang smiled, casually. These words made the entire audience burst into envious gasps. Damn it, when will I be able to say this with confidence in my life? Yi Yang touched Xiaoyu's head. Don't worry, this kind of thing will never happen again in the company in the future, I promise. Hearing these words felt sweet in Xiaoyu's heart. To the ears of Wang Jing and several directors, it felt like the cold of 3 winters. Bone-chilling. Second update. It's over. Wang Jing and others knew that the company's problems had been exposed a lot due to the rant just now. If we follow this clue, the backlog of problems of the Jade Mining Group will be exposed. This new chairman is obviously not a veteran. At first glance, he looks like a young man with good ideas. I'm afraid it won't be easy in the future. But the most urgent problem to deal with now is Dong Feng, this idiot. If it weren't for this trigger, they wouldn't be in the frightened situation they are in now. Dongfang also felt that his time was running out, and his face turned pale, and he wanted to beg Yi Yang to forgive him. However, Yi Yang obviously would not give any chance to such a person who touched the bottom line. He directly said in a cold voice, "You guys who use power for personal gain and deceive others will never come to the company again." This, Dongfang said angrily, "Why? This is unfair. You can't do whatever you want just because you are the chairman." Xiaoyu and others were stunned. Why did this scene seem so familiar? There is nothing wrong with Miss Xiaoyu's work, but you still want to show off your authority. You have done so many bad things that violate your conscience, and you are quite justified. That's it. Who do you think you are? Just a small manager. How dare you disagree with the chairman's decision? Who gave you the courage? Without Yi Yang opening his mouth, Wang Jing and others stood up and angrily attacked each other. Dongfang was dumbfounded. He thought that several old directors must be very unhappy when Yi Yang suddenly interfered. He was helping them vent their anger by criticizing Yi Yang. Maybe these former directors could help him. It turned out to be a good thing. They were so loyal to the new chairman. This was beyond his expectation. However, he did not dare to attack the original directors. After all, he knew their backgrounds very well and did not dare to offend them at all. "Haha, Mr. Yi, you've only been in the company for a day. You haven't even figured out the company yet. I suggest you don't fire me, otherwise you won't be able to bear the consequences." Dongfang sneered. "Really? Then tell me, what will be the consequences?" Yi Yang asked playfully. "Although you are the chairman, this is too much of a jade mining group. It is a group of several families behind it. To put it bluntly, you are just an outsider. Feel free to receive your equity dividends. Don't try to cause trouble here." Dongfang sneered. "What does it mean to be rich? Looking at the capital, there are millions of people with money. When you are walking outside, you must know how to be respectful." "Shut up. Shut up." Several directors were completely panicked and wanted to punch him to death. If it is someone else who acquires equity with money, they don't care at all. Relying on the influence of several families within the group, they can ignore whatever equity you have. After all, the senior executives are all from several of their families. If no one listens to the orders given, there is nothing they can do. However, they have checked Yi Yang's details. Even with the joint efforts of several major families, they have only found out the broad outlines, and the final core secret has not yet been revealed. In the end, the top talkers in the major families issued orders, and they were never allowed to disobey the new chairman's orders. Several of the top talkers have spoken. How dare they, those connected people who were brought in by the family, dare to behave like monsters? At this time, seeing Dongfang, who didn't know how to live or die, dared to jump like this, they were all furious. Although they have made regular arrangements to make people in the company respect the new chairman. However, it was obvious that this guy didn't listen at all. At yesterday's ideological work meeting of the welcoming group, Wang Jing emphasized it again. However, it is obvious that Dongfang's level is too low, and he is not qualified to join the welcoming group. They also didn't expect that the first thing the new chairman would do when he came was to visit the company to understand the public sentiment. Misstep, misstep. Yi Yang narrowed his eyes. Yumomo had probably already investigated the relationship behind the Jade Mining Group for him. He fully understood what Dongfang meant by what he said. But he came here today to tell everyone that from now on, the Jade Mining Group will change. If you want to achieve this goal, it is the best choice to kill the chicken and scare the monkey by killing the Arankar. You mean the most influential person in the Jade Mining Group has the final say? Yi Yang asked, calmly, waving his hand to stop several directors who wanted to send people to kick Dongfang out. Ruined. He means it. It seems that the new chairman is determined to use Dongfang as a chicken and kill him like monkeys like them. These directors all knew the reason why Yi Yang stopped them, so they could only lie down and die, while watching coldly how capable Dongfang was of committing suicide. Of course. Dongfang laughed confidently. The entire Jade Mining Group has been here for so many years. Who do you think you are? You think you are the boss. After you spend a few dollars to control individual stocks. Shit. Just a casual word behind my family's back, I can get you out of this position. OMG. Several directors were covering their faces, just wanting to see how stupid he could be, when these words almost made them angry. You've been kicked in the head by a donkey. We are sitting on the board of directors because of our connections. How can someone sit on the chairman's seat just because of money? They are all complaining madly in their hearts. But it can't be said clearly. They could only shout, do you think the chairman can sit in this position just by spending money? You can't imagine how powerful and profound the chairman is. Get out. The company doesn't need a fool like you. Several directors shouted. Dongfang laughed, knowing that he would definitely not stay in the jade mine. He was just preparing to disgust Yi Yang before leaving. Let's go. I have a big family background, so it's easy for me to find a job. You old guys don't have any courage at all. You scared a young man like this. It's really funny. I feel that I am not appreciated in this company. Haha. You don't need to drive me away. I will leave by myself. Dongfang felt that he was extremely free and easy. He must look handsome. Yi Yang sneered, then I promise you, with my connections, you won't be able to find a second job in Beijing, not to mention the whole of China. What? Dongfang instantly felt that things were not as simple as he thought, but he still said stubbornly, who do you think you are? And the whole of China? Stop bragging. Not only can you not find a job, I promise you that the rest of your life will be miserable. Yi Yang waved his hand lightly. I was too lazy to say more to this kind of trash, just looked at the high-level group behind Wang Jing in the back, and said lightly, I know you all admire connections, and are used to speaking with connections, so today, I will clearly inform you that from now on, in the Jade Mine Group, I am the biggest connection. First update. I am the biggest relationship. This was a powerful statement. All the directors and senior executives were shocked. Obviously, it was impossible for the future Jade Mine Company to deceive subordinates and hide the truth from superiors and eat empty salaries like before. This new chairman is a bit overbearing. The key is that he still has strength. He said that he is the biggest relationship, and there is no way to refute it. I can't control what you did in the past. From today on, if I see any bad phenomena in the company again, get out of here. Yi Yang looked at Dongfang, whose face was a little pale, and you, now, immediately, get out. After the Words fell. Dongfang was frightened by the terrifying momentum and fell to the ground. The security guards who were ready to go next to him couldn't wait any longer, and rushed up directly, lifted Dongfang up, and then took him out and threw him at the door. Related things were also thrown out directly. Xiaoyu and others watched from the side, stunned the whole time. This is really being stunned by the handsomeness. They always thought that stunningly handsome was an exaggerated adjective until they experienced it with their own eyes today. Too strong. Originally, they thought that the manager who made things difficult for them and had connections behind him was a mountain that weighed down on them and made them breathless. However, such a big villain was just a speck of dust in front of Yi Yang. Destroying him has nothing to do with him. The most satisfying thing is that Yi Yang used the same reason as this big villain to punish him, treating him the way he treats himself. Isn't this too considerate of Xiaoyu's feelings? He is simply a super warm man. They found that they were more and more envious and admired this man. Wang Jing rolled his eyes, wanting to quickly change the awkward atmosphere on the scene and make the chairman happy. He turned his eyes to Xiaoyu and couldn't help but said repeatedly, "It seems that our board of directors doesn't have a secretary now. I think our board of directors should directly vote to let Miss Xiaoyu be the liaison secretary of the entire board of directors." Yes. Seconds. The eyes of the other directors all lit up and said repeatedly, "Liaison secretary?" Xiaoyu's eyes showed a trace of confusion. It is a person who specifically connects the chairman and the board of directors to communicate and discuss matters. He has great power. As long as he holds the seal granted by the chairman, he can generally act on behalf of the chairman and the company. Moreover, he only needs to be responsible to the chairman and provide personal service every day. There is no other work. Wang Jing said repeatedly. Ah, right, right. This is good. This is good. The other directors are all old hands, and they instantly understand what Wang Jing means. They all help and go with the flow. It's just that this liaison secretary is generally elected by the board of directors to check and balance the chairman. But now that Yi Yang is the only one in power, it is impossible to check and balance. It is better to do him a favor and give the secretary job directly to his girlfriend. Isn't it wonderful? The job is easy, and the salary is 10 times your current basic salary. Performance bonus and share are all calculated separately. Wang Jing said repeatedly. Really, really? The other sisters were drooling after hearing this. This is too good. A black chicken turned into a phoenix directly. Ah. It should be a white swan turned into a phoenix. Easy work. And so much money. Alas. Sister Xiaoyu is done now. Too powerful. We will have a big fight to hug in the future. The sisters were all laughing, and they were happy for Xiaoyu in their hearts. Well, since the board of directors agrees, let's do it this way. Yi Yang nodded and looked at Wang Jing. Although this old man is not good at doing serious work, he is very experienced in doing things like pushing the boat with the current and giving favors. In any case, this move won his heart. Seeing Yi Yang's satisfied look, Wang Jing was obviously very proud. Damn, I finally did something that satisfied the chairman. So proud. Then, shall we continue to shop? Wang Jing asked repeatedly. Let's go, and clear up the basic problems. Yi Yang nodded. Ahem, then as the liaison secretary, Xiao, you should also come with us, and get familiar with the business. By the way. Wang Jing quickly waved to Xiao. This is the chairman's girlfriend. Although I don't know which one she is still close to the chairman. It is definitely right to treat her well. Ah. Me. Good. Xiao obviously hasn't fully adapted to the change in her identity for a while. She was stunned for a while, and then hurried in. Before today, she didn't dare to imagine that she could walk among these big guys. Her social status didn't know how many levels she had risen in just a few minutes. Soon, Yang finished shopping in the entire company. Along the way, he did not show any mercy to any bad behavior he saw, and directly eliminated it with thunderous means. This reckless punishment made everyone tremble. It seems that the days when the second-generation rich who do not understand the business at all and come here to bully others are gone forever. The atmosphere of the entire company seems to have changed a lot in just a few hours. Many managers and second-generation rich are learning and improving themselves. The whole company is in a harmonious scene. The rotten atmosphere that I just came in with soon dissipated. Well, that's it. Yang finally finished his inspection. The directors all breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. It's finally over. Everyone should go and handle their own affairs. The potential and energy of the Jade Mine Group is far more than that. I want our profits to double every 10 years. Yang said lightly. This. Wang Jing knew very well that with the potential of the Jade Mine Group, it was not difficult to double the profits. It only required everyone to get off work on time and do their own work well in class. However, as a gathering place for second-generation rich people, can everyone have such work enthusiasm? According to the current salary standard of the company, the salary will increase by a corresponding ratio for every increase in profit. If it doubles, it will double. Yang said lightly, if you can't do your job well and still want to be a second-generation rich man in the company, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yes. If this is the case, then everyone's enthusiasm will suddenly soar. Several directors breathed a sigh of relief. According to the calculation method of salary increase, performance, and bonus, most people will still work actively. If there is anyone who is dissatisfied with my management, whether it is to find his grandfather or his great-grandfather, I will accompany him to the end. Yang said lightly, however, whether these old guys can withstand my tossing in the end, you can judge for yourself. Second update. Yes. Wang Jing and several other directors bowed their heads. What a joke, why did you let the old man come over? We were warned by our own old man not to disobey you, okay? The other ordinary high-level officials were extremely unhappy. After all, their family's status was not very high. Unlike the family behind Wang Jing, they couldn't even find out the extended information. Therefore, I actually felt dissatisfied with Yang's thunderous methods. However, several of the directors they usually respect have bowed their heads, so naturally they don't have the courage to resist. They have a much greater background than me, and they don't even jump out at me, so why do I go out and commit suicide? Didn't see Dong Feng just now, he came out to sneer, and before he finished farting, he was kicked out of the company. They dare not touch such thunderous methods. After the lecture, Yang also completed the process of the Jade Mining Company, and then took Xiao for a casual stroll. I Really didn't expect that you are actually the boss of the Jade Mining Group. Xiaoyu's eyes glowed. Haha, there are more things you didn't expect. Yi Yang pinched Xiaoyu's little face. You will see many things in the future, so don't be frightened. I think the fact that you are the boss of the Jade Mining Group is enough to temper my nerves. This incident didn't scare me, silly. Nothing should scare me in the future. Xiaoyu set the flag confidently. Is it? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and laughed. I hope so. After saying that, he saw Momo coming over after sorting out the information. Boss, Mr. Wang is looking for you. Momo handed over the phone. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and took the phone. Hello? Yes, it's me. When I picked up the phone, I found out it was Wang Silin. Boss, today is Quanzi's birthday party. I have invited friends from all over. I heard that, boss, you have also come to the capital recently. Do you want to come and join us? Wang Silin kept saying. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Wang Xiaocong's birthday? He had just been involved in a dog-licking scandal a few days ago, and now that he was having a birthday party, he didn't know what to say, but it was time for him to go see him, comfort him, and educate him. Okay, I'll be there in a moment. Yi Yang said calmly. Okay. Our humble abode is waiting for your visit, boss. Wang Silin kept saying. Well, that's it. After Yi Yang finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Xiaoyu knew that Yi Yang was in contact with all important people, so he didn't dare to ask questions, so he had to wait nearby obediently. Yi Yang came over after making a phone call. I have to go back and sort out the information about the jade mine with the secretarial team. The boss and Miss Xiaoyu will attend this banquet. It is estimated that this birthday banquet will not involve any business contacts, and the boss will definitely be able to handle it. Umo smiled and said. Good. Yi Yang nodded, feeling more and more that Momo was a really warm-hearted little secretary, who was favored but not fighting for favor, and was too sensible. Momo quickly took the account book and left. Let's go, I'll take you to eat something delicious. Yi Yang smiled and tilted his head to Xiaoyu. Eat delicious food? Xiaoyu was stunned. Well, I have a little brother who has a birthday. Let's go to the birthday party. Yi Yang opened WeChat and found that Wang Xiaocong had sent him an invitation message a long time ago, but he didn't read WeChat very much, and only then did he realize it. Oh, let's go quickly. It's not good to keep our friends waiting. Xiaoyu asked repeatedly. Who is this friend? Don't let me not recognize his name by then, it will be a bit embarrassing. You also know this person. Once you meet him, you will know his name. Yi Yang smiled mysteriously and said lightly. Ah. Xiaoyu scratched his head. She and Yi Yang had only known each other for a few days, so they probably didn't have any friends in common yet. How could he be able to call his little brother's name when he saw him? Ah. She suddenly thought that Yi Yang was still a big star. Wouldn't this guy be a well-known actor? But she usually doesn't pay attention to the entertainment industry and doesn't know any young talents. What if Yi Yang overestimates her and still doesn't recognize her? She pouted, but thinking of Yi Yang's domineering personality, she didn't ask any more questions and just followed him into the car obediently. The Rolls-Royce Silver Phantom turned on instantly and drove out with a bang. It makes pedestrians on the street look sideways, but after all, it is a super luxury car. Although some people can recognize that it is a statuette, they may not be able to recognize that it is a Rolls-Royce silver ghost worth more than 90 million. Occasionally, those who could recognize them all burst out an exclamation, wondering if their eyes were blurred. Halfway through the drive, Jiangjing suddenly changed his route. After all, if you are attending someone else's birthday party, it's better to bring some gifts. Although with his status, if he could go, it would make the Wang Silan family shine, and there was no need to bring any gifts. But to comfort my sad good buddy, it's better to buy some. He and Wang Xiaozong have a good personal relationship. They have also given him several T-level female celebrity resources and pornographic information. How about choosing a gift to return the favor? We drove to Wangfu Street. There are many famous watch shops on Wangfu Street. They all looked good, but after visiting a few stores, Jiangjing found that the prices were too low, and couldn't help shaking his head. How can this price be afforded? It's outrageous. It's a famous watch store in Beijing, and it's just this. Xiaoyu, who was standing by, was stunned. How could he give it away at this price? She looked at the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona in front of her, and the 735,200 yen label under the watch, and fell into deep confusion. Is it really impossible to give away a watch worth more than 700,000? Is the world of the rich so terrifying? She had originally made an optimistic estimate of Jiangjing's wealth, but now it seems that it is even more outrageous than her estimate. Otherwise, how could he say so confidently that a watch worth more than 700,000 is not worth giving away? It's outrageous. To her, this sounded too Versailles, but looking at Jiangjing's demeanor and listening to his tone, it was so natural. Alas, it really fits the lyrics. Often your unintentional seriousness hurts people the most. After a round, Jiangjing entered the Omega store. Take me directly to the core exhibition area, Jiangjing said lightly. Upon hearing this and seeing the dress, the clerk instantly judged that this was a super boss. After all, most people don't know that famous watch stores have a second-floor core exhibition area. Ordinary watches worth tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands are generally in the mass exhibition area. And the most powerful series and limited edition watches of each brand are all placed in it. First update. Sir, this is our core exhibition area. The cheapest model is the Flywheel 4705 model, which is priced at 990,000 yuan. The salesperson was obviously very skilled in introducing it. Well, the core exhibition area of this store is barely acceptable. Jiangjing nodded slightly. Many brands do have expensive series, but those expensive series are generally limited to sale. There are only a few in the world, and many stores can't get even one. For example, the turret artisan 000R in his hand, there is probably only one in the whole of China. Because the store he went to happened to be the head office of Vacheron Constantin in China. So the store manager, Gong Qing, had such an extreme world-class watch in his hand. Well, Jiangjing looked around. Watches are generally used to check the time. Most of the rich people buy watches for investment, in addition to pretending to be cool. For example, even if I bought this 000R for 100 million, it is worth it, because in a few years, this watch will be hyped up to 100 million, tens of millions, or even 200 million, and the assets of the unsold goods will increase by 100 million. However, super rich people like Jiangjing don't care much about this 100 million. Only those small bosses with a net worth of only tens of billions or hundreds of billions still care about the millions or Tens of millions earned from the appreciation of the watch. This Omega 513.98.39.21.56.001 is not bad, this is it. Yi Yang pointed to the watch in the display cabinet in front of him. The clerk was also shocked by this calm and overwhelming momentum. Omega 513.98.39.21.56.001 is the strongest category in Omega's most powerful series. Only 3 of this watch are launched. The watch mirror is made of wear-resistant sapphire. On its dazzling case, the 18K red gold second hand is directly mounted on the titanium tourbillon frame. The platinum case is paved with 170 rectangular cut diamonds, and the most precious thing is its movement. On the movement, there are 289 single cut diamonds. The watch uses a gray leather strap with platinum stitching, and it is equipped with a platinum 950 automatic thallium. The back of the tourbillon mainboard is engraved with the watchmaker's initials. And the price of this watch is also the highest in Omega. A full 499.9999 W Chinese currency. Gurgle. 5 million for a watch. This. Xiaoyu was so shocked that she covered her mouth. Just after boasting that she would no longer be shocked by Yi Yang's wealth and life, she broke her own flag. In any case, for an ordinary person like Xiaoyu, a watch worth 5 million is too challenging to her worldview and money. With this money, you can buy a house in the outer ring of Beijing. If you go to a second or third tier city, you will have a complete RV and a lot left over. Pack it up. After Yi Yang saw it, he packed it up without saying anything. He turned around and looked at Xiaoyu. Pick one you like, and you can choose any of the ones here. Oh. This is too expensive. Xiaoyu said that she couldn't accept this kind of cross-level consumption for a while. If you want to be my girlfriend, you have to get used to this level of consumption. Choose quickly. Yi Yang patted Xiaoyu's head and smiled. If you don't like it, I will accompany you to buy one from another store that you like. Wow. The clerk next to him worked in this kind of store and was used to seeing many rich people, but it was the first time he saw such a rich man. His eyes lit up, so happy, so envious. Amid the envious eyes of everyone, Xiaoyu visited several more stores. In the nearby Bulgari watch store, he chose a Cartier Creative Gem Series HPI 01061 watch. Yi Yang had rejected several watches worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan that she had taken a fancy to before. There was no other reason. Only a faint sentence, too cheap, not worthy of your status. In the end, she chose this Cartier Creative Gem Series HPI 01061 watch worth 1.5 million yuan. It was the highest price she could accept. It will take me some time to adapt, my overbearing CEO brother. Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue and negotiated. Okay, I will allow you to buy such a cheap one this time. I will bring you here again in a few days. At that time, you must choose a watch with a price that I am satisfied with. Yi Yang nodded and agreed to Xiaoyu's small request. Xiaoyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was too overbearing. But it seemed that this overbearing unexpectedly made her very happy. As soon as she arrived at the first floor, she met an old friend. Hey! Isn't this Yi Yang? Looking at the man wearing a high-end windbreaker and walking with his girlfriend, Yi Yang sighed. Why did he and his old friend always meet again in the watch store? This man is called Zhao Fengzhan. He lived in the same neighborhood as me when I was a kid and we often played together. He has no other problems, but he likes to show off. However, showing off is human nature. Some people are tired of showing off too much, while others have nothing to show off. In addition to these two types of people, there is another type who will never get tired of showing off. Zhao Fengzhan obviously belongs to the third type. Haha, long time no see, you also came to Beijing to develop? Zhao Fengzhan raised his eyebrows, looked at Yi Yang and Xiaoyu beside him, and was surprised. Great, you boy, you actually found such a beautiful girlfriend. He looked at his girlfriend next to him, although she was not bad looking either. But compared to a top product like Xiaoyu, it's 2 or 3 levels behind. The arrogance of wanting to compete was instantly aroused. After all, his family was relatively wealthy when he was a child. Now that he has grown up, if Yi Yang lives better than him and finds a girlfriend who is prettier than him, wouldn't he be very embarrassed? Next, the two parties also got to know each other. Yi Yang also knew that Zhao Fengzhan's girlfriend was called Lu Yufeng. Are you here to buy a watch for your girlfriend too? Zhao Fengzhan and Yi Yang showed off the watch he wanted to buy for his girlfriend. Cartier WSCL 0005. Oh. Didn't I just get my salary and plan to buy a watch for my girlfriend, haha. Zhao Fengzhan shook his head. It's a full 40,000. Half a month's salary is gone like this. It's really a bit expensive. But for my girlfriend. Haha, you have to pay. That's a bit expensive. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was just about to say, why don't you buy this watch as a gift? But when I heard that Zhao Fengzhan's salary was 80,000 yuan a month, I couldn't help but sympathize with him and had no choice but to cooperate with his performance. After all, he was his childhood playmate. It's not a big sin to like to show off, but it's better to save him some face in front of his girlfriend. We've already picked out the list. Yi Yang said casually, where are you working now? Why is the salary so low? No, it's pretty good. Aha. Zhao Fengzhan didn't pay much attention to the details, he just wanted to show his current situation. I have been working as a regional manager in Yida recently. This time I came to the capital to report on my work. Alas, there is no car in the capital. So I had to take my girlfriend to the company car for a while. Second update. Going to Yida? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and nodded slightly. Most of the companies with high wages in Huaxia belong to him. If you meet a high-paying migrant worker, there is a half chance that he will be one of his employees. So he was not surprised by this. Brother Yi, where are you going soon? This is a special car assigned to me by the company. It costs more than 1 million yuan in a business car, and it has a very spacious space. If you are on your way, brother, I will give you a ride. Zhao Fengzhan waved his hand generously and said with a smile. I would also like to go to Yida, but Yi Yang smiled, I have my own car. Oh, what a coincidence. But how can I have a car that is as comfortable as my own? Zhao Fengzhan laughed and said, let's take my public car. Experience it. Yi Yang dared to bring his girlfriend into a store like this, and the clothes he was wearing should not be of the quality that other brands of clothes can have, so Zhao Fengzhan was not surprised that Yi Yang had already bought a car. But he was a little curious as to why Yi Yang wanted to go to Yida. No matter what happened, it was better for Yi Yang, an old friend, to be promising than not. He happened to take this opportunity to show off his strength, and maybe there would be times when they would be useful to each other in the future. Therefore, I also wanted to pull Yi Yang to go to Yida with great enthusiasm. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't resist Zhao Fengzhan's infinite enthusiasm, so he nodded too. Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu blinked, huh? So you're going to Yida? Isn't Yida an industrial company mainly engaged in real estate and movie theaters? How come there are celebrities that I know? She shrugged, but still trusted Yi Yang and followed him out. Hey. This is right. Seeing Yi Yang agree, Zhao Fengzhan was also extremely happy. The special pickup car sent by Yida to Zhao Fengzhan was the Alpha Nanny car, which probably cost just over 1 million, although it seemed very domineering and impressive to ordinary people. But for Yi Yang, it was relatively ordinary. It's just a trip to accompany an old friend. $1 million car is just $1 million car, that's acceptable. After getting in the car, Zhao Fengzhan was obviously very interested in talking and kept talking. But most of them are, of course, bragging about how hard it has been over the years and hard work, and then lamenting that now I have achieved this kind of achievement and the beauty of life, blah blah blah. Hey. So you still have to struggle, eh? Lot in life. He said, shaking his head. While enjoying his girlfriend's adoring eyes, he thought about Yi Yang's envy of him. By the way, what are you going to Yida for? Want to buy a house? I know a few sales managers in Beijing. I will introduce them to you, mention my name, and give you a 10% discount. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. A house is a lifelong event for ordinary people. Especially for houses in the capital. A 10% discount would be a million-level loss. Despite his tendency to show off too much, this old friend is still a good person. Just a pity. He has no shortage of houses now. Either buying a house, or going to a party. Yi Yang said, casually. Reunion? Zhao Fengzhan blinked, a little confused, but he stopped asking. But his girlfriend kept looking at Yi Yang. Occasionally, he looked at Xiaoyu with some jealousy. Yi Yang looks more handsome than his boyfriend. But being handsome can't be eaten as a meal. She was thinking about it, but she couldn't figure out what Yi Yang was doing along the way. Although she is Zhao Fengzhan's girlfriend, to put it bluntly, she is just using Zhao Fengzhan as a meal ticket. Zhao Fengzhan is now a super social elite with an annual salary of 1 million, and you can spend money with him. It's that simple. As for the oaths of alliance he said when he was chasing Zhao Fengzhan, they were all false. Brother Yi, you also go to high-end places and have extraordinary appearance. I just don't know what kind of job you are doing. Lu Yufeng raised her charming eyes and asked. Zhao Fengzhan, who had never been embarrassed to ask, also looked over. I don't have a fixed job. I just invest, manage shares, and so on. Yi Yang said, casually. Ah. Is that so? Zhao Fengzhan was a little surprised. They are all shareholders. Are they out of the category of beating workers? I don't think so. If you spend tens of thousands of dollars to speculate in stocks online, that can be considered investment and management of shares. Lu Yufeng was obviously dissatisfied with Yi Yang's answer, and asked again and again, what kind of company is it? How much shareholding is it? How much can it earn in a year? Zhao Fengzhan frowned, maybe. Brother Yi doesn't want to talk about it, so don't ask. Huh, stingy, there's nothing you can't say about this. Lu Yufeng hugged her big breasts and pouted in dissatisfaction. Yi Yang looked around at the couple and laughed, having already Figured out the situation of these two people at least 78 points. Now his vision of looking at people has already improved several levels compared to before. You can tell who they are and what they think at a glance. This Lu Yufeng is obviously not a peaceful woman. There's nothing that can't be said. I just invested in 7 or 8 trillion level companies. They all accounted for more than 50% of the shares. I haven't calculated the total assets. I can't calculate them clearly. Yi Yang spread his hands and spoke truthfully. Forehead. Zhao Fengzhan's face froze. Haha, I say you, an old friend, are so good at boasting. If you don't want to say it, you don't have to do such completely unreasonable things. Lu Yufeng curled her lips and felt that Yi Yang was just a strong person but a weak person. He probably didn't have much ability. He had simply misjudged the person. The so-called investment and management of shares is nothing more than buying stocks with some money. I don't even have a serious job. I just speculate in stocks at home every day, haha. She sneered inwardly and instantly lost interest in Yi Yang. I originally thought that if Yi Yang was not bad at making money, I would poach Yi Yang and become Yi Yang's girlfriend. For her, everything is driven by profit. If the overall score is higher, she will immediately chase the next one. All feelings are empty. Emotions will only affect her progress in becoming an invincible scumbag. But she obviously didn't consider the obvious gap between herself and Xiaoyu. The consequence of poaching is most likely to break your own hoe and not be able to pry out a grain of soil. Ahem, brother Yi, don't be offended. Her personality is like this. I'll talk to her when I get back. Zhao Fengzhan said, extremely embarrassed. Although she said that, she also Xiaoyu was obviously unhappy with the way Lu Yufeng looked at Yi Yang, and what he said after that clearly meant she looked down on her husband. My husband is an international star. He is also the chairman of the Jade Mining Group. Although it is not worth 1 trillion, it is still a super large group worth tens of billions. How can the status of this little girl be ridiculed in the movie? She just wanted to maintain the dignity of her boyfriend. Yi Yang called. At first glance, it turned out to be Wang Silan's call. First update. Well, it's me. After Yi Yang answered the phone, he said casually. Boss, are you arriving soon? I will greet you at the door of Yida building. Wang Silan is obviously very positive. Yi Yang is the biggest guest at this banquet. Of course, you have to come over quickly to greet me, so as not to be negligent. Well, I'll be there soon. Yi Yang said, it's the company's business car. Why are you in the company's business car? Wang Silan was obviously a little confused, but naturally he would not pursue such small details too closely. He heard Wang Xiaozong say that Yi Yang's own car cost tens of millions, but he would actually be rewarded with riding in the company's extremely cheap business car, which was only worth 1 million. But he was too lazy to think about these things. The most important thing was that Yi Yang was coming. He stood up. The guests present looked at him in surprise. He cupped his fists and said, excuse me, everyone. I have to go out to meet a real distinguished guest. Oh. Is there anyone else who can make Mr. Wang such a distinguished guest come to you? If you go to greet him in person, you will probably be a person with a net worth of at least 1 trillion, right? I can't stop watching. Maybe he is a super boss. Seeing that Wang Silan didn't even want to leave any time to explain, he quickly asked his secretary to go with him to the front to greet the distinguished guests. The other guests present were extremely surprised, and the voices of speculation also sounded one after another. It seems we have to be prepared too. This is a big boss that Mr. Wang Silin respects. I don't know which one it is. Wang Xiaozong sat there, looking at the suspicious looks of his uncles, and felt like laughing out loud. He knew very well that the person coming was his brother Yi. Door. Wang Silin was waiting with a group of Yida's senior executives and secretaries. Soon, the Alpha Nanny car parked at the door of Yida. Why are there so many people? So lively? Lu Yufeng stuck her head out and looked at Yida's door, blinking, and asked, I don't know. Does the company have any particularly important events today? Zhao Fengzhan was the regional manager of Yida in other places. He had no idea what activities were going on at the head office, so he asked the driver. Today is Xiaodong's birthday. Many big guys came to Yida to celebrate Xiaodong's birthday. The driver laughed. Ah. Zhao Fengzhan sighed. The birthday party of the son of the CEO of Yida must only be attended by the real top people in society. Although I am a manager in Yida, I am still in the same heaven and on the earth with that kind of existence for the rest of my life. There is no chance of intersection. Yi Yang shook his head dumbfounded. That's not necessarily the case. Alas. Brother, you don't understand. Who is Wang Silin? He is the former richest man in China. The big guys he hangs out with are terrifying existences worth hundreds of billions at least. The two major business families in Beijing, Zhuge, the Jia family and the Mo family, are now his right-hand men. Zhao Fengzhan shook his head and showed off his knowledge of the high-end circle. I really don't know when I will have the opportunity to talk to a boss of this level. If I can really talk to a boss of this level. It's such a blessing to meet each other. That's right. Lu Yufeng snorted. You definitely can't imagine how a being of that level lives. After saying that, she looked at Yida building with bright eyes. If it's Wang Silin, he's so rich, but he doesn't have to be so picky about his age. His overall score is definitely much better than Zhao Fengzhan's. If I can see Wang Silin, I want to fight for it no matter what. Her eyes were filled with the fire of struggle. This is the independent woman in modern society. Rely on your own hard work, battle of wits and courage, and hard work to marry into a wealthy family. How touching. It's simply heartwarming. As she was thinking about it, she was almost moved to tears by me. It was so touching that I was so fucked up. Yi Yang had nothing to say. Huh? Why does the man standing at the door look familiar? The driver let out a light sigh. Zhao Fengzhan also came over. Fuck. The two of them exhaled in unison. Lu Yufeng frowned, feeling that her boyfriend was making as much fuss as a driver. He was very unqualified. And simply too low. Thinking about it, she also approached. Who is it? It's our director Wang. Wang Silin, the chief director of Yida Group and the former richest man in China. The two said in succession. Fuck. Lu Yufeng also said, my dear, all your wishes have come true. Her heart was pounding. It all depends on whether the black chicken can turn into a phoenix, the carp can leap over the dragon's gate, and whether he can become a successful person. Even if you can't win over the old man, you can still make money by picking up Wang Xiaozong. Anyway, he is much more awesome than the current Zhao Fengzhan. She licked her lips and her eyes lit up. In my mind, I imagined countless scenarios. Before I could finish thinking about it, the car stopped. At the door of Yida, a group of people filed out. Should I say hello to the chairman? Zhao Fengzhan murmured in his heart. But for such a super awesome person, he definitely wasn't standing at the door waiting for him. If I go there rashly, there are so many senior executives in the company, and they ignore me, wouldn't it be embarrassing? I'm afraid I will be scolded in the company in the future, he thought. However, Wang Silan seemed to look over. The next moment, it seemed that he was walking towards me. Is it an illusion? Or? He looked back, and there was no one else behind him, only Yi Yang and his girlfriend followed him leisurely to the door of the building. Just when Zhao Fengzhan was puzzled, Lu Yufeng's heart was beating wildly. And the whole person was excited. Could it be that this old man saw my peerless beauty among thousands of people at first sight, and wanted to come over to stage a scene of a domineering president snatching his wife on the spot? Maybe I can rely on this opportunity to become popular and become a big internet celebrity. She even imagined that she would be an internet celebrity in the future, what kind of live broadcast goods she would bring, and how much money she would make. Here. Her eyes were full of excitement, and he was indeed coming for her. She couldn't help but want to step forward to welcome Wang Silan's arms. Boss Yi. You're finally here. With 7 or 8 meters to go, Wang Silan smiled, opened his arms, and laughed loudly. Everyone except Yi Yang was stunned. Boss Yi. Where did Boss Yi come from? Zhao Fengzhan's brain slowed down for a moment before he reacted, and he was dumbfounded. What? You're not here for me? Lu Yufeng's first reaction was this, and before the second thought came out, she was pulled aside by Wang Silan's bodyguards and almost fell. Second update. You dare to push me. Just as Lu Yufeng was about to yell, Zhao Fengzhan covered his mouth after reacting. His eyes were full of panic. Silkbone chicken, blackbone, doo-doo, doo-roo. Lu Yufeng's mouth was covered and she was speechless. But it was obviously very incredible that it had passed over her. How dare you ignore yourself? I'm so angry that this new society is so cruel to women. Yi Yang and Wang Silan hugged each other for a while and then separated. Boss, long time no see. I didn't expect you to come here as a favor. Wang Silan laughed, already used to the setting that Yi Yang was his boss, and his voice was very smooth and happy. Can you not be happy hugging your thighs? Several trillion-dollar companies under Yi Yang were rivals before. But now they are helping each other. Their business has increased and their funds are much more than before. After all, we all belong to the same family, so who wants to see who? Although my shares have become smaller, I have more money than before. Not to mention Wang Silan's discomfort, he wakes up laughing every night from his dreams. It's like lying down and winning every day. Being acquired by Yi Yang is the luckiest thing that has happened to Yida since its establishment. Being able to recognize Yi Yang as his boss is Wang Silan's most impressive achievement in his life so far. Seeing Wang Silan act so humbly, Zhao Fengzhan and Lu Yufeng both opened their mouths and were completely confused. What is going on? Wang Silan actually treated his former playmate with such respect? Moreover, he still calls people boss. Isn't he the chairman of Yida Group? Zhao Fengzhan suddenly remembered what Yi Yang said about his career in the car It's just investing and operating the shares, by the way. Now I am just a shareholder of several trillion-dollar companies. As for the assets, I can't calculate them clearly anyway, so I won't talk about them. Damn, these words, can't they all be true? Zhao Fengzhan was stunned, and his whole person fell into a blank confusion. Even the arrogant Lu Yufeng forgot her anger for a moment and was completely frightened. I don't know if he is a major shareholder of several trillion-dollar groups. Anyway, he must be the super major shareholder of Yida Group. Otherwise, Wang Xilin could be treated like this? Asking such a big shot to act on the spot? That's simply impossible. Lu Yufeng pinched Zhao Fengzhan's thigh hard. Hiss, what are you doing? Zhao Fengzhan glared at Lu Yufeng. Lu Yufeng looked at Zhao Fengzhan's expression. It hurts so much, it shouldn't be a dream. You. Zhao Fengzhan's face turned red with anger. But it's not easy to have an attack in front of a lot of senior officials now. Shall we go in? Wang Xilin waved his hands and smiled. Good. Yi Yang nodded. He came here just to celebrate Wang Xiaocong's birthday. After taking 2 steps, he turned around and saw Xiaoyu dumbfounded. He smiled slightly. They all say not to raise the flag too early, but now you are shocked again, aren't you? Xiaoyu finally came to his senses. My whole body trembled. My boyfriend's identity seemed to be getting more and more terrifying. From being considered a big star at the beginning, to the chairman of the Jade Mining Group, to the largest shareholder of Yida Group. Who is Wang Xilin? He was once the richest man in China. It topped the China Forbes list that year. Such a super big man who only exists in legends and will never have any interactions with him in his life is actually nodding and bowing to his boyfriend. Xiaoyu remembered what he said in the car just now. It cannot be. No way. No way. She blinked. No wonder Yi Yang spent millions without blinking. He also said that $1 million watch was too cheap and told her not to buy such a watch next time. It turned out that Yi Yang really had such qualifications and confidence. Let's go. Yi Yang knew that it would be difficult for a girl from an ordinary family to suddenly accept that she had a richest boyfriend. If it were anyone else, they would find that their boyfriend or girlfriend is actually the richest man in China. You have to be frightened on the spot, and you have to give the other party a process of acceptance. Oh. Although Xiaoyu is a gold medal jade salesman and prides himself on being clever and intelligent, the impact was too great, so he had to let Yi Yang lead him and walk into Yida building like an obedient kitten. When Wang Xilin saw Yi Yang treating Xiaoyu like this, he smiled kindly at her. The boss is really gorgeous, and the girls around him are all stunning. This luck is also amazing. As a big boss, of course, I want to get in touch with more beautiful girls, but the beautiful ones are easy to find, but the stunning ones are hard to find. Even if you have money and no luck, you may not be able to meet such a beautiful girl for more than 10 years. The boss is truly a man of destiny. He shook his head and sighed. By the way, boss, do you know those 2 people just now? Wang Xilin asked again and again. We know each other, but we haven't contacted each other for a long time. Yi Yang nodded. Oh, I see. Wang Xilin immediately understood that if he was a good friend of the boss, he would definitely need to be promoted, but if he was not familiar with him, he would naturally forget about it. After all, big guys like Yi Yang, are actually very careful about their reputation. Promoting a messy person is nothing but ruining his reputation. It's not worth it at all. Watching Yi Yang, Xiaoyu, Wang Xilin and other executives walk into the building, Lu Yufeng felt that she had suffered a great loss. Yi Yang, such a big guy, was sitting next to her, and she actually mocked him. Didn't seize the opportunity? She was extremely regretful, and her intestines were green with regret. Such a young, handsome and extremely rich person, you can't find a second one in China, right? Looking at the whole world, how many can there be? She suddenly realized that she had let go of the only best option in the world. Her soul was tortured with endless pain. She claimed to be a top scumbag. But she gave up the biggest opportunity right in front of her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and she was so angry that she gave Zhao Fengzhan a few big mouths. What the hell are you doing? Zhao Fengzhan was a little unhappy with Lu Yufeng just now. In addition, after Yi Yang's identity was exposed, the shock he received made him feel mixed emotions, and he could no longer suppress his anger. If it weren't for this stupid woman who spoke without restraint in the car, maybe what Yi Yang said just now would be different. For that kind of big boss, not to mention a word, even a word could affect his life's development fortune. If he had made Yi Yang happy just now, it would not be difficult to imagine that he would be able to rise to the top in the group in the future. No more obstacles. But now, such a shortcut was completely blocked by a few words from this stupid woman. He wanted to beat her to death. First update. You made me lose such a great opportunity. Are you still upset? Lu Yufeng laughed. Why don't you buy me a new bag to make up for it? Zhao Fengzhan was really angry. What did I make you lose? I don't care, anyway, you offended me. You must buy me something to make up for it. Lu Yufeng said. I'll give you a slap in the face. Zhao Fengzhan couldn't stand it anymore and slapped Lu Yufeng away. 2. Be a senior manager with a monthly salary of 80,000, he is not an ordinary man who can be manipulated by everyone. He is dating Lu Yufeng because she looks good. Second, she is very proactive and coquettish. Even if she has a little temper on weekdays, it doesn't affect much, and he thinks it is a normal phenomenon of dating. Today, he has seen through it. This is a pretentious and brainless woman. She is not worthy of being his girlfriend, otherwise his future will be ruined by her sooner or later. He is determined to break up with this stupid woman. What? You dare to hit me? Don't you want to be together anymore? Break up. Lu Yufeng roared in disbelief. Whatever you wish for. Zhao Fengzhan was stunned for a moment, and his face instantly showed ecstasy. Great. Let's break up now, and you and I will have nothing to do with each other in the future. After saying that, he ran away quickly, fearing that this brain-dead girl would delay him for another second. Lu Yufeng was stunned in place, with a confused face. What happened? In a moment of distraction, both people and money were gone. Not only did she not get the big rich guy, but the meal ticket in her hand also grew wings and flew away. Damn it. What is this? She squatted on the ground on the spot and cried violently. The venue of Yida building. Yi Yang and Xiaoyu entered it under the escort of Wang Xilin and other senior executives. The bigwigs from all parties present were watching this scene intently. They had just guessed for a long time who Wang Xilin had invited. Now when Wang Xilin entered the door, he was followed by a young man. Although he was dazzlingly handsome, he was indeed too young. Is this a super boss? Some old guys who were eliminated by the internet were completely confused. Although there are always talented people in every generation, each leading the trend for hundreds of years. But this young man is really a bit unfamiliar. He is even more coquettish than Wang Silin. Boss. Mark King, who was present, also stood up quickly. Just now, I saw Wang Silin so anxious to go out, and I thought he might be going to greet you. Alas, it's all because of Wang Silin, the old man, who didn't tell me that I didn't go to the door to greet him. I hope the boss won't blame me. The other big guys present were even more confused. Now the highest-ranking ones present are Wang Silin and Mark King. These two are both veritable trillion-dollar big guys. Before they could restrain their shocked expressions, Zhuge Yuanmo and Mo Dongshan both left their seats to greet Yi Yang. Mo Xingjing sat next to Mo Dongshan and secretly made faces at Yi Yang. Hiss. What? The three major business families in Beijing, Wang family, Zhuge family, and Mo family. The heads of the three families all left their seats to greet him. The shock on the faces of the big guys was one wave after another, and they hadn't waited for them to summarize what happened. The several big guys who came from the military all stood up and saluted. Major General Yi. Damn it. The old men were so scared that they got goosebumps. This time, they didn't care about anything, let alone their identities. They all stood up and said in unison, "Welcome, Mr. Yi." No matter if he knows him or not, such a big guy is praising him, his status must be much higher than his own. Just call him big guy. And, such a young major general. Oh my God. He must be a core-level existence in the future. One sentence is enough to make the entire industry where anyone present is located tremble. And Xiaoyu, who was following Yi Yang, had already become a wooden man. Numb. Numb from shock. The whole person was slower than wood. What kind of strong man did she choose? In her early 20s, a big star? Major general? Business tycoon? Even if she daydreams, the Prince Charming she dreams of is not as good as Yi Yang. After all, imagination limits the dreams of many people. She has never seen such an upper-class society, and she can't even dream of such an existence. In front of such a man, she actually said ignorantly that she would not be shocked by him again. At this moment, she understood the meaning of the smile on Yi Yang's mouth after hearing this sentence. I can only say that she is still too young. Is this really true? Xiaoyu wanted to pinch herself, but Yi Yang grabbed her wrist directly. Don't do anything stupid. Yi Yang gently kissed her earlobe. This temperature can't be faked. Xiaoyu was suddenly aroused as if she was in the clouds, her whole body was light and fluttering. If Yi Yang hadn't held her, she would have fallen to the ground. Is this the feeling of being the little wife of a domineering president? This feeling, even if it happens once in a lifetime, is worth it. If other young people showed affection in front of these bosses, they would have been killed long ago. However, once this person is Yi Yang, these big guys will have no choice but to continue to bow to him and will not dare to complain at all. You don't need to see anyone outside. Today, I celebrate the birthday of my little brother Wang Xiaocong, haha. Just feel free to do whatever you want. Yi Yang laughed and waved his hand. Call. These big guys breathed a sigh of relief, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. However, the status of the Wang family has become heavier in their hearts. Although the Wang family is already very scary, a being who can be praised by all the super top bosses present is taking care of the Wang family and even gives face to attend this birthday party. This meaning is much more important than simply being a Wang family. This is a gift I randomly picked for you on the way. We don't have to pay attention to so many red tapes. Although it is a bit cheaper, it is still a thoughtful gift. Yi Yang, casually, took out the Omega 513.98.39.21.56.001 wrapped in an expensive gift box and handed it to Wang Xiaozong. Thank you, brother. Yi. Wang Xiaozong's eyes were almost red with emotion. Since the dog-licking scandal broke out a few days ago, he has almost become a laughingstock in the wealthy circle. Now Yi Yang gave him this watch, obviously intentionally or unintentionally, he was helping him to show off. In his heart, he was naturally grateful. Here I go, this is Omega 513.98.39.21.56.001. He is indeed a super boss. He can give you 5 million as a gift. Don't you think it's too cheap? I really want to be friends with Mr. Yi. It's a pity that I'm not qualified, alas. You are quite self-aware. Second update. Afterwards, the banquet continued. This time it was said to be Wang Xiaozong's birthday party, and Wang Xilin was mainly inviting the guests in person. The interest relationships behind the gathering between big guys are not simple. Every time there is an excuse or opportunity for a gathering, I take advantage of it. None of the big guys present had their minds on Wang Xiaozong. They came over and said a few congratulatory words in an elder's tone before going back to chat on their own. The main content of the chat is probably internal information exchange, business operations, and the like. Among the people who actually came to celebrate Wang Xiaozong's business, Yi Yang was the only real boss. Qin Feng patted Wang Xiaozong on the shoulder. What's going on, Xiaozong? I heard that something happened to you a few days ago? I just came back from Las Vegas and I don't know much about it. Can you tell me? As expected of Brother Feng. You went gambling again, did you win this time? Wang Xiaozong obviously didn't want to mention this matter and wanted to change the topic. Tell me your story quickly and don't interrupt. Qin Feng obviously lost a lot of money this time, and he didn't want to mention it, so he kept saying. Yi Yang watched from the side and shook his head and laughed. The two of them were jumping wildly in each other's minefield. Mo Jingjing was obviously more interested in the master and gossiped about Xiaoyu with Yi Yang for a long time. Master, you are too strong. Mo Jingjing gave Yi Yang a thumbs up, smiled slightly, and said nothing. Yi Yang had a dark look on his face and turned to look at Wang Xiaozong. I think it's up to Xiaozong to talk about his affairs. A few days ago, it was reported on the internet that the chat records between Wang Xiaozong and an internet celebrity were exposed. In the records, there are screenshots of Wang Xiaozong talking about earthy love words. Netizens jokingly said that the super rich second generation has to be a licking dog to pick up girls. He also said top rich second generation people have to act like a dog licker when looking for a girlfriend. Why should you, a rubbish ordinary person, not act like a dog licker? What does it matter to me? Wang Xiaozong was also shot while lying down, but now that Brother Yi has spoken, he can only bite the bullet and say, hey, let's play it off. In fact, we have both sent dog-licking messages to each other, but netizens only want to see the eldest son licking dog, publicizing this Makes dog licking seem less shameful. They only want to see what they want to see. What can I say? I posted several times, but no one paid attention to what I said. Yi Yang nodded slightly. How unusual. Is it for a super rich second generation to say some earthy love words to a girl? Everyone is used to the common chat records of internet celebrities licking the rich second generation, so naturally they have no interest in forwarding them. I admit that I am a scumbag. I am not a good person. I have had countless internet celebrities, but this woman is not a good person either. Wang Xiaozong chuckled, such a woman has done so many bad things, cheated, and created fake people. She took advantage of the popularity and started a live broadcast and earned 18 million. Do you think this is right? Oh, Yi Yang nodded. A scumbag man fights a scumbag girl, but he loses in the fight? Even if she is of high moral character, she doesn't deserve to be praised by others, right? The internet is really a bunch of idiots. The more Wang Xiaozong talked, the angrier he became. It means I have a good temper, haha. Haha. Yi Yang nodded. No matter what, the impact this incident had on society was extremely negative, and he was very disgusted with this woman. Obviously not a good bird. A rotten person, but under abnormal traffic, he achieved a success that a normal person would not be able to achieve in several lifetimes. This is obviously a satire. She has already been named by the higher authorities, so she probably won't be able to survive for a few days. Wang Xiaozong thought of the other party being called out a few days ago, so he sneered and felt a lot more comfortable. Speaking of which, I really envy you, brother Yi. Wang Xiaozong sighed. How did you find such a wonderful girlfriend? Do you have any secrets? Can you teach me? Ever since I met Yi Yang, the girls around Yi Yang are all stunningly beautiful. He has been looking for them for 10 or 8 years, but can't find them. Although he only likes internet celebrity faces, he still has the basic aesthetics. The most important thing is that the girls around Yi Yang are not only stunningly beautiful, but also have extremely high character cultivation. It's like a perfect girl who only exists in fairy tales. The key is, not only were these girls taken into Yi Yang's possession, but they also got along with each other, quite harmoniously. This is no ordinary skill. Wang Xiaozong's eyes were extremely hot when he saw it. In addition, something like this happened to him a few days ago, and he couldn't help but want to learn from Yi Yang quickly. The secret? Yi Yang pondered for a moment. Not only Wang Xiaozong, but other rich second generations were obviously very curious and came over one after another. Even Qin Feng couldn't help but be curious and sat close here. Just when everyone was listening carefully and even preparing to take notes. That's being a straight man, Yi Yang said decisively. Oh. Poor. A slice. What kind of secret is this? That's right. All the rich second generation felt that Yi Yang was unwilling to impart his experience and secrets. Yi Yang shook his head. He was really a coward and said, the important thing about love is that it goes in both directions. As long as one party has some ulterior motives, they will not be able to get together. Even if they get together, they will end up in the end very miserable. Be a straight man, don't be a bootlicker, don't flatter, face others with your true self. You can block most of the women who have bad intentions towards you. Yi Yang said lightly, in short, find someone you like. Otherwise, be prepared to part ways unhappily. Ah. So that's it. I suddenly realized it. Brother Yi is really a master of emotions. I understand. I will be a straight man in the future. All the rich second generations said it again and again. Of course, these are all internal conditions. Yi Yang continued. All the rich second generations came over. Secondly, you have to be handsome, and it would be even better if you have a few trillion-level companies in your hands. Yi Yang nodded and confirmed, oh, and the most important point is that as a man, you have to be persistent. All the rich second generations were stunned. Good guy. Versailles invisibly. Damn, he pretended to be me again. If I were half as handsome as you, 1/10,000th as rich as you, and 1/10,000th as long as you, I wouldn't have to think about these things. The rich second generation thought of this and were all very sad. The first part was easy to deal with. If you are not handsome, you can have plastic surgery. If you are short of money, you can ask your dad for money. But endurance. If it doesn't work, it will be like that for the rest of your life. How many people are as gifted as Yi Yang? Who does it once a day, one day at a time? First update. As expected of Brother Yi, he is so strong. All the rich second generation are envious. After eating, the rich second generation all propose to have some fun. Brother Yi, are you going? A group of rich second generation people had just been educated by Yi Yang, and their hearts were burning with pretense, and they all wanted to show off quickly. Brother Yi, although you are awesome, we are having fun. That's right. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. How could these second-generation rich people be so confident? Okay, what do you want to play? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Those young rich second generations are all racing cars and bigger boats. Our young masters in the capital are already completely out of touch with the ground and water. A young man from the capital raised his eyebrows proudly and laughed. Not on the road and on the sea, but in the sky? Yi Yang asked with raised eyebrows. Those are just things that we are tired of playing. Now we are even more powerful than we are. The rich second generation kept talking. This is interesting. Yi Yang also became interested. Then what is your project? Deep-sea fishing. Several rich second generations said with great pride. Huh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. It's a submarine. Nowadays, sports cars, yachts, airplanes, etc. have all matured in technology. Only submarines, even China's Jialong, one of the most advanced working submarines in the world, can only explore to a depth of 8,000 meters. And the Mariana Trench, the deepest known trench in the world, has been explored for more than 10,000 meters. There are also bottomless cracks below. So, the world has not yet reached its peak level in terms of submarines. We will compete with each other to see who can catch creatures from deeper waters, whose submarine will be stronger. A group of wealthy second-generation people joined in the conversation. Then let's go to the Mariana Trench to compete? Yi Yang felt that it was a bit too much trouble. Ahem. When it comes to this, the rich second generation are obviously extremely embarrassed. Brother Yi, you may not know much about it. The cost of building a submarine is not comparable to that of sports cars and airplanes. After all, we are just the rich second generation, so we can only play rubbish. But even this kind of submarine is priced at over $1 billion. And this kind of submarine can only dive down to 1,800 meters. That's right. It is enough for us to find a sea area with a maximum depth of 3,000 meters. Because the performance of our submarines is simply not enough. Yi Yang suddenly realized. It turns out that playing yachts has been eliminated in the circle of rich second-generation people who know how to play, and they have started playing submarines. He casually checked the price of the submarine. I found that the ones that are slightly better start from tens of billions. The most expensive submarines are important weapons of great powers and cost hundreds of billions to build, let alone sell. Impossible to sell. The combined assets of some of these second-generation rich families are not enough to cover the cost of building a house, let alone cash. And as the second generation, it is impossible to control too much wealth. The top rich second generation, like Qin Feng, only has tens of billions in his hands, and he can't even afford a top-grade submarine. Of course, the most important thing is that you can't buy it. Advanced submarine technology is the core secret of all major powers and cannot be bought with money. They were just too rich, and they were tired of playing with airplanes, yachts, and sports cars, so they just slapped their heads and came up with this proposal. We can just find a nearby place on the high seas that meets the conditions and has an island, and then take a plane there. Someone suggested. How about staying at the same place? Wang Xiaozong asked. Ajk. All the second-generation rich people went to fly their own planes. Yi Yang thought for a while. With his current relationship, he can actually borrow the most core and high-end submarines. However, he is not a person who likes to borrow things by nature. After all, if you borrow it, you have to pay it back. So buy it directly. After thinking for a while, he made a call. Boss. Soon, the person on the other side picked up. That's right, Yi Yang's call was made directly to the Hurricane Security Headquarters. Is there a submarine? Bring me one. I'll send you the address in a moment. Yi Yang said calmly. Boss, are you in any danger again? Our intelligence network did not issue an alert. The people over there were obviously panicking. Hurricane's intelligence network was at the level of a superpower, so there was no way it could go wrong. If there is a problem with the boss, he should know it immediately. No, I just want the submarine to be useful. Yi Yang said dumbfounded. Call. The other party was obviously relieved, and then asked repeatedly, Boss, what type of submarine do you want? We have nuclear submarines of all levels purchased through superpower channels. No matter which target we want to hit, we can. Stop. I just want a deep-sea fishing submarine. Yi Yang sweated violently. As expected of Hurricane Security, the entry point is so violent. Ask directly which model of nuclear submarine you want. Oh, is it the kind of scientific research submarine that wants to dive deep? He thought for a while. We just spent 80 billion a few months ago to purchase a research submarine that is the world's top level. Its working depth can reach 7,000 meters. If the boss is not satisfied, we can go rob it right away. Oh no, by one of the top 8,000-meter class. Did I let this slip by accident? Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But the cash flow of Hurricane Security was really terrifying. While supporting that level of military weapons, it could also casually take out more than 80 billion to purchase scientific research submarines. This strength, in Europe, would crush almost most countries. Although he was the boss of Hurricane, the financial part of Hurricane, after the establishment of the Black Technology Company, was managed by those AIs. Money was just a number to him, so he didn't care too much. It Seems that I missed at least 1-0 that time. He muttered in his heart. Boss, do you need an 8,000-meter level? We will deploy the plan immediately. Well, no, this is enough, let's take this. Yi Yang said repeatedly. Okay. After asking for the address, he repeatedly assured, Boss, please rest assured, we will drive there immediately. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, he spoke quickly, otherwise he didn't know which 8,000-meter class submarine would disappear from the arsenal of a beautiful country. Okay. After Yi Yang dealt with the submarine problem, he called F-2000. Xia. Yu, who was about to ask Yi Yang if he had a submarine, was stunned. Is this a plane? This is a spaceship, right? This shape is too sci-fi. When you get on it, you will feel more sci-fi. Yi Yang laughed and patted Xia Yu's little head. Okay. Xia Yu suffered too many shocks today. At this time, I have to say that I can accept this kind of shock a little. Humph. I will never be shocked by you again. Second update. On the F-1000, Yi Yang and Xia Yu were lying on the maintenance bed, and the beautiful flight attendant was carefully applying olive oil to them. In-flight spa has become a must-have item every time you take a private jet. I have to say that doing it in the sky is countless times more enjoyable than doing it on the ground. So cool. Yi Yang felt the massage of his small hands on various parts of his body, feeling that his muscles and bones were extremely smooth. He looked very comfortable. Not long after, the F-1000 arrived at the predetermined location. On an island somewhere in the high seas, a group of rich second generations were waiting. In order to experience a complete spa, Yi Yang specifically ordered the F-1000 to drive slower. Brother Yi hasn't arrived yet. I don't know what to enjoy in heaven. Wang Xiaozong has seen Yi Yang's car. It is an advanced spaceship. If it wants to fly faster than the conventional private jet they have, it can be at least twice as fast. It hasn't arrived yet, so it's obviously doing something in the sky. Hey, does Brother Yi have a submarine? Some rich second generation asked. Submarines are very expensive, and generally people would not buy them without a special purpose. Although they do not doubt the financial strength of Yi Yang, who is respected by both Wang Xilin and Mark Jin, it has nothing to do with whether he has a submarine in his hand. I don't know either, but with Brother Yi's strength, even if you haven't bought it yet, if you want to borrow it, you can easily get it. Qin Feng said that he had personally seen Yi Yang call countless submarines and armed helicopters on the Parrot. The fear that shocked his spine and chilled him still exists to this day. Let's just take advantage of this unpreparedness and possibly win against Brother Yi. If we wait until Brother Yi is ready, we can still compete. Wang Xiaozong curled his lips and said, That's right. A group of rich second-generation people are all connected, one after another. Their submarines were also in place. In the waters surrounding the entire island, more than a dozen submarines surfaced, quite impressive. Just as their discussion was getting heated, in the sky, a huge shadow fell. What the hell? All the second-generation rich people looked at the plane landing in the sky in confusion. Is this a spaceship? Let me go. Whose car is this? Brother Yi is not here now, it should be Brother Yi's. Damn, this kind of aircraft is simply unheard of and unseen. As expected of Brother Yi. It's awesome. But why does it feel like this plane is going to crash into the sea? You're not going to lose control and hit us to death, Are you? Terrible. Many rich second generations are in shock and uncertainty. The F-1000 deforms directly in the air. It landed smoothly on the sea and turned into a large sea ship. The whole audience was stunned. Holy shit. Transformers. Shit. This is clearly a seamless switch between the Decepticon and Autobot forms. What kind of black technology is this? I'm so jealous, damn it. It's amazing. If this spaceship were sold, it would cost more than 10 billion. All the rich second-generation people were dumbfounded on the spot. This kind of thing that only exists in science fiction movies is actually a product that has been created in reality. Wang Xiaozong and Qin Feng looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They were all surprised. Brother Yi, who is that? Even if one day Yi Yang tells them that he is actually a superhero, more powerful than Captain America, silently guarding China's justice, they will not be shocked. After all, this is an existence that can destroy the army of a great power with just one phone call. Captain America is nothing. I almost never fought Hydra. When the end comes, I have to shout long live Hydra. Buzz. The hatch opens. Yi Yang took Xiaoyu out of the spacecraft. It was done in the air for a while, which wasted time. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. Yi Yang smiled. Haha, I understand everything. Brother Yi is awesome. After seeing this scene, it's worth waiting for another 10 days. All the second-generation rich people quickly cheered. Are all your submarines in place? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and looked around. Quite cool. For the sake of face, these second-generation rich people seem to beg their father to spend at least several billion to purchase this kind of submarine. In order to show off, he tried his best. Brother Yi. Your submarine. Isn't it the spaceship? The rich second generation all asked foolishly. If you could fly, sail, and go into the sea, that would be too high-tech, right? The F-1000 does have the ability to submerge, but it only seems to be about 500 to 1,000 meters at most. I won't use it this time. Yi Yang said with a smile. The rich second generation are all crazy. This is human talk. That's it? Some of the submarines they invested heavily in can conduct scientific research operations at a depth of about 500 meters. Qin Feng, the most awesome person present, spent nearly 10 billion to buy a super submarine at a sky-high price, which can only dive a little more than 1,000 meters. It's only 500 to 1,000 meters. People say. No. The key is that this is a transformer that can transform from an airplane to a large ship. And then to a submarine. Not only can it transform, but it is also so awesome in 3 forms. It is simply super black technology. Since your submarines are in place, I should also show my yacht. Yi Yang made a phone call. Is it here? I have been diving and waiting for a long time. I can show up at any time, boss. A capable voice came from the other side, obviously from a military background. Okay, come out. Yi Yang himself is also very much looking forward to it. After all, it is a vehicle worth 80 billion. Which is considered his second most expensive ship. The most expensive one is the Parrot, which is said to be worth 200 billion US dollars, which is about 1.3 trillion Chinese yuan, but it is expensive because of its added value. The value of the ship itself is actually greatly reduced. The estimated cost is about 150 billion Chinese yuan. Is Brother Ye's submarine finally going to appear? I don't know what it is. A group of rich second generations are looking forward to it. After all, Yi Yang just said that he didn't want to use his F-1000 even if it could dive to 1,000 meters. This submarine is at least 2,000 meters class. Every 1,000 meter class dive capability of a submarine will cost a lot more. Don't think that Qin Feng's upgrade from 1,000 meter class to 2,000 meter class is almost twice as much as other rich second generations. Hulala. Four huge black bows emerged from the water, splashing water. The powerful hull was pitch black, reflecting a chilling luster. 4. Wait, damn. What's the logo under the bow? A black and yellow three-leaf ionizing radiation logo. Damn. All the rich second generations groaned weakly. This is a nuclear submarine. And there are 4 of them. First update. What is going on? Holy crap. 4 nuclear submarines came out at once? Is this a big country conducting a military exercise? We actually bumped into him. Will they kill us and silence us? I'm so scared. Ruined. A group of rich second-generation people were thinking about everything at this time, and they all felt like they were about to collapse. These are 4 nuclear submarines. You must know that Ace in India, the whole country together, including the rented ones, only has 3 or 4 nuclear submarines. The appearance of 4 nuclear submarines together is enough to be called a superpower military exercise. This kind of thing happened to me. He might be killed and silenced. This is the high seas. No one can tell you the law or reason. If one missile blows up all of you, it will kill you. Ahem, what's going on? Yi Yang asked on the phone. Because the task of bringing the submarine here was personally ordered by you, the boss. The Hurricane Group regards it as the highest level core task, so it will naturally send out enough military forces to ensure that it is foolproof. Yi Yang couldn't laugh or cry. No matter how he said it, 4 nuclear submarines were too exaggerated. This can make Asen of India greedy too. Death. No wonder Huansheng dares to claim that under the Wu Chang, all living beings are equal. It's really awesome. Yi Yang silently gave Hurricane a thumbs up in his heart. Too strong. Looking at this kind of strength. Apart from the 5 superpowers China, the United States, Russia, Britain and France, which have veto power in the United Nations, no one is afraid of it. The 4 major nuclear submarines are in the center. An extremely high-tech looking submarine emerged from the water. Don't panic, everyone. These nuclear submarines are protecting the scientific research submarine in the middle. This scientific research submarine is the submarine I want to use. Yi Yang said calmly. Although nuclear submarines have strong strike capabilities, their diving capabilities are not as strong as scientific research submarines that are specially used for deep-water scientific research. The diving record of a nuclear submarine has not yet broken 2,000 meters. The scientific research submarine has reached the 8,000-meter level. Purely for the purpose of diving into depth, unmanned submersibles have now reached the 10,000-meter level. What? This. Everyone was stunned. Including Xiaoyu, who swore not to be shocked by Yi Yang. Again, was completely confused at this time. For nuclear submarines escort. What kind of battle is this? What kind of horror exists? This is really dreamy. Holy crap, Brother Ye's energy has already reached this terrifying level. That's so cool. This is worse than a chicken. I seem to have foreseen the ending before the game even started. Does this still matter? This champion is definitely confirmed. All the rich second-generation people were crying. How? About such a cross-latitude crushing. Too cruel. They thought that Yi Yang would be very strong. However, it is completely unimaginable for them to be strong at this level. Simply outrageous. Yi Yang waved his hand and said, haha, since everyone's submarines are ready, let's start the competition. In this way, a group of rich second-generation people were connected to the submarine by their respective diving teams in a numb and empty state. Qin Feng and Wang Xiaozong looked at each other, both laughing harder than crying. Although during the hurricane, I witnessed Ji Yang's ability to summon troops. However, it is a conventional military weapon after all. No matter what kind of equipment, if it has the word core on it, its value will immediately increase countless times. In the international arena, the gap between nuclear weapon countries and non-nuclear weapon countries is simply that of human beings. Countries with nuclear weapons have unlimited say wherever they go and are respected by others. Non-nuclear countries have no deterrent power. If they are willing to talk to you, they will only give you face. When they are not willing, they are worse than pigs and dogs. I don't know how many miserable small countries have been cut off by the United States, and they have been cut into pieces. Don't they know? Don't they want to resist? Without nuclear weapons, the word resistance will always be equivalent to a joke in front of countries with nuclear weapons. For nuclear submarines are dispatched for Yi Yang at any time. This concept is simply, it's too scary. It's impossible for a mere major general to have this kind of energy, right? Brother Yi definitely has an extremely core and extremely terrifying identity that is hidden. No one knows about it, but it is so terrifying. Wang Xiaozong and Qin Feng both broke into cold sweats. Brother Yi, am simply invincible. Mo Jiangjing didn't buy her own submarine, so she snuck into Yi Yang's submarine to play with him. The previous name of this submarine was too ugly, so we unanimously decided to change its name to Tai. On the submarine, scientific researchers from various countries told Yi Yang about the performance and related information of the Tai. This scientific research submarine had a foreign name before it was purchased. But Mr. Yi, the Hurricane, is from China. Of course you have to give it a Chinese name, otherwise it wouldn't be appropriate. Including the current members of the Hurricanes, everyone has learned Chinese. They scientific researchers are no exception. Yi Yang nodded, the name is quite good. He was also looking forward to the scene in the deep sea. After all, that is something that ordinary people will never see in their lifetime. Even when I go to see the animal world, the photos I take usually focus on shallow sea scenery. The real deep sea, few people in the world have been there. The submersible was diving. At 100 meters, it started to get dark. However, with the submarine's own lights, it was not a problem. There were blue whales outside, either catching food or lazily floating. From here on, the water pressure will become extremely high. On average, the pressure doubles every 10 meters. Therefore, for a submersible, let alone 1,000 meters, even an extra 100 meters is a technological breakthrough. Scientists said repeatedly, it's now 335 meters, which is the deepest depth a human body can dive with diving equipment. 500 meters. The underwater world is not the world on the ground. Everywhere, there are worlds and creatures. This magnificent and curious scene is enough to make people who have seen it never forget it for a lifetime. Shou and Mo Jingjing, both girls, looked at it in amazement. This scene is absolutely beautiful. Ah! It's a giant squid. Mo Jingjing exclaimed, it's so big. Yang looked over and saw that the giant squid was more than 10 meters long. There was no monster-like creature this big on land. Elephants are no longer than 10 meters. Ah! But before he could take a closer look, a supergiant creature suddenly appeared and quickly hunted and ate the giant squid. Oh my God, what is so big? Yang took a closer look. This suddenly appeared behemoth was more than 30 meters long at first glance. A real monster of this level, if you don't really see it, you can't feel the terrifying pressure at all. This is the existence at the top of the chain of biological size on Earth. Second update, important notice, this book has a second name, start with 3 yuan of Coke, rebate 80 million supercars. When you see it in the future, just know that it is a book. This is a fin whale, the second largest whale category in the world. It is usually about 25 meters tall. But this one feels more than 25 meters long. I have to say, boss, you are really lucky. Several scientific researchers looked at the ferocious hunting whale, with surprise flashing in their eyes. After measurement, this fin whale is 33 meters long, which has broken the previous observation record. This is enough to set a world record. The discovery. They were all excited. Unexpectedly, Yang not only had all the wealth and status points, but also all the luck points. I followed him down, and just after I dived to 500 meters, I discovered a world record. This is an incredible discovery for researchers like them. After taking photos and recording, the Taiwan submarine continues to dive. Soon, we crossed the Khalifa line. This is named after the height of the Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world, at a depth of 828 meters. However, once the 1,000-meter level King's building is completed, this line will probably be of little use. The current depth is 1,000 meters, and sunlight can only reach up to here, so this depth is also called the midnight zone. The scientific researchers repeatedly said, around 1,000 meters is also the watershed. That determines whether a submarine is awesome or not. Those who can dive below 1,000 meters are truly awesome. After saying that, his face also showed a sense of pride. After all, Taiwan can dive not just 1,000 meters, but 7,000 meters. 2,000 meters under the sea, you can see some sea craters on the seabed. High volcano. Shou and Mo Jingjing both came over. I've seen volcanoes in the sea on TV before, and they were always surprising. After all, according to common sense, water and fire are incompatible, but now in reality there are volcanoes in the deep sea, and they may erupt at any time. There are so many shrimps around these craters. Cute and cute, no eyes. The two girls looked at it carefully and both said, forehead. The researchers were dumbfounded, because there is no light at this depth, these creatures generally don't have eyes. Following the crack, Taiwan continued to dive. Soon we reached a depth of 3,000 meters. This is the deepest depth that mammals can reach. The scientific researcher pointed to the Cuvier's beaked whale in front of him. This is the whale known in the world that can hunt and survive on the deepest seabed. Taiwan's lighting system is so advanced that there is basically no light at the bottom of the sea 3,000 meters away. But with Taiwan's lighting system, the surroundings can still be clearly seen. However, the lighting system is just for the convenience of observation, and navigation. Still relies on terrain radar. Are you going to fish here? Catching a Cuvier's beaked whale will definitely shock your eyes. The scientific researchers were all rubbing their hands excitedly. So big. It must be 8 or 9 meters. Hi. Can it be captured? Mo Jiangjing asked doubtfully. Ahem, Taiwan has been modified. Killing a whale is nothing. It's not impossible to capture it alive. The scientific researchers kept saying. This is Cuvier's beaked whale. The entire scientific community in the world only discovers it 4 or 5 times a year, and this random dive actually encounters it. In the vast sea. What kind of luck is this, boss? Lucky halo body protection. If I could catch one and study it. I get so excited just thinking about it. 4,000 meters. This is the ultimate depth for finding organisms. There is nothing to catch if you go further down. The researcher said. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Isn't it said that the Mariana Trench, the deepest crack in the ocean, is more than 10,000 meters? There is no depth below 4,000 meters? Actually, the current level of human technology is not as powerful as you think, boss. The scientific researchers all shook their heads. Diving is not for commercial use, and there are no big investors to invest. Deep-sea diving is purely for scientific research. Although major countries have officially provided financial support, it is not like weapons, which require all-out research. Actually, our exploration of the ocean is too superficial. Our exploration of the ocean does not exceed 10%, and our understanding of the ocean does not exceed 1%. What is hidden under this endless ocean? What else is there? In fact, based on the current level of human civilization and technology, we have no idea at all. Mentioning this, many scientists sighed. Who would have thought that today's human beings can already fly to the moon 380,000 kilometers away from the Earth by rocket, but they are unable to truly explore on a large scale the depth of the Earth's oceans, which is less than 10,000 meters. Well, let's fish here. Yi Yang nodded. It wasn't that he couldn't dive deeper, it was because there were no living creatures in the deeper depths. Should we go down and capture some single cells and microorganisms? That's too low. And the deepest sea area here is only more than 4,000 meters. Let's dive another 300 meters to get to the bottom. The scientist said. Fishing equipment ejected from Taiwan's hatch. Resembling a round ball, it is connected to the Taiwan hull by nanoropes. As the ball opened and closed, it trapped all the strange creatures in front of it. Pokemon. Pokeball? Seeing this scene, both girls blinked and complained in unison. After all, deep-sea creatures are all weird-looking, even weirder than the Gyarados in Pokemon, and can be called monsters. After the capture was completed, the group returned to the upper part. Although there are many things in the deep sea that I have never seen, it is just too depressing. Yeah. For creatures living on the ground under the sun, the seabed is a place of despair. It is good to have a deep-sea submersible and a team member to accompany you. If you go deep into it alone, you will feel that it is more terrifying than hell. Floating alone in absolute darkness, there is no up or down, no left or right, no boundaries, and no vitality. This description of the deep sea is often used to describe death. After all, many people who have never been to the sea can develop a fear of the deep sea by watching a video. It was not until they rose to about 1,000 meters and could see extremely weak natural light Everyone felt a little more comfortable. The world within 1,000 meters deep is the most common in TV programs. Magnificent, magical, colorful, and with creatures as diverse as an epic, they gather into mountains and seas and disperse into sand and dust. It can be called one of the most beautiful paintings in the world. Walala. When it came out again, a long time had passed. The submersible had to adapt to the water pressure, so whether it was ascending or diving, it would not be fast. The rich second generation had been waiting on the island for a long time. Brother Yi is coming up. Oh my God, where has it sunk to after so long? I don't know. I guess it's at least 2,000 meters. First update, it's chapter 666, don't you guys give me a 666? Haha. Get out of the submarine. All the wealthy second-generation people gathered around him. Brother Yi, are you back? Now. Yi Yang's status is not that high in the hearts of these young men. It's so high. I've never seen my own father lick it like this. Yi Yang nodded. The scientific researchers accompanying the team had already fished out the captured ball and placed it on the shore. Now that everyone is here, let's talk about the depth of the dive? Wang Xiaozong suggested. Good. A group of rich second-generation people are all connected. My flying fish dived 500 meters. I caught a young long-billed octopus. My Qinghong dived a full 800 meters. It set a new record. I caught a longsword whitebait. All the second-generation rich people show off their achievements and dive records. My Yida dived exactly 1,000 meters, and a king crab came up. Wang Xiaozong laughed. Good guy, as expected of Brother Tsong, this is also very lucky. That's right, that's right. Several other young rich second generations praised him again and again. My god of gamblers dived to 1,500 meters and caught one. I don't even know what it was. Qin Feng pointed to the things on his boat. A fish covered in barbed scales. However, due to the change in water pressure, the size has expanded and it is impossible to tell what it was originally. As expected of Brother Feng, we don't even recognize the things we caught. That's right. Brother Feng is awesome. But as long as the status is high, it doesn't matter what you get, everyone can always find more novel angles to flatter you. Qin Feng was immediately in a state of ecstasy. In the past, his addiction to pretentiousness was almost gone. But not this time. Brother Yi is still there. That submarine was escorted over by 4 nuclear submarines. What a concept is that? What an awesome submarine that must be. Everyone is looking forward to it. Yi Yang sighed, the dive is not too deep. The main reason is that we chose this place. It is too shallow. Ah. Too shallow. As far as I know, the average depth of this seabed is 4,500 meters, which is considered an extremely deep seabed. 99% of the world's submersibles are sufficient, how could it be too shallow? Yes. All the second-generation rich people were a little surprised. Could it be that Yi Yang was unlucky and encountered the high seabed 2,000 meters to the bottom? Oh, that's right. I just dived to more than 4,000 meters and reached the bottom. I originally wanted to see what it's like to be 7,000 to 8,000 meters below the sea. Yi Yang smiled. It's only 4,000 meters. Then we are swimming freely on the sea. Wow. As expected of Brother Yi. He's so strong. All the second-generation rich people were shocked, and they were all completely convinced. What kind of submarine is that at 7 or 8,000 meters? That was developed by a single superpower. There is no such thing in the entire country of Asen. Brother Ye's background is simply unfathomable and terrifying. That's right. It's not something we can imagine at all. The rich second generation are trembling. Yi Yang opened the monster ball. And the things inside were even more difficult to name. This looks too weird. I even suspect that this is the original form of the ghost. The creatures in the ultra-deep sea are actually like this. Wang Xiaozong and Qin Feng were both shocked. Even though they are the second generation of super-rich people, they are already regarded as the best among people. However, without Yi Yang's salvage, we would never have seen a real existence living 4,000 meters under the sea in our lifetime. Brother Yi is the absolute winner this time. It's too strong. Haha, it's just SOSO. Yi Yang waved his hand and smiled. Everyone is hungry. Let's have dinner on my boat later. Yi Yang said, let's sail back. Okay, Brother Yi. I just want to see what's inside this super-era black technology. Yeah. I'm really looking forward to it. Inside the F-1000. The beautiful crew members are preparing dinner. Yi Yang took Wang Xiaozong and his party on a tour inside the ship. Everyone was stunned when they saw the breeding farm inside the ship. This is really a spaceship. It has its own internal ecosystem. Doomsday battleship. Even if all the land is sunk one day, with this spaceship, you can go anywhere in the sky and under the sea without worrying about running out of energy. It's just okay. There are still many areas for improvement. Yi Yang wanted to be humble. However, his humility sounded like a real Versailles to the ears of the rich second generation. Everyone cried with envy. What yacht plane? Simply weak burst. This is the holy weapon of pretense. There are probably only a few of them in the world right now. Taking out such a rare and awesome thing would be a huge honor. Brother Yi, can you still contact the company that made the spaceship? I want to get one too, asked the little rich second-generation man wearing glasses. Huh? Yi Yang smiled, if you have the money to buy it, I can sell it to you, but it's in the experimental stage now, and it will be on the market in a while. Wow. Brother Yi knows a lot. He is well informed about the inside information. Gulfstream itself belongs to the boss. Captain Yuan said with a smile, the inside information is determined by him, not well informed. This. The rich second generation collapsed again. When they were still complacent about getting 1 billion or 800 million from their fathers to start a business, and then making hundreds of millions. Yi Yang, who is the same age as them, even has a random industry under his command, and the market value of Gulfstream International Aerospace Company is $100 billion and 800 billion or 900 billion Chinese yuan. Then if this aircraft is listed in the future, how much will it sell for? The glasses guy obviously didn't give up. Yi Yang thought for a while. It seems that the initial price is 2.7 billion. That's okay. Pounds. Yi Yang lightly added the unit at the end. Oh my god. The guy with glasses almost fell to his knees. If it was 2.7 billion Chinese yuan, he could still beg his father. After all, this F-1000, let alone showing off, even if his father, who is worth hundreds of billions, showed off, It would be invincible in the same circle and could make his face shine. His father would definitely bear the pain and buy one to show off. However, £2.7 billion. That's too outrageous. The exchange rate of pounds to Chinese yuan is almost 9 times. 2.7 billion Chinese yuan, that's 24 or 5 billion Chinese yuan. This kind of thing that he regarded as the world's first weapon for showing off, I'm afraid only those Saudi Arabian and Dubai princes can afford it. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a kind of pain that he had never felt since he was a child. Poverty. Second update. £2.7 billion. Qin Feng was so surprised that he couldn't afford it. Even if his father wanted to buy it, he would probably have to suffer a lot. And his father is already one of the richest people in China. It's even richer than Wang Xiaozong's Wang family. Even with trillions of assets, the cash is generally less than 100 billion. Using 20 to 30 billion cash to buy a plane to show off? No big boss would make such a choice. I'm afraid that even after the F-1000 is officially released in the future, only Brother Yi can have it in the whole of China. Qin Feng's heart moved and he sighed. Only those international financial tycoons who have money to burn and nowhere to spend it, and the Saudi and Dubai royal families, can spend 20 to 30 billion Chinese yuan to buy a plane. Even Qin Feng felt desperate, not to mention the other rich second generations. At this time, the look in Yi Yang's eyes was full of admiration, respect and endless envy. After all, Yi Yang is about the same age as them, but he is already a world-class giant crocodile and oil royal. Even their fathers have to look up to him. What a concept! It's incredible. Most of the ingredients for this meal are taken from the deep-sea fishing just now. The chefs on board are very professional. They are very proficient in what can be eaten, what can't be eaten, how to handle ingredients, etc. Such a big king crab is rare. A group of rich second generations looked at the huge king crab in front of them. Such a big king crab, if bought in a store, I'm afraid it will cost more than 100,000. There are all kinds of delicacies behind. This chef is too good. It's worthy of being Brother Yi. He can easily let us enjoy the delicious food that we haven't enjoyed for so many years. Yi Yang smiled faintly. He invited the top chefs in China, either the state banquet chefs, or the three sisters of Royal Fresh, or the Manchu Han Banquet Tan's restaurant. The skills are simply not comparable to ordinary chefs. The deliciousness is naturally higher than the ordinary feasts that these rich second generations have eaten. After a meal, I enjoyed it very much. After strolling for a while, I checked my documents and pass when entering the country. Afterwards, in the awe-inspiring eyes of the rich second generations, Yi Yang took his sister to the Rolls-Royce Silver Soul and drove towards Prince Gong's mansion. Is this the lifestyle of a real rich man? So free and easy. Ah. I envy you. Before, I thought my family was so rich that I could just lie down and enjoy the good life. But when I saw Brother Yi, I suddenly ignited the desire to struggle. That's right. One day, I will also live a life like Brother Yi. Then you can live it in your dreams tonight. Good guy. You are looking for a fight, kid. After being sent home by Yi Yang, Xia, you began to prepare to pack up. I am moving to the palace. But she obviously didn't have the mind to pack up now. Thinking of today's experience, which was so bizarre that even novels dared not write about it, she felt her heartbeat speed up. If she had gradually accepted Yi Yang's settings over a long period of time, she might have been able to hold on. But today, she was hit by so many shocks that she felt dizzy. Just now, Yi Yang was by her side, and she felt like she had someone to rely on. Now that she was home, she almost fainted. She thought she would be fired today, but Yi Yang showed up and solved all the problems as the chairman of the Jade Mine. Then, he took her to a banquet hosted by the Yida Wan family, where she met the big guys who she could only see on TV. These big guys, also called Yi Yang, the big guy. Later, in the submarine competition, for nuclear submarines, were summoned to escort a world-class scientific research submarine, and she experienced a 4,000-meter underwater adventure that she would never experience in her lifetime. She couldn't imagine that such a random thing would be enough for ordinary people to brag about their experiences in their lifetime. All of them happened today. And she was the heroine. She never dared to imagine that she was such a lucky girl. The more she thought about it, the more she recalled it, the more handsome Yi Yang seemed. She tossed and turned in bed and soon began to sweat. I'm such a loser. After the excitement subsided a little, she turned over and still felt unsatisfied. She found a group chat with her besties and talked about her experience today. Oh my God. Is this true? Oh my God. I thought that scene this morning was fairy tale enough. This is too happy. Envy. The good sisters were all extremely envious. Hee hee. You are all great contributors. I will repay the good sisters, Xiaoyu said repeatedly. Just remember it. Haha. Proud.jpg. Although it seems that I didn't play a big role. Xiaoyu looked at the sisters' replies and felt warm in her heart. Regardless of whether they played a key role or not, these sisters were really good to her. Loyalty. As they talked, the sisters began to change color. All kinds of yellow tones. When girls become yellow, they are more outrageous than boys. But the protagonist today is obviously Xiaoyu, who blushed. You're going to get married tomorrow, why don't you treat me to a meal to lose my virginity tomorrow? Yeah. Even if he doesn't invite me into the house, I'm willing to be with such a perfect man. The sisters started to give bad ideas again. But this bad idea happened to be the reason why she and Yi Yang started. It must be said that Xiaoyu was moved. Who is not interested in eroticism? They just haven't met the one they like yet. She sighed. And felt that she had changed a lot in the past few days. Before, she was not interested in men. And thought that being single for a lifetime would not matter. As a result, in just 2 days, she was thinking about how to take the initiative to get together. This contrast is too big. Although she felt shy in her heart, her body was very honest. She quickly opened Yi Yang's chat interface and sent a message to invite him to dinner. Okay, you decide the place. Yi Yang's message came soon. Great. Xiaoyu jumped up from the bed happily. The next day, Xiaoyu booked a table at the Xingyue Hotel. Xingyue Hotel is a well-known big restaurant in Beijing. The consumption is also very high. The relationship has been passed down since the Qing dynasty. It has a deep relationship with the once popular Old Nine Gates. The relationship behind it is complicated, and many wealthy nobles like to eat there. If it was the previous Xiaoyu, it would be impossible for her to afford such a restaurant. But now she has been promoted and has a salary increase. And knowing Yi Yang's identity, she can't eat too bad. After thinking about it, she still booked a seat and food here. It cost her a full 100,000 yuan. Spending hundreds of thousands of yuan on a meal is something she has never thought of before. First update. Is this the Crescent Hotel? Xiaoyu looked at the splendid hotel decoration in front of him, so majestic. At first glance, it has the heavy and imposing feeling of a traditional grand hotel. After entering, the waiter politely guided her to her seat. What she didn't know was that as soon as she entered the restaurant, she was spotted by a fat man with a big belly and a gold-plated iron ball at the next table. Fat House is obviously worth a lot of money. He is dressed in ancient clothes. The Ferrari keys are swinging around his waist. The ball is spinning around in his left hand, and the red wine is dangling in his right hand. Very angry. At first glance, he looks like a pretentious rich and fat man. When he saw Xiaoyu, he raised the corner of his mouth and walked up quickly. Beauty, alone? Xiaoyu looked at this greasy young man who felt good about himself and liked to hang Ferrari keys around his waist to show others, and frowned. No, my boyfriend will be here in a minute. I have a boyfriend. Great. Fat man is happy, he likes to poach people. The girlfriend I have now is all about money. This feeling is so wonderful. He licked his lips, his eyes glowing with perversion. He started to twist his waist, hoping that Xiaoyu would see the Ferrari keys on his waist. However, the way Fat House dances with a lewd smile is really too horrible to watch. Xiaoyu directly covered his face. If you don't leave, I will tell the waiter that you are harassing me. Ah. The relationship with my boyfriend is pretty good. The greasy man raised his eyebrows and became even more excited. Miss, do you usually like red wine? I am Bo. Get out of here. However, Xiaoyu's good temper couldn't be tolerated any longer, so he started swearing. Seeing that everyone around him was looking over, Fei Zhai felt bad and looked at Xiaoyu deeply. You are so handsome. How dare you look down on me? I want to see your boyfriend when he comes later. What kind of man can make you so fascinated? He snorted angrily, sat back depressedly, and slapped the gold-plated handball on the table, scraping off a lot of the gold layer. What a fool. It's still a fake. Duzita, the fat man, felt that drinking cold water today would hurt his teeth, and he was very angry. After a while, his girlfriend came too. This woman was a gold digger, and she gave Zita a lick when she came up, which made Duzita feel very comfortable, and then he felt relieved. Shou. Did you arrive so early? A clear voice came, and the fat man frowned and looked over, and saw that the target of the stunning beauty had already arrived. He's quite handsome, but he's still a few levels behind me. Why don't you love me? Duzita was very unhappy. Yi Yang sat opposite Xiaoyu, looked at the dishes she ordered, and smiled slightly. I'm afraid it will cost a lot to choose Crescent Hotel. It's okay, it's not as expensive as the gas you paid for a few minutes yesterday. Xiaoyu stuck out his tongue and smiled. Haha. Yi Yang could tell that Xiaoyu was dressed up today and came well prepared. She was already a top-notch person, but now that she has dressed up carefully, she is even more stunning. Xiaoyu now likes Yi Yang very much. Seeing Yi Yang talk about his magnificent past with a calm expression, he feels that the more he looks at him, the more handsome he becomes. When she thought about something embarrassing, she drank a sip of wine to calm down her shock. Then he lied that he was blushing because he drank alcohol. Soon. I was a little drunk, so I stood up and staggered to go to the toilet. However, because he was a little drunk and never wanted to take his eyes away from Yi Yang, he didn't pay attention and knocked the vase behind him, falling to the ground and breaking. Yi Yang reacted quickly, stood up directly, hugged Xiaoyu in one step, and kept her balanced. I'd better go with you. You can't drink this, and you still drink so much. Because I'm drinking with you. I can drink 1,000 drinks without getting drunk when discussing business. No, I broke something. Xiaoyu was a little dizzy now. Just when he was about to argue that he was not drunk, he turned around and saw the vase that he had knocked down and broken. He suddenly panicked. It's just a vase. Yi Yang smiled. Turning around, I saw the lobby manager running over in a panic. Everyone nearby also looked over. Seeing the surprised expressions on these people's faces, Xiaoyu knew that it was obviously not that simple, even if it wasn't just a vase. Gentlemen. The corners of the lobby manager's mouth twitched. This vase is a real antique, a Qianlong double-eared carved porcelain vase from the Qing dynasty. And it is authentic. We have the auction certificate to prove that it is authentic. Xiaoyu was so frightened that he woke up. Oh my God. Antique. It was during the Qianlong period. How much does it cost? Yi Yang looked at the certificate they issued, and there was nothing wrong with it. The Crescent Hotel is a super hotel with an ancient heritage, inherited from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Naturally, it is impossible to use ordinary decorations. Since I accidentally broke someone else's vase, I just need to pay compensation according to the price. No need to make such a fuss. Yi Yang smiled lightly, waved his hand, and took out the CCB black card. How much does it cost? Just swipe the card. Seeing Yi Yang's calm look, he looked like he was a kid from a wealthy family who had seen the wind and waves. The manager's face improved a lot. At least he would definitely be able to afford the compensation. This vase just asked for a quote. A gracefully dressed woman walked over. Sister Ling? How could she show up? When the manager saw the woman coming towards him, he was so frightened that he was speechless. For a moment. Sister Ling is the close and capable assistant of the boss of Xingyue, and is the most trusted confidant of the boss of Xingyue. The boss is usually elusive, and Sister Ling always holds the highest decision-making power. Hiss. Sister Ling. What on earth could have alarmed her out? The Xingyue Hotel is very mysterious. The people present obviously know that they can't see the boss at all, let alone the confidant who came out for the boss. They rarely see him. Is it because of that vase? Impossible. What is the background and family background of Xingyue Hotel? Not to mention one vase, even if there are 100 or 10,000 vases, it is impossible to alarm Sister Ling to come out in person. The atmosphere in the field was instantly ignited. Everyone paid attention to it. Including the fat guy who just flirted with Xiaoyu. He sneered continuously. In his mind, if he offended the Crescent Hotel and also provoked Sister Ling, he would definitely be in trouble. This young man is useless. Sister Ling walked to the manager, whispered a few words in his ear, handed something to him, smiled at Yi Yang, bowed and turned around. The famous and powerful Sister Ling came out and gave something. Everyone was confused and said they couldn't understand it anymore. Second update. Just when everyone wanted to see how the show would go on, whether the young man would take out hundreds of thousands or even millions to compensate for the antique. The manager suddenly laughed, touched his head, and suddenly changed. From being righteous to being servile. "Oh, Mr. Yi, look at my memory, this antique vase is actually fake, it's a replica. The real one has been repaired. No need to pay." "Oh?" Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, feeling a little funny. How come after someone came and said a few words, everything really became fake? Obviously these few words were not simple. But he didn't care, at most it was just a thing worth hundreds of thousands, since he didn't have to pay, he was too lazy to swipe his card. He didn't doubt the authenticity of the antique. But the boss of Xingyue obviously wanted to give him face, and he would not easily hurt others' kindness. "That's it." Yi Yang shrugged and helped Xiaoyu go to the bathroom. The scene exploded all of a sudden. "I say, that certificate doesn't look fake. You don't have to pay for it. Send it for maintenance? That's too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Haha, can't you see that? This young man, even the boss of Xingyue has to give face to him." Hiss. When I think about it carefully, it's really the case. But even Sister Ling has come forward, this face is too big. Maybe it has something to do with what's going to happen tonight. What? You mean? Shou. It's what you think, don't say it during the day. The diners present whispered, obviously extremely interested and shocked by what just happened. After Yi Yang brought Xiaoyu back, he saw the manager still waiting there respectfully, and couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Is there anything else?" "It's like this, Mr. Yi, this Xingyue card is only owned by the highest level guests of our Xingyue hotel. Our boss personally ordered it to you, please accept it. With this Xingyue card, you can have the highest authorization of Xingyue Hotel," the manager said respectfully. Hiss. Crescent moon. Someone who knows the business stood up in shock. Duzita had no idea what a crescent moon was, so he didn't pay much attention to it, but since he didn't have it, he felt a little jealous. "What is a crescent moon?" the person who knew the business asked repeatedly. The man who stood up was shocked. For a long time before he slowly sat down and whispered softly, "The biggest function is the ticket to the thing tonight." Damn. The person who was with him was obviously shocked, and he understood it instantly, but he didn't dare to say more, and continued to eat in silence. "Okay." Yi Yang took the crescent moon card, casually. It looked like wood, but it felt like metal in his hand. He thought about it and put his phone on it. The smart sensing page popped up. "Good guy, keep up with the times." Yi Yang thought that the owner of a seemingly old-fashioned restaurant like the Crescent Moon Hotel should be conservative, but he didn't expect it to be quite high-tech. He glanced at the pop-up message and was slightly surprised. "So, that's what happened." The fat man with the golden ball on the side was so angry that he said, "Damn it. Damn it, why did he just let it go? I wanted to see him make a fool of himself." He couldn't figure it out. This is the Crescent Hotel. Even the boss Duyuesheng from the Magic City Beach has come here, and he has to follow the rules here. Why should he give such a big face to a young man? He even almost broke his own rules for him. Although he found a high-sounding reason to prevaricate, he didn't let the man pay for it after all. He knew that the rules in the Crescent Hotel were more important than the sky. Is it just a rumor? It's not as good as it's said? The fat man's heart moved, and his eyes kept looking at Yi Yang. What are you looking at? I'm your girlfriend. Even the gold digger felt a little unhappy. What? Do you care what I'm looking at? The fat guy glanced at his gold digger girlfriend. The more he looked at Xiaoyu, the prettier she became. The more he looked at Yi Yang, the more unhappy he became. Why don't you just say that you're attracted to other women? The gold digger girl got angry after being criticized. Haha, you fat guy. I've already found several potential buyers. Do you really think you're my only choice? I was wondering why you're so jumpy today. It turns out you found a buyer. Duzita was cheated on repeatedly. He was furious and threw the golden ball in his hand out in hatred. The gold digger girl had expected it and dodged. The golden ball hit a jade statue of fortune. Smashed the statue. What happened to the Crescent Hotel today? It's been so unlucky, always breaking. Ugh. The people around him quickly covered his mouth and said with a smile, oh. Break it up and it's safe. Break it up and it's safe. After that, he glared at his companion who was covered. You're looking for death, stop talking. The eyes of the people in the field all gathered, looking at the fat man with interest. Want to see how the Crescent Hotel will deal with this time. Sir. The jade money clam you broke is a jade decoration that our store bought in the harbor at a cost of 2.8 million. It has a long history and is very valuable. Please pay according to the price. The manager came over directly. Do you want to check if it is authentic and take care of it? Duzita's forehead was covered with sweat. Although his family was considered rich. But it was their family that was rich, and it had nothing to do with him. He only had about 3 million in savings. If he had to pay the price, he would be left with nothing after the compensation. This gold digger would definitely humiliate him with a crooked nose and squinting eyes. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but angrily said, this is clearly a fake. We have a full set of certificates, and we can also call the police and ask the judicial authorities to come and notarize it. If you want to shirk the bill of the Crescent Hotel. The manager looked Duzita up and down, and raised a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. You are probably not qualified. Call the police. Duzita's heart trembled. His face turned pale, and he couldn't help but angrily said, then why doesn't he pay for it? I will pay for it if I break it. Mr. Yi is the highest level VIP of this store holding a Crescent brand. Even if what he broke is real, it is fake. But you. The manager laughed, if you can't even get a night ticket, don't even dream of any treatment. Hurry up and pay the money honestly. Me. Duzita was speechless, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The gap between himself and that young man is really so big. No wonder Xiaoyu didn't even look at him. Haha, didn't you say you were rich? Can't you even take out more than 2 million? The gold digger laughed. You. Duzita was so angry that he fainted, but he thought of his biggest supporter. Since Yi Yang could use his connections and status to make the Crescent Hotel break the rules, if he could do the same, wouldn't it prove that he was as awesome as Yi Yang? Maybe that stunning beauty could be with him. He was so excited that he took out his phone again and again. First update. Hello. Is that second grandfather? Yes, I am your favorite third grandson. Duzita laughed and called repeatedly. Huh? Everyone raised their eyebrows and prepared to eat melons. It seems that this little fat man is going to find connections to settle this matter. However, the reason why the Crescent Hotel has a strong reputation is that it is difficult to rely on connections to settle what happened here. It is because of this reputation that the Crescent Hotel is so famous, and it is also because of this reputation that when Yi Yang was treated differently just now, the other people present were so surprised that their jaws almost dropped. If two people who can make the Crescent Hotel break the rules come out in one day, it would be terrible. Haha, then we can be regarded as witnessing history. Everyone felt that this melon was getting more and more delicious. Yes, I broke a jadeite when I went out for dinner, and they insisted on asking me to pay for it. I think it's fake, and they are trying to extort money. Well, they want more than 2.8 million. Duzita exaggerated what happened just now, second grandpa. You have such strength and face. Just say something and let everyone here give me face, which will also show Your Majesty, right? Ha ha ha, you are so sweet, you are worthy of being my favorite third grandson. An old and kind laugh came from the other side. Obviously, hearing that it can make you look good is also very attractive to the old man over there. Pretentiousness is also hereditary. Okay, tell me, which restaurant is it? They are so ignorant that they dare to ask my third grandson to pay for it. The old man over there said proudly. Who else can it be? It's the Crescent Hotel. Duzita saw that the second grandfather was so enthusiastic, and his back was also hardened. He even imagined the manager kneeling and apologizing to him in a servile manner. You mean the Crescent Hotel? Yes. The Crescent Hotel, that was passed down from the Qing dynasty. Yes. You don't know me. Second grandfather, what did you say? Beep, beep, beep. The other party hung up the phone. Duzita was stunned. Good fellow, you just abandoned your dearest grandson. So decisive. What did I say? Didn't I just mention the name of the Crescent Hotel? Why was he so scared? He knew what the second grandfather was like. Would that person be afraid of the Crescent Hotel? He suddenly felt a little scared. After so many years of pretending to be cool, he finally stumbled. This was someone he really couldn't afford to offend. Why? Don't you fight? I don't know. The customers all shrugged, feeling a little strange. Could it be that the person being called was so scared that he hung up the phone when he heard that it was the new moon hotel? Haha, it's possible. The embarrassing fact was guessed, and Duzita's face instantly turned red. But now he knew. He was afraid, so how could he dare to do it again? He took a deep look at Yi Yang, who didn't pay any attention to him at all. Lost too thoroughly. This is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. A cross-dimensional crushing. Here's your card. He took out his bank card with great heartache. He entered the amount painfully and transferred the money. Not to mention that the gold digger said a few more words to him. He was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe, and got on the ambulance. It's just more than 2 million, it shouldn't be that serious? Haha, that's all he can do. More than 2 million makes him feel so distressed, and the support he found probably doesn't have much ability. He dared to ask the New Moon Hotel to give him face. I'm going to laugh to death. Ha ha ha. The whole room laughed. Things passed quickly. After finishing the meal, Yi Yang took Xiaoyu to move. He drank a lot of wine and just settled down. Xiaoyu, Was also very tired, but the alcohol often makes people forget their fatigue. She and Yi Yang pistoned the needle back and forth, and the sound of excitement continued. After doing it for a while, Xiaoyu soon fell asleep from exhaustion. Yi Yang looked at her sleeping appearance, covered her with a quilt, and then left the house. Looking at the sky, it was almost sunset. Yi Yang was sitting in a rocking chair, and suddenly a message came on WeChat. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. It turned out to be the comic exhibition girl Ling Shirshir. Long time no see. Hee hee. Where is the handsome guy recently? Beijing. Wow, what a coincidence, I'm in Beijing too. Come. To participate in the comic exhibition? No, it's just that I'm visiting relatives during the winter vacation, so I came to play. I haven't seen you for a long time, I miss you. Ling Shirshir sent a shy expression. Yi Yang smiled slightly. This little girl is still so smart and cute. He accompanied her to the comic convention as a composer and helped her win the comic convention championship. It's so boring at my second aunt's house. I want to invite you out to play. Is that okay? Looking forward to it, Ling Shirshir made a playful expression. I have a fun place tonight, do you want to go? Yi Yang remembered the information recorded on the crescent moon card and thought that Ling Shirshir would like tonight's activities. Huh. I said we were destined to be together. Elbow, let's. Elbow. Ling Shirshir was obviously looking forward to it. You still don't understand where I'm going to take you, aren't you? Afraid that I'll be kidnapped by you? Evil smile, Yi Yang's mouth curved slightly. Humph, boss, Yi is so rich. Hurry up and buy me with your money. Then I will have money to buy a small book. Ling Shirshir obviously completely ignored Yi Yang's threats and did not think that Yi Yang would abduct her. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. Okay, give me the address and I'll pick you up to play with. Okay. Brother Yi is the most handsome in the world, Ling Shirshir replied instantly. This little girl. Yi Yang spread his hands. Is the boss going out again? A soft voice came from behind. When I turned around and saw it was Shou Qingxian, I couldn't help but be startled. What's wrong with you? Have you changed your gender? Ahem. Sister Xiaozhu said I wasn't gentle enough, so I tried to change my style. Shou Qingxian rolled her eyes and expressed her resistance to Yi Yang's straight man style. Oh, it turns out that's good. Just listen to the boss's advice, you can't master that style. Yi Yang couldn't help but patted Shou Qingxian's shoulder. Snort. Shou Qingxian pouted, but did not deny it. Boss. Are you going to the New Moon 100 Lantern Festival? We are going too. You also know this? Yi Yang was a little surprised now. Second update. The Crescent Hotel's reputation is much greater in the underground world than in the normal rumor world. Shou Qingxian explained. To be precise, the Crescent Hotel is not a hotel, but an organization, and its influence is very wide. Although it cannot be compared with international military groups such as Hurricane, it is still considered to be one of the most powerful in the underground world. It's extremely famous in China. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Huaxia's attitude towards underground forces is self-evident. To be able to open a store openly and have a great reputation under the current background, there must be deep roots and complex backgrounds behind it. But now Crescent Hotel has basically cut off the black industry and is only engaged in some gray industries. Shou Qingxian said, because they have the deepest connection with Laojiu sect back then, Their antique circulation business is the pillar industry of Crescent Hotel. Anyone who has anything to do with this matter can definitely find them. There are also many old people from the 9 gates in the Crescent Hotel who have special skills. Sometimes the state officials need them to do something. It must be because of this that the Crescent Hotel can still retain its place in this new era. Bar. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Makes sense. But isn't the antique business a serious business? What's so gray about this? Shou Qingxian raised the corner of her mouth. According to the interim regulations on the management of cultural relics auction, cultural relics, before the Tang dynasty, are not allowed to be auctioned, and those that can be defined as first-class cultural relics cannot be bought or sold. That is to say? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Good. Shou Qingxian nodded. At the Crescent Hotel, you can see antiques from all eras. Good guy. Yi Yang's heart moved. No wonder the Crescent Hotel is so luxurious. All the furnishings in the room are basically antiques. However, this kind of antiques can only be auctioned at the monthly Crescent meeting. Only high-level VIPs with Crescent plates are eligible to enter. With your status as boss, as long as you have been to the Crescent Hotel, it is impossible not to give it your new moon order. Shou Qingxian smiled. Well, no wonder. Yi Yang took out the Crescent card and played with it a few times. In other words, Crescent Moon will check the information of all people who eat in the restaurant, and then decide whether to issue a token based on their status? That's right, but they also have other distribution channels. They don't necessarily only distribute it to those who eat. Shou Qingxian nodded. I asked why the manager suddenly changed his tone and directly said that what I smashed was a fake. Yi Yang smiled. Although he knew that today's change must be the intention of Boss Xingyue, he couldn't figure out how the other party knew him. If he had known him earlier, why did he send Sister Ling to come to the rescue halfway? Now listening to Shou Qingxuan's explanation, everything makes sense. As for which identity the other party has figured out, he doesn't care. Anyway, he has thousands of trump cards. Even if he figures out 10 or 8 of them, his understanding of him is still superficial. Then let's set off. Yi Yang waved his hand. I took the Shou sisters to the Bugatti Veyron 1R. This sports car is Bugatti's masterpiece of trying to combine a 4-seater car with a fast sports car. 99 units will be launched in the world and can be purchased for only 39.6 million renminbi. The luxury car roared all the way and soon arrived at the door of Ling Shishir's house. Ling Shishir is dressed in ancient cosplay today, looking like a graceful Han woman who traveled through time and space from the Tang dynasty. Coupled with its own agile temperament, it looks extremely moving. After getting in the car, she patted Yi Yang on the shoulder familiarly. Finally, I met handsome Yi Da. Again. It's not easy. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at her second aunt's house, which is a high-end community. It seems that your family's conditions are good. Those who can really afford to play in the second dimension usually have rich families. As the saying goes, a wall in a fat house is like a suite in an imperial capital. Ling Shishir's family seems to have several hundred million in assets, and her annual pocket money is over 1 million, which is quite affordable. You can't compare to handsome Yi Da. Ling Shishir smiled. I actually bought a new luxury car. Actually, I want to say that I originally had so many luxury cars, I just drove them around. Yi Yang teased. Ah. You got a Versailles Ling Shou pouted and was inadvertently shown off again. By the way, where are you taking me to play? Go to a mysterious place. Yi Yang looked at Ling Shou with a wicked smile. You don't miss that me, do you? But I don't mind. Ling Shou puffed up her chest. Anyway, I dream of spending my first night with a super handsome guy like you. Ahem. Yi Yang shook his head dumbfounded. Little girls nowadays are so open-minded. Humph. Ling Shou raised her chin proudly. Tell me the truth, where are you going? Crescent Hotel, by Antiques. Huh? Hotel? Antique? Before Ling Shou could figure it out, Yi Yang stepped on the accelerator, and the whole car sped forward. Driving all the way, the speed was very fast. Ling Shou and Yi Yang kept talking excitedly about the interesting things that happened in the manga circle recently. Soon, the Bugatti Veyron 1R was parked in front of the Crescent Hotel. Let's go. Yi Yang waved his hand. The Crescent Hotel at night is almost completely different from that during the day. The atmosphere and the degree of martial law are very different from those during the day. It seems that the hotel has also racked its brains for the so-called Crescent Club. Yi Yang scanned the Crescent sign at the door. Suddenly, these people were in awe, and respectfully sent out several slender and graceful women to personally escort Yi Yang to the corresponding private room. Really? Good. Ling Shou stretched her waist. With her cleverness, she naturally discovered that this was not an ordinary hotel. Compared with when she came during the day, the layout here is completely different. The second floor is hollowed out in the middle, just in time to see the scene on the first floor, through the brothel. The second floor is also divided into compartments. Yi Yang was taken to one of the compartments with the best view by the beautiful maid. The chairs on the first floor were changed to face the direction of the stage in the front. Many people have already arrived, sitting at the table, enjoying the maid rubbing their shoulders, cracking melon seeds, drinking tea, and chatting. There were also famous singers invited to sing on the stage. If you know how to appreciate it, you will applaud like many old people below. Everyone here is not an ordinary person. They all have a relationship with those prominent people in the past. Shou Qingxian hugged her chest, obviously knowing everything inside very well. She looked down casually and raised her red lips slightly. I just don't know if there are any items worth lighting sky lanterns this time? First update. Light the sky lantern? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. He obviously didn't understand these slang words. A few years ago, when the 3 religions and 9 streams were prevalent, those who were better around knew this. Wang Silin and other big guys also came from that era. However, now that the government is well connected and the environment is not what it used to be, people from all walks of life have to keep a low profile. The underworld culture is no longer as prosperous as before, and Yi Yang doesn't bother to understand it. But Shou Qingxian obviously understands it very well. After all, he used to be a killer. His knowledge in this area is profound. Lighting sky lanterns is a way of doing things at auctions. Shou Qingxian said, as long as the sky lantern is lit, no matter what price anyone bids this round, the person lighting the sky lantern will automatically increase the price by a minimum standard price. In other words, as long as the lantern is lit, it means that the lantern lighting person is determined to win the lot. No matter how much money it is, it will be paid out. It was originally a psychological game, but it soon became a means for ancient princes and nobles to fight for power. Lighting Sky lanterns often represents the financial status of the person lighting the lanterns. Anyone who dares to light a sky lantern will become famous and become a legend in the auction world for a period of time. Yi Yang nodded, so the people below can bid at will? If the price is raised to the sky, wouldn't the person lighting the sky lanterns lose money? Of course not. The bidding price is guaranteed by the auction house. If you mess up, the auction house will kick you out directly. For example, the card he handed over to the auction house for cash verification only contained 30 million, but he shouted out a price of 50 million. The end would be quite miserable. Shou Qingxian smiled and said, if the price the person lighting the sky lantern cannot afford, then he can blow himself up. If the lantern blows up, he will have to bear the tragic consequences. Yi Yang nodded slightly, that's fair. While he was talking, a familiar figure came into Yi Yang's eyes. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Qin Feng is here too. This kid is really well informed about this kind of gambling information. Qin Feng looked around and happened to see Yi Yang. He couldn't help but waved excitedly, said a few words to the welcoming girl next to him, and then went upstairs. Brother Yi, you are here too. Qin Feng smiled and his attitude was quite respectful. Yi Yang nodded, is your box next to mine? Harm. How did I get such a big face? Qin Feng came up and said secretly, because of my father's status, it is impossible for me to appear here to make people talk. I am here on behalf of our family. Otherwise, I am afraid I will have to sit down and drink tea, and I will not be qualified to come up. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, and his understanding of the value of Crescent membership became even higher. The Qin Feng family is even better than the Yida Wang family. Qin Feng himself is an internet emperor with assets worth tens of billions. And nearly 100 billion, so he feels that he can't be in the box. Then the people in this box are probably all super bosses with a net worth of more than 100 billion in the business world. There are almost dozens of private rooms on the second floor. This shows how deep the relationship and foundation of the Crescent Hotel really are. After chatting for a while, Qin Feng returned to his box. Ling Shishir looked at this place excitedly. From Yi Yang's conversation just now, she obviously knew that the young man who came to respectfully talk to Yi Yang just now was the Shanghai Emperor Qin Feng, who was once popular on the internet. That's a super boss who just posted a balance of 9.9 billion. Even such people come here on behalf of the family behind them. Even if he comes here on behalf of his family, he still maintains this kind of respectful look towards himself. Brother Yi. Oh my God. Although she knew that Yi Yang seemed to be very rich, she did not dare to think that Yi Yang was so rich. It's not just about being rich, the Qin family seems to have more than just a business background. This status is also extremely high. He's handsome, rich, and has status. So perfect. Ling Shishir was overflowing with infatuation in her heart. The field gradually became noisy. A girl with an extremely hot figure stood up, wearing a fiery red skirt and holding a microphone, like the brightest fire in the night. Dear guests, I believe that all of you who are able to make it here are big bosses from all walks of life, and you also know the purpose of this Crescent party at the Crescent Hotel. The beautiful host Hong Yu smiled and said, Hong Yu, let's not talk nonsense, let's get straight to the point. After that, a girl who looked extremely plain and had a slight smile on her lips. She was Obviously very beautiful, but had no presence at all unless you looked carefully. She came up carrying a wooden board, covered with red cloth. This is the strongest escort maid of the Crescent Hotel. They look soft and weak, but they are actually very capable. Without thermal weapons, it is impossible to snatch things from their hands in the Crescent Hotel. Shou, popular science. You can't do it either? Yi Yang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this description. Cough. Shou coughed as never before, and after hesitating for a while, he said, "If it is outside, I am 100% sure, but inside the Crescent Hotel, the chance of success is no more than 30%. Of course, if Sister Shou and I plan to cooperate, if so, the probability can rise to 80%. Me. Yang raised his eyebrows, and his heart moved. Even Shou, who had always been proud, said so. It seems that the ancient secrets in the Crescent Hotel that have been passed down from the Qing dynasty to the present are really difficult to deal with. Here is what is being said. The proud woman sitting on the sidelines looked over. It was Sister Ling. Sister Ling has very strong hearing, she should be able to hear what we just said. Shou laughed. So far away. Is this a special ability? Impossible. Ling sure didn't believe it. The venue was so noisy, and this place was at least 20 or 30 meters away from Sister Ling's Zhutai. She could hear such a quiet chat. That's simply a special ability, right? I don't believe it. Ling sure stuck out her tongue and whispered to Sister Ling, if you heard it, just give a gesture. You heard a ghost? As soon as she finished speaking, Sister Ling unexpectedly made a yeah gesture towards the side. This kind of aloof personality suddenly burst into such acute action. Everyone was sweating. But after sweating, everyone saw that the terrifying hearing was not a lie. This is simply a human-shaped eavesdropper. And it's super smart. Although Yi Yang's current physical condition may not be impossible to achieve this effect, if he really wants to, he can't do it as naturally as others, like physical instinct or breathing. This ancient institution has many talented people, and it is indeed unfathomable. Everyone, please pay attention. We are going to bid for the first item now. Second update. I wonder what the auction will be this time. All the distinguished guests looked over nervously. The new moon party was not held often, but every time it was held, enough precious items would be brought out. Every once in a while, it is enough to shock the entire collecting world. I just don't know what kind of precious auction items will be produced at this crescent moon party at the Crescent Hotel. The first item on the auction block is the Imperial Palace's colorful and feathered garments from the early Tang dynasty. I go. What a big deal. This is my first time attending the Crescent party. I would like to ask you, seniors, were they this exciting before? Everyone burst into exclamations. Is this the first auction item so exciting? After the antique was displayed, the feeling of magnificence and grace was simply dazzling. Even after 1,000 and hundreds of years, when the colorful feathered clothes appeared, all the girls present could not take their eyes away. In ancient times, this was only the emperor's favorite concubine who was qualified to wear it. Plus its irreplaceable historical significance. This one will definitely fetch a sky-high price. The opening scene is a bombshell. There is no reserve price, and each increase will be no less than 1 million. Now, start bidding. Hongyue, the woman in red, smiled slightly. No reserve price means you are very confident in the item and will never be sold at a low price. However, such a super antique cannot be taken away easily. Soon there were calls for prices. I'll pay 50 million. 59 million. 65 million. 70 million. The current bidding price is generally that of individual customers on the first floor. But even these individual tourists caused the price to skyrocket instantly during the random bidding. After a while, it rose to 70 to 80 million. It's so fanatical. Antiques from the Tang dynasty were originally very valuable. This is one of the most difficult to preserve and one of the most precious categories of clothing. Moreover, only royal concubines are eligible to wear colorful feather clothes. Normally, they are definitely not allowed to be traded in public. It's not unusual for the price to be as high as 80 to 90 million. Many first-grade jade articles from the Tang dynasty that were prohibited from trading can be sold for 70 to 80 million yuan on the gray market. 85 million. After this sound, the bidding on the lower floor of the venue became sparse. After a long time, it slowly climbed to the level of 90 million. 90 million, the first time. Red Moon's little hammer has just struck the first blow. On the second floor, in a certain compartment, a clear voice came out, 100 million. Hiss. As expected of the boss of the private room on the second floor. They don't even bother to fight with us. They'll wait for us little ants to do our best before we say anything. This is the real boss. The guests on the first floor shook their heads and sighed. The bid of 100 million basically exceeded the bid limit of all guests on the first floor. Yi Yang looked at Ling Shirshir's greedy look on the side. Want it? Dang, let's forget it. My family's total cash is only tens of millions, so I can't afford it. Ling Shirshir scratched her hair and sighed. I studied fashion design. According to my hobbies, I originally wanted to design some Chinese-style clothing. If I can use this for research, it would be great. It doesn't matter. Since you want it, I can let you study it. After I take it. Yi Yang smiled lightly. I haven't spent money in a long time, so this is a good time to spend some money. If the system is no longer used, it will gather dust. This dress feels pretty good, and it should be a satisfactory expense for him in the end. It just so happened that Ling Shirshir was still useful, killing two birds with one stone. This. It's not good. Ling Shirshir trembled. She still hasn't paid back the money Yi Yang gave her to compete for the rankings last time. Although Yi Yang didn't want her to return it at all. However, she always feels uneasy about her conscience. In the past few months, she has always looked for opportunities to send delicious and fun things to Yi Yang, and also sent some expensive and rare gadgets, as well as personal comics exhibition photos, which are very large. That kind of thing. But until now, only 1 or 2 million has been paid back. Wanting to repay the money Yi Yang gave her last time to compete for the comic exhibition, she made a rough calculation and it would take her a lifetime. I didn't buy it for you, I just let you study it, don't be embarrassed. Yi Yang also knew Ling Shirshir's little thoughts, patted her little head, and then looked at Shou Qingxian. How do you light the sky lantern? Shou Qingxian smiled. As expected of a boss, he always chooses the simplest and crudest way to solve problems, knowing that there is a method like sky lanterns. I don't even bother to shout out the price. Just sit here. Shou Qingxian pointed to the beautiful wide chair on the right side of the room. Then pull out the lamp next to the chair and light the sky lantern. Yi Yang nodded, looked around and found that no one in these private rooms was sitting on the right side. He stood up casually and sat directly on the beautiful wide chair on the right. Good guy, it's very comfortable. Why didn't I find such a good position just now? With that said, he directly dropped the lamp next to him. Boom. At this moment, the entire Crescent Hotel's spotlight instantly gathered. Everyone looked over at this moment. Holy shit. This? What a great man. Which prince or nobleman is this? I've been involved in the New Moon Society for several years, and this is the first time I've seen a sky lantern. There is only one legend left. This is the first time I have seen it in such a long time. The audience immediately became excited. Everyone applauded in unison. This is respect for the Lord of Sky Lanterns. I go. Qin Feng looked at the box next to him dumbfounded. On behalf of the Qin family, he didn't even dare to light the sky lantern. Where is the sky lantern? That's obviously a waste of money. Even an ancient prince with a fortune of hundreds of millions of taels of silver could not withstand such a burning. Yi Yang was already used to this feeling of being watched by everyone. When he lit the lamp, the price had been called 130 million. The enthusiasm for bidding seemed to be ignited by the sky lantern. Various bidding tests were conducted to find out the details of Yi Yang. However, they are also cautious. Once the light explodes, they also have to think about whether they can eat it. Suddenly, everyone in the private room on the second floor had different expressions and thoughts. Across the street, a short middle-aged man with a mustache frowned and said to the girl next to him, "What kind of job does this guy do?" "Sir, customer information is absolutely confidential. You can't ask us if you ask." The girl smiled slightly and explained, "Idiot." Eiichiro Kameda obviously had a bad temper, but then he sneered, "This time, the final treasure has not yet appeared, so I spent a lot of money to light sky lanterns. If I spend all the money first, I can eliminate the final competitor." Haha, you look like a newbie at first glance, so there's nothing to be afraid of. First update. 156 million. 158 million. In the end, when the price stayed at around 160 million, it finally stagnated. Everyone below was whispering. Will the boss who lit the sky lanterns pay for all the 160 million? Then what do you think? Otherwise, why would people light sky lanterns? I'll go. This is so rich. It doesn't even explode. How rich this family is. This is just a bigger appetizer. Take a look at it. Tonight. You will soon see what it means to spend money like water and what it means to be extravagant. And extravagant. Awesome. There was a lot of discussion in the audience. No one in the private room on the second floor is willing to order cannon anymore. If it blows up, they will take over. Everyone knows why they came here tonight. Maybe the lighting of sky lanterns is a strategy? Therefore, under mutual suspicion and speculation, no one made any further bids. 160 million times. 160 million twice. 160 million 3 times. This Tang Dynasty colorful feather coat belongs to Mr. Yi in box number 9. The whole audience burst into warm applause. This is a transaction price of over 100 million yuan. Just for a vintage costume. It's so dreamy. It actually worked. Ling Sure swallowed a sip of saliva, then wouldn't it be true that she would really have the most exquisite colorful feather clothes of the Tang dynasty to study in the future? It's incredible. This man is too strong. She cheered inwardly. Ding. The detection host spent 160 million Chinese coins to buy Millennium clothes and reward a company with potential stocks, Tang Hongzhi Group. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Potential company? This has never been encountered before. He randomly searched for this company. It was an emerging company focusing on the design, promotion, and sales of Chinese antique clothes. Inspirational to turn China's own ancient style clothes into world-famous clothes, comparable to the world's largest luxury clothing brands such as Louis Vuitton. However, this dream apparently has little support. After all, most of the first batch of businessmen in China were short-sighted and had no sentiments. Purely thinking about making money, I have already made hundreds of billions in my hands, but I am still not satisfied and only seek profit. They simply have no three views and are harming the country and the people. Pure capitalist. Without financial support, Tang Hongzhi was about to go bankrupt, but apparently the system had just injected a massive amount of funds into them. Their market value increased directly from about 100 million to about 1 billion. Note: potential stock companies are new companies with great potential for future growth. Cultivating new companies to become giant companies will give the host a huge sense of accomplishment. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Indeed, just like he directly led Shou company into the world-class company it is today, this sense of accomplishment is so great. And according to his observation, the face value provided to him by the Shou company he cultivated is much greater than that of directly taking over other companies and then revealing that he is the person behind the company. It seemed that the system also knew that he was not short of money at all, so it simply started arranging some weird rewards for him. Really? Not bad. When Yi Yang came back to his senses. This is already the third lot. The previous two pieces were sold for around 10 million each. Obviously, after the first round of explosions, the normal auction process entered. None of these things appealed to him very much. But since he wanted to spend money tonight, he didn't bother to turn off the lights, so he simply kept the sky lanterns on. These 3 lots have all entered his possession. I'm going to light 3 lights in a row. Why don't you turn off the lights yet? Isn't he trying to wrap up tonight? In the hundreds of years since the birth of the Crescent Hotel, I have never seen anyone so crazy. The roaring discussion in the audience became louder and louder when it was discovered that Yi Yang still had the sky lantern on after arriving at the 4th lot. Sister Ling glanced at Yi Yang in surprise. Although the boss had a surprisingly high opinion of Mr. Yi, she never expected that he would be so courageous. Light 3 lights in a row. According to the historical records of the New Moon Chronicles, the last time someone did this was 100 or 200 years ago, when Zhang Defoy dispersed all Changsha's family wealth and lit 3 lanterns in succession. Of course, the things we fought for back then were naturally more valuable than they are now. The valuation is much higher than Yi Yanghua's current 200 million. However, at least in terms of the number of lights lit, Yi Yang has created the best number in the past 200 years. Isn't it? Still destroyed? Sister Ling squinted her eyes, with a playful look on her face. The next lot is the Bafeng bronze sword of the Han Dynasty. Unearthed in the Heshi corridor, it has great historical significance and research value. It has metal memory. Even after more than 2,000 years, it is still extremely sharp and can cut iron as well as mud. It is the world's top antique treasure. Han Yue finished speaking. The whole place exploded. This is definitely a first-class treasure. Han Dynasty Bafang Bronze Sword. This Crescent Hotel always surprises us. This relationship ability is really too strong, isn't it? Oh my god, I was shocked. Too strong, right? Even in the compartments on the second floor, there were many people who gasped. The masters of the antique world couldn't resist the temptation and leaned forward to see the 8-sided bronze sword of the Han Dynasty. However, they knew very well. The Crescent Hotel has been passed down for hundreds of years. With a reputation as strong as gold and iron, it is impossible to take it out without absolute guarantee. Even this kind of artifact is not the final big axis. I am afraid that the last treasure of this time will shock the entire antique world again. That's right. It's really exciting. No reserve price. Each bid must not be less than 5 million, start bidding. After that, the first floor was silent. They knew too well that this kind of treasure was not something they could get their hands on. They all looked at the attic in the middle of the second floor. The familiar and terrifying light was still on. Hiss. It's still not extinguished. 4 sky lanterns lit in a row. This. Oh my god. I can't express my shock in words. Anyway, this should be the first time in 200 years. Too strong. Seeing that the Han Dynasty bronze 8-sided sword still has the lanterns. This is simply crazy. On the second floor, many big guys were moved. In order to consume us, let us spend money before seeing the last treasure, the Crescent Hotel. It's a big investment. Second update, warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Are you going to make a bid or not? Maybe we can take the opportunity to raise the price? While he was thinking about it, the noise in the audience became louder and louder. Huh? Still not turning off the lights? Do you really have to light 4 lights in a row? Good guy. Even the real VIPs on the second floor were a little surprised. Haha, since he dares to do something, then we dare to fight. 180 million. 200 million. This Han Dynasty bronze, Bafang Jianguang was the first bid, which immediately shocked all the guests below. 200 million for asking. I'll go, these big guys are crazy. I'm afraid I'm going to blow this lamp up. Then you underestimate the guests on the second floor. Oh? How can you say this? I have seen with my own eyes that the guests on the second floor directly raised the price to 6 to 7 billion for an ancient treasure. Hiss. So, 200 million is just the appetizer. Then what do you think? In the blink of an eye, the price has reached 300 million. The existence of this kind of national treasure has no measurable value at all. For those who like it, it is priceless. Without market guidance, competition will have no end. It's just a pure competition for financial resources and affordability. It just so happens that Yi Yang lacks everything except money and the ability to spend money, which he doesn't lack at all. 370 million. 400 million. The guests in the private room on the second floor gritted their teeth and stared at Yi Yang. Baga. Why doesn't this kid even have an expression on his face? Doesn't he feel any pressure at all? This is 400 million real money. Maybe you're pretending to be calm. 400 million. It still didn't explode. We have to restrain ourselves a little. After all, we will still have to compete for the ultimate treasure. Let's restrain ourselves a little. If someone blows up, we will lose both sides, and let others reap the benefits. That's right. The inner activities of all the guests on the second floor were extremely active. However, it is not a loss to pay several hundred million to acquire this Han Dynasty bronze sword. It is a priceless treasure in the first place. In the end, the price slowly stopped at 490 million, and no one bid again. Hong Yue looked at Yi Yang, wanting to ask Yi Yang if he accepted the result. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. A trace of surprise flashed in Hong Yue's eyes. Even though she has been at the Crescent Hotel for so many years, she has never seen anyone take out more than 600 million in cash without any expression on his face. Isn't it really too strong? Even someone like her who had seen countless powerful people and big bosses was shocked. If you spend 600 million to buy a super mansion, no one will think it is too outrageous, because for such a super boss, a place to live worth several hundred million is too much. But this is an antique. At the end of the day, it's no different than a child playing with a toy. A child can spend tens of thousands on learning. But that doesn't mean he can spend tens of thousands on toys. Only children whose families can spend hundreds of thousands on education will have toys worth tens of thousands. From this, it can be inferred that this young man's residence on the second floor is worth billions. I'm afraid it's more than that. Snap, snap, snap. The audience burst into thunderous applause. This is unprecedented recognition of the strong. At this moment, behind the new moon curtain, a girl walked out from the side curtain. The girl had a lively temperament. She was about 18 or 19 years old. She was dressed in white and had a beautiful appearance that was unforgettable at a glance. What's going on here? She blinked her beautiful eyes and found that the gathering point of the entire audience, the spotlight, all the eyes, all the admiration and aura, was on a figure on the second floor. That figure was sitting on the Jinrong Shouhua chair on the right, where no one else had the courage to sit. The lights behind him were dazzling, his face was handsome, his eyebrows were sharp, and he had a smile on his lips. It seemed that all the excitement in the field had nothing to do with him. Generally, she looked at it and couldn't help being stunned. I didn't expect that there really is such a man in the world. Miss? Why are you here? Sister Ling picked up the girl in white and sat down. It's boring. Hey, Sister Ling. Who is that boy? Yin Qingyue's beautiful eyes still didn't move away from Yi Yang's body, and she asked again and again. Not sure. Sister Ling shook her head. Not sure. Yin Qingyue blinked. Is there actually a Ling sister in the Crescent Hotel who doesn't know the details? Well, the boss said that he is the biggest guest of our Crescent Hotel. He did not reveal the specific details to me. He just asked me not to look down on him. Moreover, by inviting him here this time, he did not want the treasure to be exposed to the hands of the Japanese. Sister Ling took a sip of tea. It's just that this young man has been lighting sky lanterns since the auction started. So far, he has lit 4 lanterns in a row and spent 6 to 7 billion in cash. Light 4 in a row. Yin Qingyue blinked. This has already exceeded that record, right? No. Wonder he is the man who even my dad thinks is our most powerful guest in New Moon. That's right. But this time, those on the second floor didn't dare to fight for the last treasure, and they all kept their strength, so even if they lit 4 lanterns, the cost was not too outrageous. It's only 600 to 700 million. Sister Ling shook her head. If it was at that time, 600 to 700 million, I'm afraid not even 1 lantern could last. Yeah. Although she said so, Yin Qingyue still remembered Yi Yang's appearance firmly, so handsome. As soon as she came in, she felt that this man had a completely different temperament from others. It seemed that he was above the world and didn't care too much about everything. He was extremely aloof, but not arrogant. This person is really different. Sister Ling shook her head, but maybe he just wanted to stir up the heat and become famous. Knowing that there was a treasure, other people didn't dare to fight for the lanterns, so they forced the number of lanterns to be lit and then sensationalized. No. He is not such a person. Yin Qingyue pursed her lips and said firmly. Hey. You just glanced at him. Sister Ling raised her eyebrows and looked at Yin Qingyue, my eldest lady. My intuition is always accurate. Yin Qingyue said, but her eyes did not leave Yi Yang. Well, I hope the boss is right about him. Sister Ling's anxiety was relieved a little. This time, the treasure is deeply involved. The boss has said that it must not fall into the hands of the Japanese. In theory, Xingyue does not allow Japanese people to come in. However, due to some changes in the power vortex that even Xingyue Hotel cannot refuse, this time, Kamida Eiichiro was forced to squeeze in. This Kamida has a huge amount of capital and is determined to win. According to the boss, the only variable that may successfully stop him is Mr. Yi. First update. This bronze Bafang sword must have burned through his budget, right? No matter how rich it is, it can't be this luxurious. I think so. He probably won't light the lamp anymore. Now that he has broken the record of lighting 3 lanterns in a row and has earned enough face, I don't believe he will light the lanterns again. That's right. Everyone was talking about it. Now Yi Yang has obviously become the focus of the audience, and everyone is discussing whether he will continue to light the sky lanterns in the 5th round. Just when everyone thought Yi Yang had no money, the sound of the system echoed in Yi Yang's ears again. It was detected that the host spent 500 million to purchase ancient weapons and was given absolute control of the Melee Thunder God military group. Good guy. Yi Yang was stunned. Thunder God military martial arts. Those are the top 3 super weapon manufacturers in the United States. One of the U.S. defense partners. There are many representative works. There are 7 branches under his name, collectively known as the 7 Sons of Thor, in charge of military aircraft, GPS, military defense control, network, space, strategic missiles, and other fields. Although the market value is less than 100 billion US dollars, its importance and significance cannot be reflected at all by its market value. If the United States knew that the chairman of a company that provides weapons and technical support for its national defense was Chinese, I am afraid it would be immediately uneasy. However, Yi Yang obviously does not plan to announce the news for the time being. Only when this kind of news is revealed at a critical moment can it be shocking enough, and the effect powerful enough. Another big trump card. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. The system showed its power tonight. He actually gave so many good things directly. He spent hundreds of millions before, but the system didn't respond at all. At most, he gave back 1,080 million, but with Yi Yang's current capital size, this 1,080 million bonuses are really meaningless. We can use some cutting-edge technology. He was thinking in his mind that the next lot had already started to be auctioned. Round 5. Hong Yue unveiled the red cloth on the big object. A set of ebony furniture tables and chairs from the Tang dynasty. It was made by famous masters at that time. It is meticulously crafted and has unique ingenuity. After thousands of years, it still remains magnificent. Ebony. Tang dynasty. Made by famous masters. Each of these words is filled with a strong flavor of money. The price quickly exceeded 100 million. The quality this time is surprisingly high. Yeah, compared to previous times, the quality seems to be a whole level higher this time. Just like the Bafang bronze sword just now, if it were placed in the past, it would be the finale. It feels like I came here just to make up the numbers, and I didn't even bid once during the entire process. Yes. Damn it. The first floor is just a pure audience. Why did you call us here? Do you have money to watch the big guys' fancy shows? Ahem, you are wrong. You are rich just by watching a big boss show off. Holy shit, you woke me up. That light is still on. The audience once again focused on Yi Yang. The fifth wheel, that light is still on. And the price has already soared to 300 million. This kid. Not to mention the feelings of the audience on the first floor, even the distinguished guests on the second floor began to feel frightened. Qin Feng grinned as he watched. He actually has no interest in antiques. This time he came to protect the treasure under the orders of his family. The last treasure must belong to China. This was his father's death order. Whether it's 1 billion or 10 billion. It's all worth it. Therefore, before that auction item appeared, Qin Feng was just a theater person, and he called Yi Yang 666, by the way. As expected of me, brother Yi. This is 1 billion. I don't even frown. It's too strong. It's so strong that it's bottomless. Holy shit, the fifth wheel is still on. Now brother. Yes, sharp edge may not be able to be hidden by the entire underground world. He was extremely excited, as if he was the one pretending to be next door. With such a big dick, even if you just know someone who is pretending to be hot, you will feel the same and extremely excited. This is the Crescent Hotel. 5 sky lanterns are lit here. Looking at the Crescent Hotel since its opening, I am afraid it has never been sold. Although this time it was due to special reasons that none of the parties dared to fight. Every time you light a sky lantern, the cost is much less than before. But this is a real record after all. 5 sky lanterns. Tang Dynasty ebony tables and chairs were eventually sold for 400 million. Sir, do you want to continue? Even the beautiful maid next to Xingyue thought that Yi Yang was just distracted and forgot to turn off the light. That's more than 1 billion in real money. Certainly. Yi Yang nodded slightly and smiled lightly. This time the system didn't give any good rewards, only gold bars worth 1 billion. I just complimented you a few times, and now you're being so mean again. Yi Yang rolled his eyes inwardly and teased with some disgust. Ling Shishir on the side was already dumbfounded. She thought that spending more than 100 million to buy a set of clothes was an exaggeration. Good guy. This amounts to more than 1 billion. The sixth item is a Ming Dynasty Schwanda blue and white seawater white dragon pattern flat bottle. Perfect workmanship and high quality. The base price is 200 million. Each increase in price must not be less than 6 million. Bidding starts. Holy crap. This is a truly top-notch antique used by the emperor. Blue and white sea water and white dragon pattern. I saw a similar one at Christie's auction a few years ago. One of this quality sold for 400 million. Let me go. This is another existence that can be the finale in previous years. Oh my god, this guy's light is still on. I'm numb. It's true. I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced. Baga. Did his money come from the strong wind? Eiichiro Kamida slapped the table. He took the limelight away from me. With his character that is willing to show off, he has long wanted to show off in China. It's a pity that he came with a mission this time, so he couldn't squander it casually. At this time, Yi Yang was almost furious. It feels like this Chinese young man has robbed him of the glory that should belong to him. Humph, you will be dumbfounded when the last treasure comes out. When the time comes, you will look at my huge amount of funds, and you will only sigh with dismay. Haha. Eiichiro Kamida laughed angrily. We'll see. Let's see. Who laughs last? Both people and ghosts are being beaten, but Brother Yi is the only one who shows off. Seeing that the sixth lantern was sold for 550 million and the sixth sky lantern was successfully lit, Qin Feng almost got up and gave Yi Yang a cheer dance to cheer up. The whole place exploded. The crescent moon has hundreds of years of history, but only the royal prince of the Qing dynasty once lit 5 lanterns in succession. Now, Yi Yang's brilliance has truly overtaken hundreds of years, stepped on the prince, and created a new history. Second update. This second half, the maid didn't dare to look up at Yi Yang. His brilliance was so powerful that she couldn't breathe. Continue. Yi Yang waved his hand. It was only over 1 billion, and it was too much fun. These are the 3 lanterns that made Lafayette spend all his wealth. It seems a little weak. It didn't make his blood boil at all. He always feels that things are definitely not that simple, and the wonderful things are yet to come. Immediately, there was a short intermission, and everyone was digesting the shock of Yi Yang lighting 6 lights in a row. This is truly divine. It's too strong. Sigh. Although we can spend more than 1 billion, but if we use it to buy a few antiques, we can't afford it at all. Listen to the praises of Yi Yang from the people present. Yin Qingyue pursed her lips and smiled. Everyone is really shocked. Sister Ling nodded slightly. The last 3 items are the real battle. Although more than 1 billion is a lot, compared with the last 3 items, it is just a firefly competing for the brightness of the bright moon. Is there any such awesome treasure? Yin Qingyue never knew much about her own business. Good. Sister Ling gently raised her beautiful legs in her cheongsam and glanced at the guests present. These 3 treasures have extraordinary origins and can be called priceless treasures. One of them will never be allowed to fall into the hands of people from other countries than the Chinese in hand. Oh. Yin Qingyue blinked her eyes, a little confused. This she knew very well how many treasures Sister Ling had seen over the years, and how many of them were awesome treasures. There are countless things that can be called national treasures. But now, Sister Ling is actually able to call that treasure. That must never fall into the hands of Japanese people, a priceless treasure. That is definitely a rare existence in the world. Since there is such a treasure, it must be attracted by the super rich from China. They must have money to buy it, and ordinary people can't stop it, right? Qingyue glanced around. It seems there are no Asians. Sitting opposite the guy you like is a Japanese. He is here on behalf of the European and American consortium. Sister Ling said calmly. Oh? Qingyue raised her eyebrows. Why do they want to rob this treasure? Because this treasure has extremely profound significance to China, but because of some struggles under the water, we must allow the minions of European and American forces to exist in this venue. Sister Ling sighed and said, although Kamita Eiichiro is only one person, he has the support of many financial groups behind him. It can be said that sufficient funds have been prepared for this treasure hunt. Wouldn't that be dangerous? But there aren't just as many rich people in China as there are, right? Qingyue asked doubtfully. The top group of businessmen are all greedy for money and have little virtue. They have no feelings. And some big bosses are not allowed to show up in person. After all, in China, we still belong to the gray area. Sister Ling shook her head. Just like the Qin family of Zhonghai, we can only let Qin Feng come forward on our behalf. So that's it. Qingyue nodded slightly. Is that why Dad calls him the only one who can turn the tide? Good. Sister Ling squeezed it gently with her beautiful hands. Although her face was calm, her heart was obviously not at peace. In order to ensure that we can compete with European and American capital, we will use some special means this time. The intermission ended quickly. Everyone cheered up. The VIPs on the second floor also became energetic instantly. They all knew that the second half has just begun. In the second half, there will be a total of 3 auctions. This auction will adopt the rules of blind auction. Anyone who knows the history of the Crescent Hotel must know that whenever the Crescent Hotel holds a blind auction, the items auctioned will be the most precious thing in the world. The items sold blindly will not be publicized by the auction. You can take them by yourself after the auction ends. However, the VIPs present must have heard about the items to be auctioned. Sister Ling personally came on stage to warm up. The whole place became heated instantly. Sister Ling warms up the show in person. I'll go, absolutely. Sister Ling, this Cheongsam is so beautiful. A blind photo shoot. The last time a blind photo was taken was more than 100 years ago. That time was truly earth-shattering. Even the 4 major bank accounts at that time couldn't even fill up those 3 sky lanterns. Every time there is a blind photo shoot, there will definitely be a fight. Everyone was talking a lot, and the atmosphere at the scene was instantly abuzz. But Gaialu, China is doing this again. These people have extremely bad consciences. Kamita Eiichiro was so angry that he stood up and wanted to throw the cup in anger. But thinking that he had forced his way in with the power behind him, Crescent Hotel wanted to kick him out. If he was kicked out for breaking Crescent Hotel's rules, the consequences. I'm afraid that not only will I have to die on the street, but no one related to me will be able to escape. That is the supreme anger of European and American fathers. Thinking of having the support of his fathers behind him, Eiichiro Kamita instantly felt at ease and sat down again. He squinted at the 3 large cabinets covered with red cloth. Each cabinet contained priceless treasures. Which cabinet among them contains his must-have treasure? It doesn't matter, I have so much money, of course I have to squander it. When it finally came time to show his financial strength, Eiichiro Kamita showed a perverted smile and laughed wildly. Sitting on the brocade chair on the right with great pride, light up. Hey! There's another big guy who lights the lamp. Who is this boss? He doesn't look like a good man dressed like this. That's right, he has a sinister look and a typical villain look. That's right. He looks like a prince. When Eiichiro Kamita heard these discussions, he couldn't help but became furious. He stood up and smiled angrily below. What do you poor Chinese people know? I am here on behalf of the Great Sun Empire. Behind you, there are even more of you. Unexpected background. Your national treasures are all ours. What? What a bastard little sun man. Isn't it true that New Moon doesn't allow foreigners to enter? I guess there is something unspeakable. It feels like we are involved in something huge. Yes, I have this hunch too. There was no one present who was not a human spirit, and they immediately figured out some hidden secrets. This auction of Crescent Moon is so abnormal. In the past, the grand finale was thrown out as if it were free of charge. A superhero lit up the sky lanterns for 6 consecutive days. Now, there is a sun man who refuses to enter, and he is so arrogant. That light is still on. This person is obviously well prepared. I don't know if this big guy can hold on. Gentlemen, the maid asked Yi Yang 3 times. And Yi Yang's eyes had already shown a cold light. China is no longer the same as before. Regardless of force or financial resources, he must win, and he must win beautifully and magnanimously. First update. He turned his head and looked at the maid. Doesn't Xingyue not allow Japanese people to come in? The maid lowered her head and whispered something to Yi Yang. A cold light gradually accumulated in Yi Yang's eyes. This maid was obviously specially selected by the Xingyue Hotel to serve Yi Yang, and she also had the task of telling Yi Yang the truth during the adaptation period. And now Yi Yang also fully understood the purpose of this Xingyue meeting tonight. In the early years, the coalition forces of various countries invaded China and took away countless treasures. Now the national treasures have been returned to the country through secret channels, and I don't know how much power and blood have been consumed. The European and American forces actually assigned the dog Japanese to enter the Xingyue club with a conspiracy in order to transfer the treasures abroad again. A trace of coldness appeared at the corner of his mouth. He has never lacked feelings for his country. Tonight, he wants those people in the world who covet China's national treasures to understand, China is no longer the China of the past. Those who plot to seize treasures must be crushed with heavy punches. Eiichiro Kamita knew very well that the many Chinese bigwigs sitting on the second floor seemed to be fighting for treasures, but in fact, they were all targeting him. All the forces in China united to prevent the European and American consortium from taking the national treasure through him. What a joke. It was precisely because he understood this that Eiichiro Kamita was not afraid of pretending to be cool, nor was he afraid of angering the people present. After all, his purpose was to rob with money. They have already torn their faces. They have already confronted each other. They are all destined enemies. What's there to be afraid of? Just come up and confront them. He wanted to see them all angry and embarrassed, but in the end, they had no choice but to look at them. He even saw the angry expressions of the Chinese. People around him after they finally couldn't protect their national treasures. He liked it too much. Those European and American dads are so awesome. Tonight I will pretend to be unprecedented, and the world of antiques, the super big guy that has never been seen before. He was full of passion, full of inner drama, and the whole person was suddenly ignited. And the representatives of other Chinese forces also looked over coldly. I will never let you succeed. After that, they all stood up. Damn. The big guys on the second floor stood up collectively. What are they trying to do? It can't be. It must be like this. It's because they were irritated by this little son. Man. Oh my. As expected. After these big guys stood up, they all sat on the brocade chairs on the right and lit the sky lanterns at hand. Zhonghaiqin family, light the lamp. Zhujiang business Dong family, light the lamp. Modusu family, light the lamp. Tianrong group, light the lamp. Northwest Mei family, light the lamp. Northeast Zhao family, light the lamp. The entire Xinhua second floor was suddenly brightly lit, and the many bigwigs on the first floor couldn't open their eyes. Oh my God, I don't have a lamp, otherwise I would have wanted to get involved. Our assets are not enough for 100 billion, so we are not qualified to light the lamp on the second floor. But even if we are just in the light, it is enough. Yeah. Almost everyone present was ignited. National pride arises spontaneously. No matter how fierce the fight is in normal times. Facing foreign enemies and humiliations, as long as he dares to show up, then unite together. Unite against the outside world. Crazy. Really crazy. Oh my God, I'm kneeling. My blood is boiling. The anger that was aroused by the people in the audience just now instantly turned into excitement. China is no longer what it used to be. It is no longer a national treasure that you can take away just because you want to. 3 blind auction items, each starting price is 1 billion, and each bid increase must not be less than 100 million. Counter number 1, the auction starts now. Sister Ling personally swung the starting hammer. 5 billion. Eiichiro Kamita spoke directly, looking around. 10 billion. Qin Feng's eyes were like fire. When he shouted this sentence, his whole body trembled a little. After all, he was just a rich second generation, with a total of 10 billion in cash. Now he shouted it out in one voice. That feeling was so shocking. What the hell? What the hell? Are these big guys crazy? Fuck you. The starting price is 1 billion, and they directly ask for 5 billion. What on earth is in that cabinet? These big guys must have inside information, otherwise they can't be so crazy. Yes, it's really too shocking. The second bid directly broke 10 billion. It's crazy. Oh my God, 10 billion in cash, that's it. No one could believe the offer. They heard 15 billion. Eiichiro Kamita laughed angrily. Haha, I say, little Japanese Kamita, don't go to China to complain about this little bit of money. Hurry up. Northeast Zhao family, 30 billion. Fuck. Crazy. Double from 15 billion. What kind of treasure makes these big guys think it is worth 30 billion? That's 30 billion. No one dared to believe this number. Too fantastic. What kind of auction did we attend? Fuck. Too powerful. The many bigwigs On the first floor, whose net worth was less than 100 billion, were all shocked, moved, and dreamy. With so many mixed emotions, many people could not sit still and stood up to express their inner excitement. Haha, you Chinese people do have some strength. Eiichiro Kameda sneered, but, unfortunately, the capital behind me is not what you can imagine. He looked around and said loudly, Japan Sentai capital, 50 billion Chinese currency. 50 billion. Is this an auction? Is this a money-making machine? How is it possible? 50 billion. Every offer on the second floor can make everyone tremble in their hearts and doubt their lives. Is this really the value that an item can have? That priceless national treasure that all the big guys are so eager to get, and they will never give up, and they would rather burn tens of billions to get it. What is it? Second update. Japan Sentai capital, 50 billion. After this voice came out, everyone was shocked. Before this, no one could believe that there could be any antiques that could be sold for 50 billion. It was simply crazy and unbelievable. In addition to this fear and shock, everyone was thinking about what it was that could make so many bigwigs present fight for it at such a price. After all, this is 50 billion. Although China is now rich and strong, there are not many companies that can really take out 50 billion in cash, let alone take 50 billion in cash just to buy an antique. Only those state-owned enterprises with cash flow of hundreds of billions and backed by the state have this confidence. Thinking of this, everyone looked at each other tacitly and felt shocked in their hearts. It seems that the rumor that the Crescent Hotel cooperated with the state is true. I hope that after the 3 rounds of auctions, those blind boxes can be opened, so that we can see what is worth tens of billions. It shouldn't be higher, right? It shouldn't be, after all, that's 50 billion. Zhonghai Qin family, 80 billion. Qin Feng's eyes were red. This was the highest record he had ever shouted in his life, the highest record he could truly control. However, with the support of the Qin family and the power represented by the Qin family this time, he was fully qualified to say this. That kind of excitement and stimulation was something he had never experienced before. Calling 80 billion in one breath. Even a super-rich second generation like him was delighted. All this fighting, all this exclamation, all this noise. Yi Yang saw everything, and his mouth corner slightly raised. Right. That's right. This is the right way. This is a bit of passion for the lantern fight. This is the momentum that should be there if the 3 lantern fights can exhaust the inventory of the 4 major ticket houses in Changsha. For the first time, Sister Ling felt that things were beyond her ability. She always liked to plan everything before taking action. But this time, she could only do her best and leave it to fate. The capital competition on both sides was too terrible, and no one could predict the final result. His eyes are so attractive. Yin Qingyue was still looking at Yi Yang. At this time, he is still obsessed with him. Sister Ling said with a smile. This is not obsessed with him. Yin Qingyue's mouth corners were raised. I dare say that the final winner will still be Yi Yang. Huh? But he hasn't even made a bid yet. Sister Ling raised her eyebrows. In this round, the price has been called up to 80 billion, but this young man seems to have no intention of bidding at all. My intuition is always accurate. Yin Qingyue said softly. I hope so. Sister Ling nodded slightly. Haha. The guy who lit 6 sky lanterns before is stupid. The competition in the last 3 rounds may have completely exceeded his expectations. He has lit 6 lanterns, but he still doesn't want to stop. You know, if the lantern competition fails, he will have to pay part of the final transaction price as the price of lighting the lanterns. The price has been called up to 80 billion. Even if he is only asked to compensate 20% of the sky lantern fee, it is 16 billion. Yes, he is probably too arrogant. In the previous rounds, Yi Yang took out more than 1 billion in cash and smashed 6 sky lanterns. The whole audience was unable to breathe. The big guys on the first floor felt that they were just here for the show, so they were naturally very unhappy. There is no sense of participation at all. Maybe they are preparing a big move. Preparing a big move? How is that possible? That's 80 billion. I thought it was just a small fight of a few billion. Before? Haha, I can see that you are short-sighted. I am short-sighted? You and I are sitting on the same floor, how can I be short-sighted? Haha, don't deny it, just yesterday, I was fortunate enough to be invited by the Yida Wang family to attend their family dinner. So what? During the banquet, many bigwigs gathered, trillion-dollar bigwigs sat in charge, hundreds of billions of bigwigs were like clouds, and bigwigs from all walks of life were also present. Hiss, this scene is quite big, but what is the connection with this person? You want to say that this young man was also present? What does that mean, you were still present? Aren't you just sitting on the first floor with me? Connection. The connection is that when this young man entered the venue, all the big guys in the room stood up to serve him. Do you think he is awesome? Damn. Is this true? So many big guys? How awesome is that? That's because he is awesome. Really, since I saw Mr. Ye's power yesterday, I have admired him. He is definitely the winner of this round. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see. Now, those who were jealous of Yi Yang before have all shut up. It seems that this young man really has something. But, so what? That's 80 billion. Don't say he is a VIP, even Wang Jianlin, the head of the Yida Wang family, can't get this amount of cash in a short time. What is his basis? Kamida Eiichiro also sneered at Yi Yang opposite him, wasn't it very impressive just now? Didn't you light 6 sky lanterns in a row? I was so suffocated just now. It's finally my turn to show off. Once I show off, I will shine brightly, and no one can stop me. You are a scumbag. However, he turned his attention to Qin Feng. This kid didn't say a word just now. I didn't expect him to be so ruthless when he spoke. He seems to be a ruthless character, hiding the boss. He is pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger in a low-key manner. The whole audience. He should be the only one I should pay attention to and pay attention to. Eiichiro Kamida is full of inner drama, but Yi Yang obviously won't pay attention to the clown. 90 billion. Eiichiro Kamida looked at Qin Feng and sneered in his heart, although you are pretty awesome, the combination of European and American capital is not that simple. The capital pool behind me is beyond your imagination. There was a brief silence. Everyone was whispering to each other. Before they came, they had made plans and thought about what might happen. In the first round, Kamida Eiichiro will definitely show his sharpness, so it would be best for him to lose more money in the first round. I just hope that the national treasure is not in the cabinet in the first round. Just when many big guys made eye contact to confirm their thoughts, there was a brief silence. The whole audience was a little panicked. Is it possible that we, China, are going to lose? A room full of big guys can't compete with a little sun man. Damn. I'm so frustrated. How can it be? It's only 90 billion, which is indeed too much beyond everyone's affordability. That's cash. Sister Ling's hands were also clenched nervously. Just when Hong Yue was disappointed and ready to strike the first blow, a chuckle did spread throughout the place. With only 90 billion, you think you can dominate China? Are you, a Japanese bandit, bullying me, who has no one in China? First update, /. The author has something to say. I came to Nanchang for a trip. I wrote this in Nanchang August 1st. Memorial Hall. Very touching. Who is it? Someone actually stood up and spoke at this time. Are they going to attack this Sun country person? It's actually him. Everyone looked over in response. The person who spoke was none other than Yi Yang. Light. 6 sky lanterns in a row, without saying a word this round. Once you make a sound, you are at the highest point, come to antagonize this Japanese. Hiss. Everyone looked at Yi Yang eagerly, hoping that he could really turn the situation around. After all, the treasure of China must not fall into the hands of the Japanese. Haha. You are arrogant. However, fighting lanterns in the auction house is all work, based on strength. If you have the ability, just give me hundreds of billions of cash, to suppress me. Kamida Eiichiro sneered. He had been unhappy with Yi Yang before. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to keep all the money until he could win the treasure, how could he sit back and watch such a young Chinese man pretending to be cool in front of him? 100 billion? Yi Yang shook his head. I am not prepared to pay 100 billion. Well, as expected. I had too high expectations. After all, it's 100 billion in cash. It's understandable if you can't afford it or don't want to. After all, I can't think of any treasure worth 100 billion. Because 100 billion is really too little and not enough to make a final decision. Yi Yang raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth and stretched out 2 fingers. I, Yi Yang, will give you 200 billion. Silence, long silence. Everyone suspected that their ears were broken. Even Kamida Eiichiro picked his ears and felt confused. 200 billion in cash. A young Chinese rich man? How is this possible? Just when Eiichiro Kamida was doubting his life, Sister Ling was stunned. That's 200 billion in cash. Many banks don't have that much cash in their vaults. If you don't reach a certain height, you don't know what the concept of 200 billion in cash is. She really wanted to call and verify whether Yi Yang's guarantee amount met the amount he quoted, real or fake. In China, there are still such awesome people. It's true that there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. Awesome, holy shit. On and off the stage, things started to boil on both levels. Even the big guys on the second floor looked at Yi Yang feverishly. 200 billion in cash were used to fight for the national treasure, but even they couldn't come up with it. Isn't it too strong? Everyone was extremely excited. Only Eiichiro Kamida's face turned blue and white, and he shouted angrily, I have objections. The whole place was silent for a moment. After all, they really wanted to believe what Yi Yang said, but this value was too incredible. They were also not sure whether Yi Yang was committing fraud. What objection do you have? Sister Ling asked, coldly. I suspect he is swindling the auction. He doesn't have that much money at all. His lights have exploded a long time ago. He is bragging. Eiichiro Kameda sneered. I know you Chinese people like to save face, haha, you know you can't defeat us in terms of strength. So you sent this kid to deceive me. Haha. Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? So easily deceived. He couldn't believe that Yi Yang had this ability. According to the rules, if the lantern fight fails, the winner of the lantern fight will be compensated with 10% of the final turnover, and the Crescent Hotel will also be compensated with 10% of the final turnover as compensation for lighting the lanterns indiscriminately. Sister Ling sneered, and if you suspect that the winner is a fraud, and it is proven that it is not a fraud, the winner will have to pay an additional 20% of the final transaction amount as an apology fee. Do you insist on verification? Kameda Eiichiro gritted his teeth and looked extremely gloomy. In other words, if you don't investigate and admit failure, you will only need to pay 40 billion. But if the investigation continues and it is proven that the other party really has this strength, then he will have to compensate 80 billion. This will be extremely detrimental to subsequent competitions for filming. Although European and American fathers told him that no matter what the price, they must get this treasure. But no matter how nice the words were, he actually gave him so much money. No matter how much he wants to do it, he's still not qualified. Wait for a long time. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes, and he said coldly, check. I want to check. I don't believe it even to death, he can come up with 200 billion in cash. Then, Mr. Yi, we will verify the capital certificate you presented. Sister Ling looked at Yi Yang, with a hint of worry and questioning in her eyes. Random. Yi Yang spread his hands and smiled lightly. Seeing that Yi Yang didn't look nervous, Sister Ling relaxed a little. If this expression was a performance, then her psychological quality and acting skills are also so good. It would be a pity not to be the best actor. Ling Shirshir shivered as she watched from the sidelines, unable to speak a word at this time. Her family is only a small fortune, not even 1 billion. Suddenly entering this kind of place where the supreme heroes are competing for supremacy, of course, I was blinded for a moment, and I felt like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden. This is the Centurion Black card provided to us by Mr. Yi as proof of cash. Sister Ling turned on the big screen and made the query page public. If we input the password provided by Mr. Yi, we can see whether Mr. Yi is qualified and capable to invest 200 billion to buy this treasure. Centurion Black card. The big guys on the second floor are all familiar with it. There are basically people with a net worth of more than 1 trillion. Those present are all the top rich people in China. Who doesn't have a Centurion Black card? It's just that the balance in it is definitely not 200 billion. Duh. 6-digit password input. The page refreshes on the screen. Everyone looked at it intently. Silence. A long silence. Everyone, looking at the long list of balances, was completely shocked, tongue-tied, and couldn't speak at all. Haha, I said he was bragging. Only 40 billion. Isn't this obviously a fraud? Eiichiro Kameda really laughed like thunder. However, he soon found out that something was wrong. Because everyone present looked at him as if he were a fool. What's wrong? Am I wrong? He clearly only has 40 billion. Haha, it's only 100 billion. Eiichiro Kameda was still stubborn. Mr. Kameda, check carefully, how many zeros are there? Eiichiro Kameda rubbed his eyes, and after a long time he screamed. 400 billion. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I don't have it. Not only that, but also twice as much. Second update, this is just one of Yi Yang's cards, / author has something to say. Even Sister Ling was shocked. 400 billion. And it's still real cash lying in the account. Yi Yang looked at the deposits in the account casually. This is just bait he throws out. If too much is disclosed at once, it will definitely scare Kameda Eiichiro away. He also wants to get more compensation from Kameda Eiichiro. After all, as long as the opponent doesn't give up, you have to fight him in the next 2 rounds. As long as the lantern fight fails, the loser's tax must be compensated for the failure of the lantern fight. Just spending some random money on his own would be enough to bankrupt him. The cash flow in his hands now is not comparable to the mere 300 to 400 billion when he donated to Bali High School. After that, he owned so many trillion-dollar companies. He also personally created the world-class company Shou, as well as Huaya, a large joint investment company between China, Europe and the United States. The cash flow in hand is already countless. He didn't do the math carefully. Anyway, it must be more than 1 trillion. Damn it, admit it. Kameda Eiichiro did some mental calculations and shouted helplessly. The European and American capital dads gave him more than 200 billion. However, it's not much more than that. If he hits everything in the first round, he will lose all initiative in the next 2 rounds, even the right to bid. But now if Yi Yang succeeds, his 400 billion can be reduced by half, and he will not be able to compete with himself in the future. Use a 1/3 chance to bet on a 2/3 chance. In a normal person's mind, that would definitely be a good deal. I hope what's in this box is not that treasure. He exhaled and sat back in his seat. Sir, according to the rules, you need to pay 80 billion in various fees first. The beautiful maid on the side showed a devilish smile. What? A dog? Eiichiro Kameda was about to cry, but in order to continue participating in the next 2 rounds, he still had to abide by the rules of the Crescent Hotel. After all, this is China. It is impossible for European and American forces to get involved. He cannot resort to force. All he has left is the funds in his hand. How to use the funds depends on the arrangements of the Crescent Hotel. Otherwise, we won't let him play and kick him out directly, and he won't have anything to say. It hurts. Kameda Eiichiro cried. But he finally brought his financial level to the same level as Yi Yang. Foreign capital provided him with a total of 300 billion Chinese dollars in aid. After handing over 80 billion, there are still 240 billion left. Yi Yang spent 200 billion and received another 60 billion in compensation from himself, leaving him with another 260 billion. It is still unclear who will win. That's it, even though it's extremely painful. But Eiichiro Kameda feels that he can do it again, and his self-confidence is back. He looked at Yi Yang with a sneer. I don't believe that you have a total of 400 billion in wealth, and you can still spend all this money just for the sake of your family and country. He investigated clearly before coming to China. The real big money in China is in the hands of the state, and it is impossible for the state to openly participate in this grey struggle. As for the private bosses of China, even Mark Jean, who is at the highest level, can be said to Be the person who can mobilize the largest amount of funds in China. The funds that can be mobilized are only 300 to 400 billion. Therefore, he concluded that Yi Yang only had 400 billion in cash at most, so he spent all of it. How can a person squander all the money he earns just for some emotion? But his 300 billion was raised with the support of all parties in Europe and the United States, and he had no burden to spend it. It was not his own money anyway. After some analysis, he became more confident, and his back could not help but straighten up a bit. Then, this treasure will be auctioned by Boss Yi at a cost of 200 billion. Sister Ling bowed to Yi Yang. The entire audience burst into thunderous applause. It was he who spoke out in the silence just now, and with one sentence he turned the tide, with an unstoppable momentum of 200 billion, defeated the Japanese Kamita, and seized the treasure. So, is this first treasure, the priceless treasure? Sister Ling unveiled the red cloth, opened the cabinet. Everyone looked over. Even if it's not that priceless treasure. This is the Crescent Hotel, and if it's blindly photographed together with that treasure, it must be a valuable treasure in the world. However, the meaning may not be as important as that one. Sister Ling carefully took out the treasure wrapped in gold paper from the cabinet. Uncover, slowly. What's this? Everyone looked over. In the bag, there is a deer-shaped herb. No one has ever seen this herb. Call. Eiichiro Kamita breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, it's not the work of that treasure. I made the right bet. I'm really a genius. This treasure is called deer living grass. Sister Ling smiled lightly and said, this treasure is the condensed essence of heaven and earth. When Zhang Defo Lord spent all his wealth in Changsha, what he asked for was deer live grass. This kind of sacred grass is rare in the world and has even become extinct. It has the magical effect of living dead people and flesh and white bones. As long as there is still breath, it can bring people back from the edge of death. Regardless of any terminal disease, taking this deer living grass can cure the disease. Force to renew life for at least 3 years. Fuck. I have always thought that this kind of magical herbs and medicines only appear in novels, but now I have witnessed it in reality. Is it true? No matter what the disease is, it can extend life for 3 years? No matter what the injury is, as long as the person does not die on the spot, he can be saved. Fuck. It's amazing. If the big foreign tycoons knew this, let alone 200 billion Chinese yuan, even 200 billion US dollars would be willing to spend it to extend life. That's for sure. For most human beings, isn't the purpose of making money to enjoy life? What's the point of having money if you can't even live? People's fear of life and death is irresistible. Even the first emperor of the Qin dynasty, Qin Shi Huang, sought immortality at the cost of his country's strength and crossed the sea to find medicine. Yes, although this medicine cannot increase people's lifespan or make people immortal, it is related to prolonging life. That is enough to be called heaven-defying and enough to shock the world. But to be honest, only Mr. Yi, who can afford 200 billion, is qualified to obtain this kind of magic medicine. Yes, we are convinced. At this moment, everyone on the first and second floor sighed and fell into shock. Sister Ling added, Lu Huoko can only cure injuries and prolong the life of people whose lifespan has not yet ended. If they die of old age, senility, and the qi is cut off, they cannot be saved. Even so, 200 billion is worth it. Yi Yang smiled faintly. For him, this medicine has little effect, but in the future, if someone he cares about is in a situation that he can't do anything about, then this medicine can play an unimaginable role. First update, /author has something to say. In this case, the second round of blind auction begins now. Sister Ling is in high spirits, no matter what. Today she has really shaken the energy of European and American group capital. I am Kamida Eiichiro, 100 billion. In the second round, Kamida caught up and shouted a high price that no one before Yi Yang shouted in the first round. This? Obviously, Yi Yang's actions in the last round also stimulated many Chinese big guys present. People can spend so much money for the sake of their family and country. They themselves have a state-owned background, so there is nothing they can't spend. 110 billion. Finally, someone asked for a price. 113 billion. 115 billion. Above 100 billion, even if these super bosses are full of anger, they don't dare to jump too much in bidding price. Usually, Eiichiro Kamida bids one price, and the others bid another price. After watching for a while, Yi Yang waved his hand in boredom and said directly, "This round, I still pay 200 billion. Holy crap. Mr. Yi is awesome. Okay. I'll just say he's awesome. Is that okay with everyone?" Everyone felt that after the previous 200 billion, Yi Yang's cash flow had been reduced by half, and he no longer had the power to light the lights again. But they only noticed it now. The light behind Yi Yang has not been extinguished. The eighth light is still on. Isn't it really too strong? Light 8 lights in a row, shocking. It's still 200 billion. If this is the case, wouldn't his cash flow be cut off? This? Everyone was about to cry. So touching. This, you are crazy. Kamida Eiichiro roared. It's just 200 billion, what's so crazy about it? Yi Yang replied with a faint smile. Kamida Eiichiro almost vomited blood, what he said was so irritating. His blood surged, and he was so angry that he said angrily, "Do you really think that this is all the European and American dads behind me? This has nothing to do with me. I only know that none of them together are as rich as me." Yi Yang crossed his legs and smiled casually. It's just that this smile, in the eyes of other big guys, is not to mention how exciting it is. This is so exciting to say. Kamida Eiichiro staggered and almost threw himself on the street. What the hell? If you want to increase the price, please feel free. Yi Yang spread his hands. I will stay with you until the end, but you have to think clearly about the final compensation. You don't try to deceive me. Kamida Eiichiro shouted angrily, I know you are bluffing. Whether it's a bluff or not, you'll know if you try it. I don't want to talk to the poor guy anymore. After Yi Yang finished speaking, he opened the folding fan and ignored Kamida Eiichiro. What the hell? Kamida Eiichiro himself is a big pussy king. Today, he took advantage of his European and American dad and wanted to show off his pussy, but in the end he was called a poor pussy. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. His eyes were red. He was so angry that he chuckled. I asked you before I came here. The highest amount of cash that you Chinese people can put out is only 400 billion. Now you have spent 200 billion, and in my hand, it's far more than this money. You miscalculated. After he finished speaking, he received no response from Yi Yang. All I saw was the disdainful sneer on his face. Hey! Bagaya! How dare you ignore me like this? Kamita Eiichiro was furious. Me, 250 billion. In this wave. He spent all his money, investing all his own assets and funds provided by Europe and the United States. Then. I'll give you 300 billion. Yi Yang smiled lightly and said without any pressure. The whole place was excited. Again. What did they hear? 300 billion. Cash. A treasure. They all looked at each other. Confused. Then came the shock and tremors. Even Yin Qingyue, who has always had unlimited confidence in Yi Yang, has grown up with a beautiful little mouth, and looks at Yi Yang with big eyes. This is too strong. Qin. Feng on the side was trembling. 300 billion. Brother Yi is really unfathomable, and his strength is boundless, high. Really high. Hard. So hard. Brother Yi is tall and hard. Ha ha. Eiichiro Kamita laughed angrily. The secret has been exposed. This time you faked the auction. The asset notarization just now has proved that you only have 400 billion. Don't say that my compensation cannot be included in your assets now, even if you count it. You can't get it, 300 billion. Yi Yang frowned, feeling that Kamita Eiichiro was too noisy, and couldn't help but sneered impatiently. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Do you still want to notarize it? If you want to pay, do it now. Kamita was so reviled that he couldn't speak at all. Yes. Mr. Kamita, we can also support asset disclosure. Do you want to go through this process? Sister Ling also asked with a smile. If you insist on making inquiries, then once it is proved that Mr. Yi did not cheat this round, you will need to pay Mr. Yi and our Crescent Hotel a total of 120 billion. Me? Kamita cursed. In his heart, baga, baga, baga. These Chinese people have a bad conscience. They teamed up to bully me, the honest Kamita Taijun. It really makes me angry. He paced back and forth. He definitely can't take out 300 billion. However, once it is proved that Yi Yang cheated, he can not only get the second lot, but also get compensation from Yi Yang. It can be said to be a comeback and directly seal the victory. Except Yi Yang. No one else present is qualified to compete with him. Moreover, the probability of this round being the Chinese national treasure is very high. 1.5. He had to bet. He clenched his hands tightly on the railing, rubbing his skin. Isn't it just over 100 billion? Aren't you the great Kamita Taijun? Why? You can't even afford to gamble with this little money? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. The whole audience laughed. This Mr. Yi has a lot of bad ideas in his belly. Sister Ling obviously saw that Yi Yang was provoking Kamita. He is provoking me. He must want me to think that he has this money, so that I dare not verify his assets. So, I have to do the opposite and verify him. This wave, I stand on the third floor, I will win. Kamita Eiichiro sorted out his thoughts and became confident in an instant. I want to verify. Now, it was the turn of the Chinese businessmen present to be nervous. They didn't know whether Yi Yang really had 300 billion in his hands. After all, in the whole of China, it seems that no one has ever been able to really take out 500 billion in cash in one breath. Second update, /author has something to say. Can he prove such a high level of assets? Everyone felt a little nervous at this moment. Now, Yi Yang was the brightest hope in the hearts of everyone present. It is the face of China. If he can't do it, then no one present will be able to resist the financial offensive from European and American capital. If you want to retain the national treasure, you need special means. And that will undoubtedly cause some damage to China's international reputation, which is what China least wants to see. It is also something that China paid great attention to maintaining during its rise. Mr. Yi, the asset certificate you provided now still has a balance of 200 billion. Please show other asset certificates. Sister Ling looked at Yi Yang. Although she had a smile on her face, she was extremely nervous in her heart. Oh, wait a minute. Yi Yang casually dug into his pocket and pulled out 3 or 5 black cards. Let's check it out. If it's not enough, I still have some. My wallet can't hold so many black cards. If it's not enough, I'll ask the secretary to get it. Eiichiro Kameda was stunned. Everyone present was confused. What kind of operation is this? It's just a bluff. In fact, he doesn't have much money in those cards. It must be like this, bluffing has no effect. Despicable Chinese people. Kameda Eiichiro forced himself to calm down and sat there, pretending to be calm. Sister Ling took the black cards with trembling hands. Enter the password for the first card according to the password given. Only 30 billion. Those present couldn't help but sweat. Looking at it this way, it seems that adding black cards together is not enough. Haha, I knew it. Kameda. Eiichiro laughed angrily. Yi Yang smiled lightly. This was a meal card he had made for himself, specifically for eating. It should be the smallest amount among these black cards. Kameda Eiichiro's lips just grinned. The balance of the second card was displayed, and at that time, he felt numb. I go. This is enough. This card contains a total of 150 billion. Add the previous 430 billion, and it's 580 billion. Everyone was excited. It turns out that there is such a terrifying existence in China. All the big guys on the second floor were trembling. They all believe that they are standing at the pinnacle of China, and they are the strongest beings who can look far and high. But at this moment they felt the gap between themselves and the true peak. Not to mention they have put out 580 billion in cash, the total market value of their assets. Many of them are not as huge as 580 billion. The third card, 120 billion. The fourth card, 300 billion. Everyone felt like they were suffocating. Back and forth, the total funds of the 5 cards announced by Yi Yang reached 1 trillion. 1 trillion. Looking at China, there are only a handful of companies with a market value of trillions. But they directly took out 1 trillion, cash flow. No wonder, no wonder. No wonder. He dared to light 8 sky lanterns in a row. No wonder he dared to make bold statements. No wonder. He regarded the Japanese pirates as nothing. It turns out that he is so strong. This number makes my legs weak just thinking about it. When I saw it, I was paralyzed with fear. Besides, as I said, I can't bring out so many cards. I still have. His personal cash flow is more than 1 trillion Huasha coins. Everyone was confused when they thought of this concept. What a terrifying person this is. There is no justice in this trap. What? Do you still want to fight? Yi Yang looked at Eiichiro Kameda with a faint smile. You only have 2 pieces of bad money, but you still dare to run wild in China. You really think you are playing house in the little sun country? Kamita Eiichiro's face turned red instantly, and he wanted to speak. But it was difficult to breathe under the pressure of those trillions, let alone speak. I'm almost hurt internally. Kamita Eiichiro was so angry that he spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned pale. How could such a thing exist in China? Even if the European and American capital behind him put in all their efforts and put all their funds together, they would only be the same as Jiangjing alone, not much more. But the key point is that these consortiums still want to do business. They also need to ensure a constant flow of funds. How could he be like Jiangjing and take out 1 trillion Chinese coins to participate in the auction? If this is the case, those consortiums will be on the verge of bankruptcy and liquidation. Immediately, his eyes were filled with despair. He came to China with a huge capital of more than 300 billion. And with great pride in his heart, he believed that in the Crescent Society, he could be invincible and unstoppable. But he was totally wrong. Not only was he tortured, he was also brutally tortured. It's too awful. Qingyue looked at Jiangjing, her eyes sparkling. This is the glorious, unique hero in the world. Ling Shirshir, on the other hand, looked at Jiangjing with utter trembling admiration. This rich guy is simply beyond the limit of imagination. 100 million is a big deal. 10,100 million, good guy. Sister Ling now fully understood why the boss said that Jiangjing was the only turning point this time. This is truly a true god. It's so strong. So, Mr. Kamita, are you still going to increase the price? Sister Ling was full of confidence at this time and asked with a faint smile. Killing people and destroying their hearts. The big guys on the first and second floors couldn't help laughing. Eiichiro Kamita was so angry that he spat out blood again. Sir, this is top-quality sandalwood furniture. If it is damaged, you have to pay compensation. You have already compensated Xingyue and Mr. Yi for more than 200 billion in 2 auctions. I'm afraid you don't have much money in your pocket. You may have to take out a loan to compensate. Fuck me. Killing people and destroying their hearts again. Eiichiro Kamita spat out his last mouthful of blood in anger. The whole person fell on his back and fainted completely. Oh my God, you're not going to be angry to death, are you? Haha, you're angry to death by yourself, it's none of our business. That's right, I'll testify. Eiichiro Kamita's body twitched. Sister Ling smiled and said, if that's the case, then this round, it's also Mr. Yi who will bid for this treasure and successfully light the 8th sky lantern. So, what's in the second cabinet? Sister Ling lifted the red cloth, opened the cabinet, and lifted the cloth. On it, everyone looked over in confusion. Although there was no tension that the national treasure could not be defended, the expectations for the national treasure were still extremely high. It was a black and purple blood clot. The shape was like a unicorn. Unfortunately, this treasure is not that national treasure. But this treasure is not inferior to the dear living grass at all. Sister Ling smiled and said, this precious medicine is called unicorn jelly, which can ward off all evil spirits in the world. First update, /author has something to say. Actually an old friend, as long as you take Killinji, you will be able to ward off evil in this life. Mosquitoes will not be attracted in summer, Chilean blood will breed in your body, poisons will not invade, and all poisons can be detoxified. Sister Ling showed the Qilanjia in her hand. This is also the most top-notch medicine in China. Yi Yang looked at the Qilanjia in Sister Ling's hand with interest. This introduction was very attractive to him. This medicine is a bit interesting. Congratulations to Yi Shenhao for getting another treasure. Everyone present stood up and paid tribute to Yi Yang. Standing ovation. Yi Yang smiled and nodded, signaling everyone to calm down. These were just basic operations. After all, 500 billion is not much. He didn't say the next sentence, he just said it in his heart. After all, sometimes no one believes you when you tell the truth. Then, let's start the third round of auctions? Sister Ling said with a smile. This round, the base price is 1 yuan. There is no limit to the increase. Everyone laughed tacitly. Immediately, the venue fell into silence. This is the silence that belongs to Yi Yang. Everyone knows that this is the priceless national treasure. But there is no need to explain the identity of the only person here who is qualified to receive this national treasure. The Crescent Hotel's low price is obviously to thank Yi Yang for coming forward in the last 2 rounds and to show respect. Yi Yang looked at everyone looking at him. He also smiled slightly in his heart. Then you will be disrespectful. In this way, the priceless Chinese treasure, with the respect of everyone present, fell into Yi Yang's hands at a transaction price of 1 yuan. So, now, it's time for us to reveal what this national treasure is. Sister Ling uncovered the red cloth and said with a serious face. The canvas is unveiled. In the cabinet, a magnificent scroll unfolds. Head on. I'll go. No wonder they use such a big cabinet. Everyone looked at this scene and exclaimed in amazement. That scroll is none other than the priceless national treasure, residence in the Fujian Mountains, which is valued at more than 100 billion. Hiss. It's such a treasure, no wonder it's such a big deal. It's so strong. I actually got this thing back. Dwelling in the Fujian Mountains was created by Huang Gongwang, a great painter of the Yuan dynasty. It was completed in 1350 and is an ink painting on paper. 1 of China's top 10 famous paintings handed down from generation to generation. Previously, the first half of the remaining mountain map was now on the mainland, and the second half was the useless master scroll now displayed in front of everyone in Taiwan. The value of this painting also has a layer of great aspirations and feelings for the unification of the family and the country. Therefore, it is priceless. No wonder European and American capital tried their best to sabotage this auction. It turns out that it is this treasure. Yi Yang sighed. Unintentionally, he had crushed the European and American conspiracy and contributed a force that cannot be ignored on the road to the unification of China. It is the common aspiration of all descendants of China to live in Fujian Mountain in perfect condition. At this time, he also felt deeply in his heart. Everyone in the audience bowed respectfully to Yi Yang. Mr. Yi is righteous. Regardless of whether Yi Yang thought so when he did this, he took out the 500 billion in times of crisis to turn the tide, crush European and American capital, and thwart their conspiracy. Keep all the national treasures in China in the most honorable way. Yi Yang also hugged his fists. The entire new moon meeting came to an end in this solemn scene. Soon, the legend of Mr. Yi lighting 9 lanterns in a row, defeating Japanese pirates with 500 billion, defeating Europe and America, and protecting national treasures will spread throughout the underground world of the world. No matter in China, America, Europe or Japan, everyone will hear about this mysterious and powerful Chinese inn. Rumors. Mr. Yi, please come with me. Sister Ling smiled and bowed to Yi Yang. Everyone present knew that Yi Yang was definitely qualified to receive this honor. Handsome Yi, you were so handsome just now. He was so glorious. Yin Qingyue said with starry eyes. Don't be rude. Be careful in front of Mr. Yi. Sister Ling was afraid that Yi Yang would be annoyed by this cheerful girl. This is our boss's daughter, the daughter of the Crescent Hotel. Sister Ling said repeatedly. Well. Hello, I am Yi Yang. Yi Yang smiled and shook hands with Yin Qingyue. I'm Yin Qingyue, nice to meet you. Yin Qingyue was very happy. The office of the owner of the Crescent Hotel. This is the deepest part of the Crescent Hotel. Except for Sister Ling, no one else has a chance to come in. Mr. Yi. The boss is waiting for you inside. Sister Ling smiled and bowed. Yi Yang nodded. He also wanted to see who this person who could get the second half of Fuchin Mountain residence was. In the boss's office. The chair was facing away from him. Squeak. The chair turned. Yi Yang stared. Slightly stunned. Because, the owner of the Crescent Hotel. He knows it. Mr. Yi, we meet again. The chubby man stood up, walked up to Yi Yang, and shook hands with Yi Yang. Why you? Yi Yang blinked. Feeling a little incomprehensible. The man in front of me should be the boss of Xingyue, an extremely mysterious and chubby man. It turned out to be the boss of Han Pavilion in Modu. Tang Rugua. But, Sister Ling said. You are Yin Qingyue's father, but you clearly. Yi Yang looked a little strange. Ah, that's her mother's surname. Tang Rugua said with a smile. Good guy. Yi Yang had long felt that Tang Rugua was not just a restaurant owner. Whether it was his conversation or his temperament. He should have a higher status. Unexpectedly, everything is now revealed. He turned out to be the owner of the Crescent Hotel. A well-known figure in the entire Chinese underground world. In this case, many things can be explained. Tang Rugua's connections, Han Pavilion's resources, why can he invite the state banquet chef? Why did he give himself the Black Dragon card? You know, China had 2 Black Dragon cards before, one for himself and one for Wang Xilin. But after he got the Black Dragon card, Wang Xilin's card was quickly taken back. He became the only Black Dragon card owner in China. He didn't think much about it before. Now that I think about it, it is obvious that the other party has known from some channel that I have acquired Yida. In the eyes of the other party, I have long been the supreme VIP. It is not just because I ate a state banquet worth 4 million. After all, just like this, I can't be compared with Wang Xilin, the top boss of China. At that time, his foundation was still shallow and he didn't react. But now he knows Tang Rugua's true identity. All this makes perfect sense. Yi Yang, at this moment, suddenly realized. So, it is like this. Second update, /author has something to say. I really didn't expect to see Mr. Tang here. Yi Yang couldn't laugh or cry. Who would have thought that? The owner of the Crescent Hotel, whose identity has always been secretive, is actually the owner of Hang, who has made a public appearance in Shanghai? However, Yi Yang would not ask about the specific details. After all, judging from this matter, the Crescent Hotel must have something to do with the Chinese officials, and this relationship is very strange. If they don't want to tell me, there is no use asking. After some pleasantries, Tang Rugua said that he would send the treasures Yi Yang had previously photographed to Prince Gong's mansion. The Fujian Mountain residence picture is of great significance, and officials will contact him to discuss related matters in the future. In the past, those antiques would be delivered by our Crescent Hotel. However, the last 3 blind auction items are of great significance, so they must be handed over to Mr. Yi personally. Tang Rugua showed one by one the pictures of exhausted unicorns, living deer, and grass, and living in Fujian Mountain. After Yi Yang checked it, he also put away the 3 treasures. The European and American people definitely don't want the Fujian Mountain residence to return to Shou intact. Therefore, if this journey is not peaceful, I will send the Crescent Moon Guards to escort Mr. Yi all the way. Tang Rugua kept saying. No need. Yi Yang smiled lightly and waved his hand. Ah. Tang Rugua was slightly stunned and said repeatedly, Mr. Yi, you have no idea how taboo Europe and the United States are against the unification of China. They will definitely use all means to stop it. Even if this is China, there is no guarantee that they will not use extreme measures. Some top killers can still infiltrate. I wish they'd come over. Yi Yang said with a smile. There is no point in keeping half a volume of Fujian Mountain residence in your hands. In fact, it must be completed in the end. It's just that the process of perfecting the stone should look good on the surface. Therefore, this useless master scroll of Fujian Mountain residence must pass through my hands once. Europe and the United States will definitely take the opportunity to interfere. If you protect them all the way, it will be difficult to track and retaliate along the route. Only if their people can't hold back and show up, can he use his connections to make some ill-intentioned people in Europe and the United States really feel pain. Yi Yang probably told Tang Rugua about his plans and ideas. So that's it. Tang Rugua's eyes lit up, but in this case, how can you ensure your own safety? Based on his high-level connections, he also knew a thing or two about Yi Yang's status in the military. But if the military comes to protect it, the target will be more obvious and it will be more difficult to lure the snake out of its hole than if Crescent Moon comes to protect it. This, you don't have to worry about. A smile appeared at the corner of Yi Yang's mouth. Even with Tang Rugua's network, it is impossible to fully understand his trump card. It seems that Mr. Yi has some secrets that I don't know about. Tang Rugua instantly understood what Yi Yang meant. He laughed and then said, take care. If you have a chance, please treat Mr. Yi to dinner again to show your respect. In that case, I will go back first. Yi Yang shook hands with Tang Rugua. After leaving the house, Yin Qingyue came up to her and said, handsome guy, can you add me on WeChat? Yi Yang has always been very friendly to smart and beautiful girls. He just checked WeChat and added friends. Subsequently, Yi Yang embarked on the journey back with his bodyguards and Ling Shirshir. In the car, Yi Yang made a few phone calls to roughly lay out the plan. As for the detailed plan, the think tank of the AI staff department of the Black Technology Company and the experienced veteran of the Hurricane Group will definitely make it very beautiful, and there is no need for him to worry too much. He looked at the system. The auction just now was so exciting. He didn't pay attention to the system's reward prompts. Yes, not bad. Today, Yi Yang has no interest in money. He has long been the richest person in the world. Even the second richest person is still many times behind him. The only ones who can compare with him are those hidden super conglomerate families in the world. The accumulation of hundreds of years and more than 10 generations of capitalists cannot be underestimated. The most famous Rothschild family in China is said to control immeasurable wealth. Even if you compare with yourself, I'm afraid you won't give in too much. Maybe even better. Apart from these terrifying families, only the country is richer than Yiyang. Moreover, there are not many such countries. In at least half of the countries in the world, the money in the national treasury is not as much as Yiyang's personal assets. For example, Poland's GDP is less than $1 trillion. The entire country's capital combined is less than half of Yiyang's assets. In terms of personal wealth alone, Yiyang is already invincible in the world and as lonely as snow. No matter how much money you give, it will only surpass the treasury funds of those super families, super consortiums, and even superpowers. Money is just a number in his eyes. Now, this reward is not bad. Yiyang looked at the 3 major rewards and felt quite happy. The first thing is the skill voucher, which can be redeemed for any skill included in the voucher. This is very satisfying. For Yiyang, I'm good at art, I'm good at singing, I'm good at handicrafts. After casually taking a look at the various skills included in this skill ticket, Yiyang pondered for a moment and clicked on an option that he was very interested in. Hacker is omnipotent. Skill introduction, master all programming and network attack and defense related knowledge within 1 hour. After mastering it, your level will be the world's strongest hacker level, and you can hack into any network. Nowadays, computers and the internet are the strongest tools to dominate the world. Mastering the strongest hacker skills is equivalent to becoming a god from another dimension. There are more things you can do. This is very attractive to Yiyang. When he was in college, he studied software, but software engineering and hacking are 2 different systems. Now he has become the world's #1 hacker, which is really cool. Hacker skills, learn. Instantly, an explosive amount of knowledge appeared in his mind. Countless knowledge about hackers was derived in his mind, such as hacking into the Pentagon network, which are relatively low-end technologies among these technologies. Really good. Yiyang nodded, very satisfied with this reward. Now let's take a look at the second reward. Yiyang clicked on the second reward page. A random black technology card. Introduction, you can unlock a random black technology chain through your own black technology company. Yiyang looked at the definition of the black technology chain. Instantly felt the horror of this reward. The black technology chain is not just a one, but a whole technology development route. For example, handheld game console, mobile phone, console, VR, somatosensory clothing, XXX, future game equipment. This is a technology chain for game carriers. And now, he can unlock another, complete black technology chain. First update, /author has something to say. Use. Yiyang attaches great importance to black technology companies. After all, after seeing photon weapons, he realized that the black technology of black technology companies can be called a dimensionality reduction blow to modern society. However, unlocking black technology is not a matter of urgency. Thinking about it, he set his sights on the last reward. The third reward. Absolute control of Hilton Hotel Group, plus 80% of the shares of Panga 7-star Hotel in Beijing. Hilton Hotels Group absolutely controls? Yiyang raised his eyebrows. Hilton Hotels is a multinational hotel management company with more than 1,000 hotels under its name, distributed in more than 100 countries around the world. It is one of the largest hotel chain groups in the world. Not to mention the value of its inherent real estate, its business capacity alone is estimated to be worth hundreds of billions of dollars. However, these are not the rewards that attract Jiangjing. In the end, the Pangu 7-star hotel is the most attractive to him. This hotel is right next to the Water Cube. It is the first among the top 10 7-star hotels in China. There is only one 8-star hotel in the world, in the United Arab Emirates. Pangu 7-star hotel is one of the best hotels in the world, apart from the only 8-star hotel open next to the Water Cube. It occupies such a large area of land in the capital city. The energy and status represented behind it are self-evident. This is much higher than its surface value of tens of billions of Chinese coins. It is said that the most expensive Kaitian suite in Pangu Hotel costs 990,000 Chinese coins for one night. Jiangjing curled his lips. He could go take a look if he had time. Even if it's 990,000 per night, it's probably many times worse than Prince Gong's mansion. But Jiangjing just likes to experience life and feel the life of those poor people who think they are rich. Then he shook his head and fell into the memories of remembering the bitterness and sweetness. These three rewards are all very good. Jiangjing was very satisfied. However, it seems that this kind of awesome reward will only appear if you spend hundreds of billions of funds. The crazy system has an increasingly low explosion rate. Jiangjing shook his head. How can it be so easy to find hundreds of billions of dollars in spending? It seems that if you want to get good things that money can't buy in the future, you will have to look for opportunities to spend money all over the world. It's really hard. That must be very troublesome. Is complaining. The car slowly stopped. It looked like two cars had collided on the road ahead, blocking the road. Shou frowned, looked at the two drivers arguing in front, and subconsciously felt something was wrong. Boss, their eyes are not right, something is probably going to happen. In an instant, the killer instincts returned to them. Since coming to China, their intuition has rarely appeared. After all, China is too safe. Although I still retain the habit of exploding explosives, I will eventually relax a lot. I also feel there are some problems. Shou also frowned and said, but this is a straight road, you can't turn around and change roads. Shou Qingxian stopped the car. Among the crowd of onlookers, several people with thick eyebrows and big eyes looked at the license plate. Confirmed? This is the one. They are all very high-level agents. A trader, a Japanese, and an American. The code numbers are 005, 006, and 008 respectively. With China's security inspection and information collection capabilities, it is impossible for ordinary people to sneak in and carry out such a difficult task as an assassination. These few basically came here with the intention of dying. That's right. The man named Yi drove this car. Haha, what are you doing wrong? Go and provoke European and American dads. If you die this time, you can't blame us. They were all preparing to pull out homemade pistols from their sleeves. That's right. It's too ungrateful. He's just a businessman. Even if he has some money, he can't be so arrogant. Money is nothing. It's not a human body. You can jump to death with one shot. If you die, there will be nothing. Several people communicated with each other using special codes. Come on. Preparation. S. The moment 005, 006, and 008 were about to draw their guns and attack. They just fell down. Behind the three of them. Someone supported them and prevented them from falling. Haha, you still want to assassinate the boss. You really don't want to live anymore. The man behind 005 showed a bright smile, and at first glance, he turned out to be a delivery boy. Even if 005 is a top agent, he will not be wary of a passerby delivery boy. He is plotted in an instant. The other guys exchanged glances with each other, then without leaving any trace, they quietly dragged all the agents away from the crowd. The two people in front, 004 and 009, who were helping out with assists, felt more and more something was wrong the more they started arguing. Why don't you take action? I won't run away in the face of battle. I'll run away in fear of death. They both panicked. He glanced at the crowd and saw that the three agents were indeed gone. What a fucking idiot. Three cowards. They don't even want their family anymore. If they don't carry out this task, the senior management of Meili, the two agents, cursed angrily. However, before they could think of a countermeasure, the police car arrived. The police were dispatched at the speed of light and taken away where they were. The Chinese police were in place so quickly. I feel like you are waiting for us here. 004 and 009 were stunned when they looked at the police. In front of them. Become rich, I will become rich. Yi Yang's cell phone rang. Boss, we got the exact news. A total of 6 agents came, but one codenamed 007 is the highest level core agent. The confidentiality level in the United States is extremely high. Even if we want to find out his specific identity, it also takes 2 days, so in order not to alert others, we chose this method to deal with the first 5 agents. The other one is likely to choose other means to assassinate. We will protect the boss's safety throughout the process. Hurricane. People report the situation in detail. Yeah, well done. Yi Yang nodded. There was really no need to make a big fuss before catching the last one out. When the core agent is caught, we can start to follow the clues and start a big wave. However, the so-called 007 did not appear until Prince Gong's mansion. I'll take that Tang Dynasty colorful dress later, and I'll arrange for someone to take you home. Yi Yang looked at Ling Shirshir, who looked confused and didn't know what was going on, and said calmly, No, just study it in the palace. It will make you feel better. Ling Shirshir bared her teeth and smiled. Although she didn't know what happened, with her cleverness, she could guess that she didn't want to leave Yi Yang now. Nothing can happen to this handsome guy. There may be danger. Yi Yang said half-jokingly. It doesn't matter. Maybe I can take a bullet for you. In this way, the debt can be repaid. Ling Shirshir pouted. Second update, / the author has something to say. I got diarrhea while traveling. I'm in a bad mental state, so I'm taking a day off. Updates will resume tomorrow on the 20th. Silly girl. Yi Yang scratched Ling Shirshir's nose and smiled. Now that he has a superhero physique, even if he is really hit by a bullet, his skin will be broken at most, and there will be no need for anyone to block the bullet for him. In Prince Gong's palace, Yi Yang and Ling Shirshir looked at the colorful neon clothes of the Tang dynasty in front of them. Is this the craftsmanship and beauty of more than 1,000 years ago? Ling Shou covered her mouth, deeply shocked by the beauty in front of her. It's of no use if I keep it. If you want to study it, you can do it in the palace. Yi Yang smiled and said, if you want to go home, take it back and study it. How can that be done? Ling Shou was flattered. This is an antique worth more than 100 million yuan. If it is stolen, it will be ruined. Let's stay here and watch. After all, it is the palace of the prince, so it must be more reliable than my family. Okay. Yi Yang had no objection to this. Come anytime you want to see the baby. Ling Shou reads the driving book every day, and her mind is a little twisted. Obviously he had some bad intentions. But I was still very happy when I thought that I could find an excuse to come see Yi Yang at any time in the future. Yi Yang casually looked at the other antiques. Except for the last 3 treasures, the total of these antiques was less than 2 billion, which was not attractive to him. He didn't feel much about the antique itself, but he was a little emotional about the years it carried. After playing around for a while, he took Ling Shou to visit Prince Gong's mansion. Brother Ye's palace is too big. Shou's feet are sore from walking. Woo-woo. Ling Shou pouted and rubbed her feet. Haha, I'm really big, please bear with me. Yi Yang smiled and waved. Well, it's indeed really big. Ling Shou nodded and confirmed seriously. Looks like the rest can only leave tomorrow. Yi Yang said. Prince Gong's mansion is too big to visit in one night. After that, he took Ling Shou back. While chatting and laughing, I received the news. An unidentified person infiltrated the palace. After analysis, the probability is over 70% that it is 007. He went straight to the lobby and probably came only to steal paintings. Yi Yang glanced at the information and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The current monitoring system of Prince Gong's mansion was made by a black technology company. It does not use modern technology. Modern technology surveillance cameras, at night, in dimly lit areas, are almost like a blind person, and the effect is very poor. The infrared intelligent spectrum analysis imaging made by black technology company. Even in absolute darkness, as long as the creature in the palace has body temperature, its physical characteristics, and even what it looks like can be restored in reverse. He looked at the video sent below. A little thief in night clothes was carefully preparing to break into the palace. However, what she didn't know was that she was marked as a suspicious person a few hundred meters outside the palace, and all the tracks and appearances after infiltrating were under the control of the black technology company. Does an arrest need to be made? The other side sent another message. The secret post outside the palace is the core military guard of Hurricane, loaded with live ammunition and rich in combat experience. The Ming gang outside the palace is a security company arranged by China for him as a major general. It is well trained and can respond to emergencies at any time. Within the palace, there are also AI guards developed by black technology. Although the relevant black technology chains have not been unlocked, they can only be developed by themselves based on current technology. However, each AI guard is not comparable to ordinary special forces. Not to mention that he has a body of steel. Even if he is a one-on-one warrior king, he is afraid that he will be defeated. It can be said that the entire Prince Gong's mansion is like a dragnet and an iron barrel. As long as a nuclear bomb is not dropped, even if a division comes over, Yi Yang cannot be hurt at all if he doesn't want to. Not to mention that Yi Yang still has the launch handle of the photon weapon in his hand. Faced with such power, Yi Yang looked at the dark figure moving through the night and couldn't help but sympathize with him. If the other party doesn't want to steal something, then he does look like a lone hero. There is no need to arrest him, just let him in all the way and catch the turtle in the urn in the exhibition hall. There are European and American influences behind this operation. The other party's satellite must be closely tracking Fuchin Shanju's whereabouts, so it's normal to know where it is. Low Earth satellites can even zoom in to see what a human face looks like on the ground, and it is easy to capture which temple the painting was transported to. Check the specific coordinates of the satellite monitoring Prince Gong's mansion. The little thief is nothing to be afraid of. He is just a little bug caught in a dragnet. No matter how he manipulates the opponent, it is extremely easy. But being watched is like a thorn in the back, which is very unpleasant. Roger that, boss. The Black Technology Company, the Hurricane military platform, and the Chinese intelligence office launched a three-pronged attack. Within an hour, 3 aerial coordinates were sent over. Boss, the protection level of Meili satellite is very high. It is still very difficult to get rid of it. However, it is not impossible to spend a huge price. After thinking for a while, the Hurricane reported. Major General Yi, on behalf of the Chinese military, we can communicate with the United States to put pressure on them to stop monitoring you. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This was too slow. He is a person who must avenge himself and doesn't want to wait at all. No need, I have my own solution. After he finished speaking, he put down the communication tool. Hurricane headquarters. The 4 Hurricane commanders who were looking down at them all looked confused. The boss seems to say he has a way. How is that possible? Even if we want to hack this satellite, it will be extremely difficult. We may have to sacrifice a lot of manpower and material resources to make it possible. That is the most powerful overlord in the world. Why is it as easy as blowing a whistle to take down the overlord satellite? How can this be? Is it possible that we are not the boss's biggest military trump card? Oh my God, that boss is too mysterious and powerful to guess, right? I don't know, let's see how it goes. The 4 major military leaders of Hurricane are sitting in the satellite monitoring room, all looking forward to the final result. Chinese military. Lieutenant General Chang Siwei, who had just received the news, rushed to the military headquarters in a hurry. After listening to Yi Yang's words, he fell into deep silence. Yi Yang is the brightest rising star in China. China has always attached great importance to it, and the Fuchin Mountain residence map is of great significance. The two things combined have even attracted the attention of the supreme leader. Late at night, several lieutenant generals were dispatched to make emergency preparations. Before they could figure it out, Yi Yang actually said that he could solve this problem alone. Several lieutenant generals looked at each other in disbelief, their eyes full of disbelief and doubt. Can he really do it? First update, / the author has something to say. Shocked United States, Satellite Division. Several satellite screens used to monitor the capital. Many American bosses and related figures are all listed. We must make him suffer a big loss this time. They actually slapped us in the face in public. It seems like this isn't the first time he's done this. Do you still need to remind me? Haha. If this painting is stolen, those people in China will turn green. Is this operation reliable? Of course it's reliable. Why not? This is the core agent of our CIA, and his infiltration ability is extremely strong. There will never be any mistakes. Prince Gong's mansion in the capital of China. Yi Yang took out a long-handled stick from his arms. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and his eyes looked coldly into the deep night sky. This photon weapon has never been used since it was obtained. Tonight, let's use these American satellites as sacrifices to verify the actual effectiveness of photon weapons. U.S. Satellite Division. A group of American bosses enlarged the satellite image and saw Yi Yang. This is achieved through satellite technology, spanning tens of thousands of kilometers. These big guys all felt a chill. Why does it seem like he can see us? Psychological illusion, right? This look is so murderous. Even I feel a little scary. Do normal people show this look in their daily lives? I think he may have discovered something. Has 007's whereabouts been discovered? It shouldn't be. The satellite images show that she is still infiltrating normally. Should we withdraw 007? For that painting, it doesn't matter if you take risks. It's just an agent. If you die, you will die. You don't think I'm worried about a dispensable agent, do you? What I'm worried about is that he will be captured alive. If the Chinese officials catch us, this matter will be troublesome. There are satellites anyway. If it doesn't work, just find an opportunity to use your own people to kill 007. Don't worry about these things. The top executives of the United States are talking. Only to find that the screen suddenly went black. What happened? What does the technical department do for food? Isn't the new satellite number good? Soon, they saw the technician stumbling over. Tom, what's going on? Something bad happened. Our satellite is missing. Gone. Why is it missing? What nonsense are you talking about? Is the signal lost? Damn it, could it be that the Chinese official sent someone to hack our satellite? Impossible. At least it can't be so fast. The bosses were extremely angry. No, it just disappeared. The technicians looked like they had seen a ghost. Physical disappearance, the entire satellite disappeared in an instant. All the big guys were stunned and shouted in unison, how is this possible? Just now, after Yi Yang set the numerical power, he pressed the photon weapon. Countless photons were instantly ejected from the photon accelerator, forming a beam of light that rushed towards the location of the satellites at a speed of 300,000 kilometers per second. Wherever the light hits, the steel on the satellite is instantly vaporized by the terrifying energy carried by the photons. The three satellites all evaporated in less than half a second after Yi Yang pressed the button. It's like they never existed. Yi Yang received the video from the planetarium under his own name in Magic City, and saw this scene. He had already asked by Shou to prepare it in advance. This should be the only instrument in the world that witnessed the attack process of photon weapons. It's really strong. Yi Yang was also quite excited. With one press of your finger, you can destroy the enemy thousands of miles away. This feeling is more satisfying than those immortals killing people with flying swords in the novels about cultivating immortals. At the same time, Hurricane Headquarters. The four military leaders listened to the reports of their subordinates, and their eyes widened in surprise. What did you say? Physically disappeared. The three satellites, as if they were wiped from the world, disappeared in an instant. Even disappeared too fast, they were only confirmed after disappearing for a long time. Half a minute after the boss finished speaking, the 3 satellites of the United States disappeared. The eyes of the 4 military leaders all flashed with endless awe and trembling. But, how did you do this? There are such methods in this world. Is this a fairy? Not even gods are so awesome. Our boss is really indescribable. The 4 military leaders were all deeply shocked. The boss's power has completely exceeded their imagination. Chinese military. There was a moment of silence. After a long time, Chang Siwei then spoke. Slowly, are you sure that it disappeared suddenly without any warning, and there were no signs of being attacked or any possible wreckage? It's not that our detection equipment failed? We are beyond certain. Although the technicians are all staunch believers in materialism, the scene that happened before them was so weird that they could not help but feel chilled from the bottom of their hearts. We used satellites to monitor the other party's satellites, and the satellite disappeared instantly. It was in the field of vision, just like that. The technician said repeatedly. According to you, is there such technology or means in the world that can achieve this effect? The other lieutenant generals asked repeatedly. No, it's impossible. Several scientists shook their heads firmly. It's impossible. This is strange. Several lieutenant generals were unsure. But, obviously, they also thought of one person at the same time. That's Yi Yang. But no matter how mysterious and awesome he is, there should be a limit, right? This is considered a supernatural phenomenon. Could he be a ghost? They all frowned. Okay, now that the satellite problem has been solved, the problem is not big. Just continue to follow up. Fully guarantee the safety of Major General Yi. In addition, hand over the videos and information recorded today to all the academies of science that can be found, especially the Institute of High Energy Physics. I have a hunch that the reason behind the disappearance of the American satellite is not simple. Yes. The staff of the Satellite Institute said. One after another. Shock and shock from all sides. Yi Yang naturally didn't bother to care. The attack of photon weapons was like a ghost. In the background of space, the brightness of a beam of light was almost impossible to capture if it was not at a special angle. Even if it was captured, according to the current scientific level, it would be difficult to analyze that it was the reason for the disappearance of the satellite. Let them guess. Now, it's time to deal with this little thief. Second update, /author has something to say. What a royal palace, it's nothing more than this. 007 has now sneaked into the front of the lobby. The guards around are neglecting their duties. If I were the master here, I would definitely fire them all. Now. She is in a good mood. I don't think they would catch me if I walked in so arrogantly, as if they were avoiding me on purpose. Hee, I'm so lucky. She jumped down from the nearby tree, tiptoeing towards the lobby. Both guards in the lobby are confused. 007 blew 2 stray arrows over and stuck them in the guards' legs. The 2 guards were even more confused. Done. She clapped her hands and strutted into the lobby. The painting she wanted was spread out on the wall of the nave. There are 2 red stone pillars on the left and right of the nave, with Chinese characters on them. Each stone pillar is engraved with 4 large characters. As a top agent, he must be proficient in many languages. A warm welcome. She looked at the stone pillar on the left. It's quite ceremonial. Immediately, she looked at the stone pillar on the right. The agents are coming. 007 was stunned, and instantly felt something was wrong. When she turned around to run away, boom! The side door slammed shut. She had known the information for a long time. There was only one main entrance and two side doors in the lobby of Prince Gong's mansion, but the two side doors were obviously closed at this time. She wanted to escape, but couldn't escape. Pa, pa, pa. There was a sound of applause. She turned her head in shock and saw a young man walking in from the front door. When the young man walked in, the door slammed shut. Outside the door, Shou Qingxian and Shou Xiaozhu looked at the surveillance camera nervously. The boss ordered us to block two side entrances. It's really crazy. This agent definitely carries a gun. No matter how high his martial arts skills are, times have changed. How can this be done? They had never agreed to Yi Yang's request to go in by himself. But Yi Yang's attitude was helpless, and he was the boss after all. After carefully calculating the probability of knocking out the boss, Shou Qingxian could only let Yi Yang go in by himself. It's so helpless to have such a willful boss. Shou Xiaozhu shrugged, not worried. Relax. When did you see your boss do something dangerous without a trump card? Well, I hope it's okay. Shou Qingxian breathed out. My heart felt a little relieved. Behind them, the security company, hurricane guards, and AI bodyguards, probably dozens of people each, surrounded the entire lobby. If they wanted to, not even a mosquito could fly out. In the lobby, Yi Yang played with a vase and looked at the assassin in front of him with interest. Take off the mask. I would rather commit suicide than follow your orders. It was obvious that she knew she had been exposed. You won't kill yourself. Yi Yang casually placed the Ming Dynasty vase on the Han Dynasty table and said calmly, you are looking for hope of survival in your heart, but you are just stalling for time. 007 was gassed and remained silent. She has no sense of belonging to the CIA. Although she has received special training, when it comes to her own life, she does not think that the United States or the CIA is something worth her life. Compared with that, it is more worthwhile to die for the puppy you raise at home. You came in alone. She chuckled, according to the intelligence, you are the owner of Prince Gong's mansion, Yi Yang, who invested hundreds of billions this time to slap European and American capital in the face, right? That's right. Yi Yang nodded, not having any taboos. 007 took a look at the surrounding environment. Haha, you are so proud. Do you think you can catch a turtle in a jar by trapping me here? You're very good at learning Chinese, but it's not a good habit to compare yourself to a bastard. Yi Yang smiled lightly. I'm not quarreling with you. You are basically in my hands. Now, if you come in by yourself, you are a hostage. I really don't understand. Do you think you are better than a core CIA agent? Or, you just came here to let me go, but you still don't want to offend the CIA too much? 007 probed doubtfully. What kind of beast is the CIA? It's just rubbish that can be destroyed with just one hand. Yi Yang shook his head. I came here just to capture you alive. My men are not careful or harsh. Wouldn't it be a pity if I killed you? He paused. It would be even more of a pity if you were still a beautiful woman. You. 007's face turned red with anger. So do you think that I, a top CIA agent, am not as powerful as you, an ordinary businessman. It's not accurate to say I'm an ordinary person. Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth. You can come and give it a try. 007 chuckled. You have a gun? But you definitely can't draw it out as fast as me. I don't have a gun in my hand, but if you don't mind, another gun is good, although the shooting interval is longer. There are a lot of bullets each time. Yi Yang smiled lightly. You're talking about halfway through his words. 007 realized that he was being teased, and gritted his teeth. Do you want to die? As he said that, he instantly pulled out the gun from his waist, which was a pocket Browning, and pointed it at Yi Yang. Turn around. Yi Yang laughed, completely fearless. Instead, he took 2 steps forward. I warn you. Don't go any further. 007 was also panicked. Yi Yang's reaction completely broke her agent's cognitive system. How could someone face a gun that could take his life and have this reaction? Is he a primitive man? Doesn't he know how scary a gun is? Outside the door, Shou Qingxian was so anxious that he wanted to rush in. But he was stopped by the rational Shou Xiaozhu. The boss must have his reasons. We shouldn't go in and disturb him. Hundreds of guards pulled the bolts of their guns, ready to fire at any time. Yi Yang smiled with a bad taste and suddenly remembered something funny. What are you laughing at? 007 was even more confused. The scene in front of her made her doubt her life. She even had the illusion that she was holding a toy gun in her hand. This is not a joke. It will kill people. Then let's make a bet? Yi Yang said with a smile. What bet? 007 was even more confused. The handsome guy in front of him was simply crazy. Like this. Yi Yang turned his hand and a coin appeared in his hand. 1 coin, I bet. There is no bullet in your gun. Ah. Do you think I'm a fool? 007 looked at Yi Yang, who didn't care at all, and walked forward on his own. Although he said so, he was not confident in his heart. In my life, I hate being pointed at with a gun the most. Yi Yang recalled the pretentious look of Yan Xuanying in the TV series, and a sense of evil taste and inexplicable pleasure lingered in his heart. First update, /author has something to say. What? 007 blinked in surprise. What are you talking about? If you don't believe it, you can try shooting. Yi Yang said calmly, if there are bullets in your gun, it means I lost, and you will win this coin. If there are no bullets in the gun, it means you lost, and your entire being is mine. And I never show mercy to people who shoot at me. You. 007 was stunned by Yi Yang. However, she was still very confident in her agent attributes. After a brief doubt, she sneered, no need to play psychological games with me. I got perfect marks in this course. Oh? Haha, I've been seen through. Yi Yang spread his hands indifferently. It seems that it is still difficult to apply things in TV series to reality. If ordinary people directly try to use the routines in TV series to show off, they will definitely die miserably. Fortunately, he is Yi Yang. Don't go any further. Otherwise, I will shoot you. 007 shouted. Oh? Do you dare? Yi Yang spread his hands and continued to walk forward. You know you won't survive if you kill me. From the conversation just now, I already know that you are not a person who will sacrifice his life easily. A person who cherishes his Life so much will not give up my only hope of survival? You're right. 007 suddenly turned his gun and pointed it at Yi Yang's thigh, but I don't mind letting you feel the pain first. Then you can try. Yi Yang continued. You. 007 knew that if she wanted to get away, she couldn't do it without shocking Yi Yang. She thought about it and turned the gun to Yi Yang's arm. She stopped talking nonsense and said, touch. The imagined feeling of blood collapsing and bullets entering flesh did not appear. She was stunned. Looking at the scene in front of me, my mouth opened so wide it seemed like I could eat a turtle. I saw the young man in front of me holding his hands in the air. He slowly opened his palm. And a bullet was firmly grasped in his palm. Except that the palm was a little red and a little warm, there was no blood at all. This is impossible, she exclaimed. Well, it's really good. Yi Yang played with the warhead, it's just a little hot to touch. After that, he casually threw the warhead at 007's feet. This scene was also seen by Shou Qingxian and Shou Xiaozhu, who were watching from outside. The reaction of the two sisters was basically the same as that of 007. It would be no problem to put a wine bottle in it. Holy crap! Is the boss still a human? He's so awesome. Shou Qingxian was stunned. It's no surprise that any miracle happened to him. Even if he said he was Superman, I would believe it. Shou Xiaozhu's reaction was lighter. There are gunshots inside. Should we rush in? The military forces behind him were very nervous. Their muscles tense, and they were ready to rush in at any time. Ling Shirshir was also very worried. No need, just wait until the boss comes out. Shou Qingxian now understood why the boss went in. Oh. Is that so? A group of military forces forcibly restrained themselves. In the lobby, Yi Yang slowly walked forward. Bang bang bang. The Browning pistol fires extremely quickly. Yi Yang's hands were like phantoms, picking them all off. Soon the Browning pistol was empty. However, she desperately discovered that all these bullets had been caught by Yi Yang. Yi Yang waved his hand casually, and the bullets fell to the ground with a tinkling sound. Several of them rolled to 007's feet. Now 007's mentality has exploded, and the whole person is on the verge of collapse. The touch of these bullets was the straw that broke the camel's back, knocking her down with a bang. The whole person collapsed on the ground. His whole body was shaking, and he looked at Yi Yang with infinite horror and fear in his eyes. This is impossible. You are not a human. You are a devil, she screamed in disbelief. Now, you lose. Yi Yang smiled lightly and squatted down, casually taking off 007's mask. Well, the face under the mask is stunning. It has the depth of Europe and America and the softness of Asia. Cuteness and beauty coexist in one face. Much like the beautiful reporter in Who Am I starring Jackie Chan. He brushed 007's smooth brown short, face-length hair. What's your name? Junie, you can call me Shawnee. 007 sighed and accepted his fate. Mixed race? Yi Yang asked. With a smile. I thought you would be eager to ask me questions about intelligence. Junie pursed her lips. That's my people's job. Yi Yang smiled lightly. Snort. Junie's eyes trembled slightly. I am of mixed American and Japanese descent. Oh, Yi Yang nodded slightly and helped Junie up. Until now, her legs were still weak and she couldn't stand. Up at all. Out the hall door. Everyone gathered around. Yi Yang threw Junie to Shou Qingxian and looked at Junie with a faint smile. If you confess, you will be lenient. If you resist, you will be strict. Tell the truth and be a new person. Snort. For some reason, Yi Yang didn't see any fear in Junie's eyes, but instead there was a hint of expectation. I know what the CIA is all about. Don't pretend to be strong. Here. Shou Qingxian curled her lips. I don't know how many CIA agents have been pried open. I know you. And you are no exception. Oh, then sister must be more severe. Zhu and I looked at Shou Qingxian with charming eyes. Then, she was taken away. Yi Yang shrugged and walked into the lobby again with Ling Shirshir. Yi. As soon as Ling Shirshir opened her mouth, she felt a little at a loss for words. The experience tonight was too shocking for her. The man in front of her was so strong that she felt suffocated by the height of the mountain. Yi Yang obviously felt this, and he patted Ling Shirshir's head. Just call me Brother Yi. Yeah. Ling Shirshir nodded repeatedly. Brother Yi. I was really scared today. Ling Shirshir sighed, but I didn't expect that, brother. Yi, you are so awesome. Even better than the male protagonists of the urban anime I watch. Huh? Yi Yang laughed. Brother Yi. After looking at the colorful clothes for a while, Ling Shirshir suddenly said. Just say it. If you have something to say. Yi Yang looked over seriously. Do you like me a little bit? Ling Shirshir blushed. Yi Yang looked at her with interest. Why do you ask this suddenly? Because Shirshir has been looking for a perfect Prince Charming since she was a child, and now, I think I have found it. She plucked up her courage and said seriously. Second update, /author has something to say. Faced with Ling Shirshir's confession, Yi Yang hesitated for a moment. Seeing Yi Yang hesitate, Ling Shirshir also said repeatedly, I know that there are many excellent sisters around Brother Yi, but I don't mind, as long as you are willing to accept me. Ling Shirshir said seriously. She wants such a perfect man. Now that he appears, he must be the one. Everything else can be ignored. Shirshir. Yi Yang touched Ling Shirshir's little face. If you really don't mind, then I promise to protect you for a lifetime and enjoy all the prosperity and beauty in the world. This is like an ignorant oath between young lovers. But, Yi Yang said this differently. He does have this ability. He never says wishes beyond his ability, because he will be responsible for every word he says. Yeah. Ling Shirshir nodded repeatedly, and then, she carefully came up, and her sweet and gentle lips touched Yi Yang. At this very close distance, Ling Shirshir's soft eyes and sweet and playful face are slender and visible. Yi Yang held her waist, closed his eyes, and enjoyed this moment. Ancient texts say that when the golden wind and jade do meet, they are better than countless people in the world. Ling Shirshir is a typical ancient-style two-dimensional beautiful girl, and her body fragrance also has a unique warmth. Loosen the belt and meet, frankly. Jade face flushed, high mountains and flowing water. Everything is beautiful like poetry and painting. On the chair of the Han dynasty, on the sandalwood bed of the Tang dynasty, in front of the bright window of the Qing dynasty. The innocent two people, in a room, walked through the veins of history, spanning 2,000 years, before they finished. Brother Yi, you are so awesome. Ling Shirshir's tongue was hanging out, and after the final relaxation, she fell into a deep sleep. Yi Yang smiled helplessly. With his ability, it is indeed difficult for ordinary girls to keep up with the pace now. It seems that the speed of making physical upgrading potions should be accelerated, so that after the girls drink it, they will not only be in better health, but also have a better experience with each other. I looked at the sky outside, and it was already bright. I stretched my body. I walked around the palace garden for a few laps. Shou Qingxian and Shou Xiaozhu went to interrogate and torture 007 Annie. But I heard that Annie was surprisingly hard-mouthed and would not reveal any information no matter how hard she tried. She was even shouting and begging Shou Qingxian to hit her harder. "Boss, someone is coming from Zhonghai." The maid knelt down to report to him. "Oh?" Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. "Please invite him to the tea room for tea." "Yes." The maid knelt down again and left. Tea room. The top-grade royal Longjing tea, which cost 600,000 Chinese yuan per pound, was brewed and boiling. 3 big guys sat here to taste tea. "This tea tastes really good." "Yeah. This should be the best tea you can see on the market. In China, many things cannot be bought with money. For example, the tea from the mother tree of Dahongpo in Wui Mountain. It produces less than 6 kilograms every year. After picking these 6 kilograms, they are sent to Zhonghai overnight. Only the top few bigwigs in China are qualified to taste them." Squeak. Yi Yang stepped in. Chang Siwei immediately stood up and said respectfully to the 2 people around him, "General Dong. Wang Weiwei, this is Mr. Yi." "Yes." General Dong and Wang Weiwei both stood up and took the initiative to shake hands with Yi Yang. Yi Yang was also kind to receive the guests. After the greetings, he sat down. The general is the highest-ranking existence in the Chinese military. There are only a dozen of them in the whole of China. There are less than 10 people like the National Committee in the political world. This is the most prominent existence in China. "Mr. Yi, we brought you some Dahong Pao from the mother tree of Wui Mountain." This time, the 2 of them took out a kilogram of the most precious tea that China cannot buy with money. If it cannot be bought with money, it cannot be measured by money. It can be called a priceless treasure. Yi Yang accepted it casually and said with a smile, "Mr. Dong and Mr. Wang came here for the Fujian mountain dwelling picture last night, right?" "Yes." "Mr. Yi is really a straightforward person." General Dong nodded with great appreciation and smiled. "Well, this painting is of great significance to China. The Chinese government is willing to exchange this Fujian mountain dwelling picture with Mr. Yi for 100 billion plus many policy benefits. Mr. Yi will definitely not lose money." Wang Weiwei said repeatedly, "We have heard that you invested 500 billion last night to compete with Europe and the United States. It really boosted the morale of China. The country will not let patriotic people suffer losses. No need." Yi Yang waved his hand. "This?" General Dong and Wang Weiwei looked at each other. Both of them were a little surprised. They came together, the face was big enough, and the policy was very good. Why didn't they even want to talk to them? "Oh, I mean, this Fujian mountain residence picture, there is no point in keeping it with me. I have enough treasures, and I don't need one more. It has immeasurable significance to China. In this case, it is better to give it to you directly and let its value show." Yi Yang spread his hands. In fact, he only spent 2 yuan on this painting last night. 500 billion was spent on the first 2 magical medicines. Although it was expensive because of Fuchin Villa, he didn't care. Not to mention that it was worth buying this medicine for 500 billion, the system also gave a large set of huge benefits. He has already made a lot of money, and he is tired of making money. He doesn't want to make any more money at all, just do charity and accumulate virtue to maintain his life. This. General Dong and Wang Guowei were stunned by Yi Yang's magnificent atmosphere. That is a preferential policy that countless top Chinese rich people can't get even if they are crazy about it. And 100 billion in cash. Just don't take any of it and give the painting to the country for free? After they confirmed Yi Yang's meaning again and again, they all stood up in awe and said, "I've heard that Mr. Yi cares about his country. Today, I see that his words are as good as gold. On behalf of China, I thank Mr. Yi." Haha, you two are too polite. Yi Yang sighed in his heart. As a Chinese, he also hopes that one day the country will be unified. This affection should be regarded as a payment for his feelings. I used to have no ability to help with this matter. Now that I have the ability, of course I have to do my best. Mr. Yi is a noble man. He should be a role model for China's current business community. The relevant positions and honors must be yours. Wang Guowei said repeatedly. I'll be disrespectful to refuse this. Yi Yang laughed and had dinner with several big guys. They said goodbye and left. During the meal, the 2 big guys also said that there were a few core positions recently, and Yi Yang was welcome to sign up for the election. But Yi Yang didn't care much about these. It's not his character to work hard every day. Boss, Annie has spoken. The maid came in and bowed. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. It seems that the Shou sisters are really powerful. Such a stubborn agent, and his mouth was pried open. First update, / author has something to say. Snap. 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 In the torture room. Zhu and I had no more cloth on her body. As soon as she entered the room, she saw a human-shaped mutton fat jade. However, this piece of mutton fat jade was covered with scars and blood. She was tied up and hung on the beam. The other end of the rope was held in Shou Qingxuan's hand. Will you tell me? Shou Qingxian raised her eyebrows. I've already said it. I'll tell you when Yi Yang comes. Zhu and I curled her lips and laughed miserably. Although her mental state was not very good, she seemed to enjoy it. Shou Qingxian frowned. It's the first time I've seen such a lunatic. As she said that, she let go, and the rope fell rapidly. Annie was immersed in the cold water below. The gurgling water poured into her mouth, suffocating her. Shou Qingxian didn't pull her up until she felt that she was about to die. Puff. Annie felt like she had survived a near-death experience, but she smiled. Sister, why are you so soft-hearted? Why not just drown me? If you die, the information will rot in your stomach. Shou Qingxian snorted coldly. Then whip me. As much as you want, please be heavier. Annie closed her eyes, looking extremely happy. Sometimes I really don't know if you are just being tough or if you like being abused. Shou Qingxian frowned, suddenly doubting herself. Most people can't handle her tricks for more than a few hours. It's been more than 10 hours. Annie seems to be getting more and more addicted. It's really abnormal. Yi Yang frowned. Didn't you say you found out something? She said. She would tell you only after you come. Shou Qingxian shrugged. Now I'm here, tell me. Yi Yang stood in front of Annie. Annie swayed in the air, licking her lips. I will tell you only if you meet my requirements. What conditions? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and said, You don't think you are qualified to negotiate with me now, do you? I think you will like the conditions I offer. Annie glanced around. Give me a bedroom, I want to talk to you alone in the bedroom. Huh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Why must it be a bedroom? Maybe it's a trick. Shou Qingxian said repeatedly. Your boss can even catch bullets. What kind of conspiracy and trickery can I play for him? Annie's eyes looked at Yi Yang restlessly, and a sick red appeared on her pale face. Do as she says. Yi Yang said lightly. According to the other party's masochistic attribute of enjoying abuse, I am afraid that no result will be obtained even if he is tortured. Again. Prince Gong's mansion, a certain room. Just closed the door. Zhu and I knelt in front of Yi Yang at once. Please, satisfy me, the most brutal kind. Yi Yang was stunned. Last night I found that I fell in love with you. You are so strong and handsome. You are the strongest man in the world. This night, I found that I admired you more and more in my heart. Please. I am willing to do anything for you. Juni's breathing is abnormal. Yi Yang and Yumomo have played similar cosplays before, but this is the first time I have seen such a crazy M. However, this is for intelligence and for justice. He thought about it and felt that this seemed to be very exciting. He might not want to do this once. After confirming his intention, he no longer hesitated. He directly grabbed her hair, locked a chain around her neck, and pressed her against the wall roughly. The long spear was like a dragon, pouring into Zhu's mouth. This wild mode of giving everything. It gives people an unprecedented experience. Unparalleled. The sun was setting in the west. Zhu and I collapsed on the ground like a dead dog, with a weak breath. It was obvious that she was going to be tortured to death. Yi Yang took the intelligence and went out. Take good care of her and don't let her be in danger. Although it was a relationship for a certain purpose, no matter what form it took, she was his woman after all, and he had to take good care of her. Yes. Shou Qingxian looked at Yi Yang with some doubts. She is a professional. Torture for a whole day is useless. The boss has been here for a few hours and got all the information. This is simply too outrageous. How did he do it? Well, don't ask. Yi Yang waved his hand. In short, this information is absolutely fine. Take good care of her. She will be of great use to us in the future. Yes. Shou Qingxian and Shou Xiaozhu looked at each other and nodded. No more questions. According to this information, the entire branch of the CIA against China will be uprooted. I don't know how heavy the loss will be. This time, it will hurt the United States enough. After dealing with these things, Yi Yang returned to Yangju Hall. Qilinjia. His body functions are extremely strong now, and his Chinese internal strength is long-lasting. If this kind of magic medicine is taken directly, it is definitely impossible for ordinary people to bear it. It needs to be combined with a lot of neutralizing auxiliary medicines each time, and taken multiple times in a very small dose. However, who made him Yi Yang? He chewed the washed Qilinjia directly in his mouth, just like eating carrots, crunching, and finished it in a few bites. Jia set off a huge wave in his body. But he suppressed them all. Soon, his whole body was filled with an indescribable herbal fragrance. There are many plants and trees in Prince Gong's mansion. Flowers, birds, fish, and insects are indispensable. However, there is high technology in the house, so insects cannot enter. He walked out of the house and went to the garden to experiment. It is indeed immune to all evil. He also specially went to the kitchen to find scorpions and other poisonous creatures. Seeing him is like seeing a natural enemy, no one dares to approach. He forced the poisonous creature to stab him a few more times. There was no internal force to suppress it. As soon as the poison entered his body, it was neutralized by the magical power in his blood. There was no reaction at all. Except that the small red spot took dozens of seconds to recover. There was not even a swelling. This Jiangjing is worthy of being a magic medicine. Yi Yang was very satisfied with the effect. This is basically a way to avoid all evils, plus full poison resistance. Whoever wants to poison him can't be poisoned to death. However, no one in the world has the opportunity to poison him. But of course, the more safety locks that guarantee safety, the better. The more, the safer. After all, in the comics, even the powerful Bone King Ain's old gown would buff himself before a battle. It is always right to be cautious. As for this dear grass, it is better to keep it properly for future emergency use. This is equivalent to having an extra life. No matter who is seriously injured around you, you can save him instantly. It is so unreasonable. This is the magic medicine. Finally, it is this black technology card. Yi Yang took out the black technology card. With great anticipation, I wonder what kind of black technology chain will be randomly selected. Second update, /author has something to say. Buzz. Black cards transform and rotate. Finally, the natural science nuclear energy supply technology chain appeared. Oh? Yi Yang's heart moved and he was very excited. Things related to nuclear are the most precious and highest level things in the world today. As a weapon, photon weapons are enough. Even if he comes up with some kind of nuclear weapons production process, he will have nothing to be happy about. But this is an energy supply. You know, the evolution of human civilization is the change in the form of energy supply. Because of the use of fire, primitive people moved from ignorance to tribal civilization. Because of the use of coal, human civilization went a step further and became an ancient civilization. Oil and electricity propelled the world into modern history. The generation of nuclear energy has truly brought human civilization into the modern era. Nuclear energy supply, according to high-end scientific predictions, will be the new energy source that will replace oil/coal in the future. There are two major stages in the energy supply of nuclear energy. The first stage is nuclear fission. This energy supply method is similar to the principle of the atomic bomb. The pollution is high, the radiation is high, and the energy utilization rate is low, but it is stable and can be controlled by the current level of human technology. Unless there is a major disaster, such as a tsunami or earthquake that destroys the nuclear power plant, there will be no big problem. Today, human beings are still in the middle of the first stage. Even the energy provided by nuclear fission, utilization, and stability have not reached a foolproof level. As for the second stage, it is nuclear fusion. This is similar to the principle of a hydrogen bomb. There is almost zero pollution, no radiation, and the energy emitted is several orders of magnitude higher than that of nuclear fission. It is simply the most ideal, advanced, and powerful energy supply method that human civilization can reach in the world today. It can be said that whoever masters controllable nuclear fusion first will truly master the future world. Nowadays, all the top countries in the world want to master controllable nuclear fusion like crazy. Unfortunately, even the most powerful countries such as China and the United States can only make the artificial sun produced by nuclear fusion last for tens of seconds on average. It is so difficult to stabilize it, let alone use it to generate electricity or provide energy. This is the first time in the history of human science that a project has encountered so many difficulties in its initial stages. Yi Yang was very excited. According to the description of the technology chain, nuclear fusion is only the second stage, and there is a final third stage. However, without the facilities for the second stage, the third stage cannot be achieved. It seems that for now, nuclear fusion technology still needs to be promoted in the world. Yi Yang pondered for a moment. This is an extremely serious matter. After all, this kind of energy upgrade is a matter of civilization and has gone beyond the concept of the country. If it is not handled well, it may lead to a world war. He first provided the technology to the Black Technology Company and asked them to build a controllable nuclear fusion device first. As for the back, we have to slowly lay out the layout. Given the current level of civilization in the world, it would probably take a long time to build such a device. Yi Yang was not in a hurry. After handing over the Fujian mountain residence map to the official people, he once again had several more national titles. But there were too many titles, and he didn't bother to remember them. The chairman of the National People's Congress of China's business community, the country's highest contribution merit medal, etc., are all medals and titles with extremely high honors and high status, but do not require any practical work. I think the officials still know themselves very well. In the days that followed, Hurricane, together with the Chinese military and police, cleared up all the CIA's routes to China provided by Juni. Many big bosses in the United States were so angry that they chewed their teeth, and the CIA was extremely heartbroken. None of them expected that Juni, who performed first-rate in training, would explain everything in just one day. There was no time to even send the informant back to the United States. This is a route they have laid out and worked hard for decades. Gone. Overnight, it was all gone. After dealing with these major matters, the Fujian mountain residence incident came to an end. Yi Yang returned to his previous life rhythm. When he had nothing to do, he would play happy games with the maid in the hot spring and enjoy the traditional atmosphere of the capital. When he had nothing to do, he would stroll around the palace and play with the little bitch. The days returned to happiness and comfort. He would go and see the teacher when he had nothing to do. It was said that the teacher was recovering from his illness and would be discharged from the hospital in a few days. He also promised to pick the teacher up from the hospital in a few days. At this time, in the Jingfu tea house in the capital, a group of gentlemen are drinking tea. One of them had a weak foundation and heavy, dark circles under his eyes. He was clearly the young man with kidney deficiency who drugged Han Jingjing that night at Huabo's celebration banquet. Li Zhixiang slammed the table angrily. Damn, what a mistake. Han Jingjing's best friend who conspired with me has been sent to prison by this woman and sentenced to 10 years. How cruel. Huabo. Doesn't know what he committed. Mental illness. My family put pressure on them not to help Han Jingjing with the lawsuit, but they didn't take my family's warning as a warning at all. What? How dare you not give your face to brother Zhixiong? How audacious. Who is Huabua? It's just a small film and television company with assets of less than 30 billion. Haha, haven't they made Yipwen now, which has become popular all over the world and created a box office miracle in film history? I feel like I am different. Indeed, their status and market value in China have been skyrocketing recently, and their valuation has exceeded 100 billion. Have you seen that movie? Why should I watch that thing? I'd rather pick up girls. I'm a rich second generation, I can show off myself. Why do I have to go to the cinema to watch other men show off on the screen? I'm a master of time management. Haha, great minds think alike. Several rich second-generation young men clinked their glasses and laughed. By the way, let's talk about that bitch, Han Jingjing. Li Zhixiang said angrily. I was about to get her that night, but someone came to my rescue and stole my love. I was scared to death. Thinking about it now, I still feel ashamed and angry. Is there anyone who doesn't know how powerful my brother Zhixiang is? This man deserves to die. The rich second generations are all speaking up for Li Zhixiang. Li Zhixiang snorted coldly. Fortunately, my family background is strong, and I can't get into trouble at all. This woman is still chasing me and wants to put me in jail. Dream on. That's right. What's Zhixiang's family background? Haha, just a little star, too naive. The other young masters said in support. I asked you to come here today because I want to deal with this person. Li Zhixiang slammed the photo in his hand on the table. I checked, the one who beat us that night was the male lead of Huabua's Yiwen, named Yang. First update, /author has something to say. It's so hateful. Who gave him the courage? He's just an actor, but he dared to touch you, brotherly. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. He just got angry and swelled up. Do you think he is invincible? Kill him. The young masters were directly indignant. After all, they all bully men and women, and they don't think there is anything wrong with doing such things. They even think it's natural. If others stop them, it's their fault. They are too arrogant. They dare to stop them. But they are not arrogant to the extreme. They know the real big bosses in Beijing by heart. They know who can offend and who can't offend. They remember the family tree of the big bosses better than the names of their own parents. It is precisely this familiarity that hurt them this time. After all, Yang is not in this relationship map. Since they had a preconceived notion of Yang as a celebrity, and they were familiar with the bigwigs in Beijing, they would not investigate further. That's right, kill him. Li Zhixiang angrily slapped the table. This time, I just want to gather enough momentum. Although I can call a lot of people, it's not shocking enough. I want you brothers to help me and scare him. It's best to scare him to death on the spot. Then we record a video of him kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, with shit and urine flowing, and send it to Han Jingjing for her too. See, haha. Brothers are in trouble, and all sides must help. I'll stick my neck out for you. That's right. Brotherly, don't worry, this time I will do my best to do this for you, and I must kill him. Haha. My people are all over the capital. With a wave of my hand, there will be thousands of people I will definitely gather enough momentum for you. Scare that kid silly. That's right. All the rich second generations said. Again and again. Just do it, check where this guy is now. I'll go get someone. Let's coordinate. The young masters obviously have no talent for doing serious things, but they are gifted in finding trouble and committing suicide, and have strong organizational and mobilization capabilities. Soon, they mobilized their respective teams. According to their boasting, they can bring together a spectacular team of tens of thousands of people. However, when they gathered, they found that there were only 1,800 people together. 10 large trucks and more than 100 luxury cars of various types. It was a black mass, although it was far from the tens of thousands of people they boasted, but it was also spectacular. Today my little brother was browsing Weibo and saw someone encounter him and his girlfriend walking around Haitua Mountain in the suburbs. Let's go there to chase him. Haha, that's right, being a celebrity is easy to find. It also saves the effort of investigation. Let's do a big one and make a name for ourselves? I think it's okay. Anyway, our father is cleaning up the mess. Let's accompany Brotherly to make a scene today. Let's do it. A group of young and rich second generations got into their luxury cars. A convoy of nearly 200 luxury cars and large trucks, all of which were fierce thugs. This momentum made the people who saw it along the way talk about it. Hiss, what's going on? I don't know, this is too big. Since the policy of cracking down on gangs and eliminating evil began to be implemented, this kind of big battle has rarely been seen. Indeed, but before, this kind of scene was not uncommon. Back to the old days. The people were pointing and commenting. Many people who liked to watch the fun even drove their cars and followed from a distance. Many internet celebrities who are willing to sacrifice their lives for money and traffic also hurriedly took a taxi to follow this famous scene. Maybe it will become popular. This is so shocking. The convoy of 200 cars has expanded to 500 or 600 cars. When it arrives at Haitua Mountain, the road is full. The police stations along the way have received reports long ago. The police are all excited. This is a performance that is delivered to the door. If there is no fight, it is empty joy. If there is a fight, it is a major black case. They all gathered urgently and prepared to take the medals of honor that were delivered to the door. The anti-black department has a lot of authorization power. Even if the young men in the cars really have a big background, they will not be too afraid. They will just wait for the order from above, and they will rush up and arrest all these guys. Haitua Mountain. Yi Yang had just finished chatting with Yumomo in the camping tent in the morning landscape. After all, it was just a morning exercise, so of course it was just a little bit. After Yumomo helped Yi Yang put on his clothes, the two walked out of the high-tech camping tent. The tent automatically closed and was put away by two maids on the side. Yi Yang kneaded Yumomo's hips, enjoying the wonderful touch, while looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, feeling so good. Wasn't it very lively just now? Why is it so quiet all of a sudden? Yi Yang looked around and felt something was wrong. A group of cars sealed off Haitua Mountain, and the tourists were scared away. Yumomo's workability is very strong. Even though he had just consumed a lot of physical energy and his legs were still trembling, he quickly found the reason. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, looked at the so-called big scene on the screen, smiled, and shook his head. What the hell? They are here for you, boss. Yumomo pointed to the big red banner on the screen. It says Yi-yang, come down and apologize, don't be a coward. Yi-yang laughed out loud, these little bastards, why should they be so childish? Chinibu has broken out. Click. Shou Qingxian took out a machete directly from his pocket. I can deal with them by myself. How do you fit such a big machete into your pocket? Yi Yang's face was covered with black lines. I think it's better to call the hurricane bodyguards over. There are indeed a lot of people on the other side. Yumomo suggested. It's just a bunch of rabble. It's not enough for me to fight with one hand. Shou Qingxian curled her lips. This kind of thing doesn't need to be called a hurricane. Yi-yang shook his head, called a hurricane, it's just a fight between the underworld, it's really low level. Since these brats want to compare the scene and shock, then let them see what is real. The scene? What a real shock. To deal with this level of brainless little characters, we must crush them, whether it is frontal or legal afterwards, and make them fall into a place of no return. Yumomo instantly understood Yi Yang's intention. Fighting black against black not only seemed inadequate, but also unreasonable afterwards. But if another identity was used to solve the matter, it would be completely different. After thinking about it, she directly dialed another number. Second. Update, / the author has something to say. High to a mountain. At the foot of the mountain, clouds of luxury cars surrounded the entire entrance and exit of the mountain. The tourists quickly went down the mountain. Many reporters and internet celebrities were following and filming from a distance. There are still many police posts, and they just wait for these young men and women to take action, and then directly start the anti-gang operation. For a time, the place was bustling with activity. On the mountain, Yi-yang was leisurely and contented, casually watching the people coming and going down the mountain, holding the beauty in his arms. Enjoying the cool vacation life. Umo had finished the phone call and smiled at Yi-yang. Okay, it's time to go down the mountain and teach these kids how to behave. With Yi-yang's current status, it is naturally impossible to really regard these little rubbish below as real opponents. The way they look at them is unconsciously looking down, and the sense of ridicule that arises in the hearts of the seniors when they see the arrogance of the juniors. Okay. Yumomo also smiled slightly, and walked down the mountain road with Yi-yang. The main exit at the foot of the mountain. On a Land Rover. Brother Zhisheng, didn't he run away on the trail? That's right, when I saw our formation, I was so frightened that I didn't even dare to go down the mountain. All the young and old were laughing and making noises. Well, it's possible. Li Zhisheng nodded, by the way. Let's go straight to a game of catching turtles in a jar. Search the mountain for me. The words fell. Brother Zhisheng, it seems like someone is coming down from the mountain. The younger brothers were all surprised. Have you finally come down? Li Zhisheng raised his eyebrows. How many people are there? There are only 5 people. Besides Yi Yang, there are 4 women. Haha, it seems that I didn't go out with my bodyguard today. It's just 5 people. I'm laughing so hard. With such strength, he dares to offend our brother Zhisheng. He is simply reckless. That's right, that's right. All the rich second generation boasted. Li Zhisheng raised the corner of his mouth. Let's go. As he said that, he led a group of boys forward, ready to show off first, and then beat the boy. Once he was satisfied with his words, Let him know what it means to not mess with a big brother. Thinking about it, they walked up to Yi Yang and blocked the way forward. Is something wrong? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Haha, do you still recognize me? Li Zhixiang stood out from the crowd and looked at Yi Yang with a sneer. Yi Yang looked at Li Zhixiang indifferently and thought for a long time. He raised his eyebrows when he saw the unusually dark circles under his eyes. Oh, I remembered, you were the young man with kidney deficiency who wanted to drug Han Jingjing that night and had evil intentions. Oh, it's you. He only saw a group of wealthy second-generation people gathering on the mountain. Only now do we know that the initiator of this is this boy. It seems that the beating that night was not severe. Haha, it seems you still remember me. I told you not to mess with me, otherwise, the consequences would be serious. Now, have you seen the consequences? He waved back. Thousands of young men behind him were honking their horns, and for a moment, the entire Haitua mountain fell into a commotion. Yi Yang waved his hand in disgust. Are you playing the silent flute? For you? Puff. Several maids were so amused by these words that they couldn't help laughing. They are the maids of the palace, and their vision is naturally beyond the reach of ordinary people. A dog in front of the Prime Minister's door is better than a seventh-rank county official. They know very well that no matter how much these second-generation young rich people fool around, they will never be able to shake a hair out of their boss's legs. So, I feel very relaxed. Seeing that Yi Yang's maid dared to laugh at him, Li Zhixiang was so angry that his face turned red and his neck thickened, and he shouted angrily, "Don't be too arrogant. If you pretend to be so natural, don't blame me for being ruthless when you get beaten later." Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and shouted, "How dare you, a criminal who has attempted a crime, gossip here? If Han Jingjing hadn't wanted to seek justice on her own, you would have been in jail now." Haha, what a loud tone. Do you know who my father is? You even sent me to prison to dream. Yi Yang chuckled. How about you tell me your father's name and I'll send you both in? Ha ha. Li Zhixiang burst out laughing as if he had heard some incredible joke. Did everyone hear what he said? A bullshit celebrity and internet celebrity wants to touch our house. Ha ha ha, this is so funny, isn't it? You are really a frog in the well and don't know awe. If you offend Brother Zhixiang, you are finished. Several other young men kept talking. They are obviously the same type of people as Li Zhixiang. I'm used to bullying men and dominating women. I don't think Li Zhixiang did anything wrong at all. If Yi Yang stopped Li Zhixiang, he would also stop them when he encounters them in the future. So, this is their common enemy. We share the same hatred. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Kneel down and beg for mercy now. Confess the crimes you have committed, repent, and turn yourself in. It's not too late. Li Zhixiang was dumbfounded. You're going to steal my lines. All the young men were stunned, and then burst into laughter. Haha, did you hear what this person said? Tell young Master Li to kneel down and beg for mercy. I gotta laugh to death. He confessed and was lenient. It made me laugh to death. Who does he think he is? A super boss? Li Zhixiang was about to speak. Yi Yang turned his eyes away from him and stopped paying attention to him. He said calmly, you don't have much time left. You are a psychopath. Li Zhixiang felt like he punched cotton. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. It was his turn to show off. But the other person stood there, and his aura and temperament directly suppressed them. He failed to show off, but made the other person look like a super boss who was not afraid of danger. Thinking of this, Li Zhixiang was furious. Damn it, come on. Beat this pretender to death. Before he finished speaking, he heard vibrations and roars from the horizon. The whole earth began to tremble. Fuck. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? The younger brothers looked around in panic. The noisy discussions of the people in the distance also stopped abruptly. And they were all trembling. Finally, someone discovered the group of figures on the horizon. Yes, it's a plane. Helicopter. Armed helicopter. So many armed helicopters. After seeing clearly what the group of black shadows approaching at high speed were, everyone was stunned. The whole sky, in all directions, dense armed helicopters drove over in black. There was a vibration under my feet. Endless smoke and dust were raised in the distance of the mountain. What is that? Some people looked carefully, and when they saw what those things that raised the smoke and dust were, they were paralyzed. Those are armored vehicles and tanks. The police on standby at the back were all stunned. Damn. When did the army come to compete with the police for performance? This internal competition is too serious. First update. Rumble. The armed helicopter is far away in the horizon, but it is right in front of you in an instant. The dusty tanks, carrying the dust, came crushing the sports cars. All pedestrians retreated. They all expressed shock and numbness. It's absolutely terrible. The eldest young master and the younger brothers were also trembling, not daring to act rashly. What's happening here? I don't know, I haven't heard of any military exercises here today. This is too sudden. How many troops are there? At least 2 groups have arrived, right? That's outrageous. The majesty and momentum of aircraft, tanks, and armored vehicles are not something that ordinary people can resist. Everyone felt the terror and their hearts were trembling. Buzz. The plane flew overhead, and many people's legs were shaking. This is the majesty of the army. Righteousness and powerful crushing. As for armored vehicles and tanks, it's even more outrageous. The torrent of steel and the behemoth turrets are crushing them past, and nothing seems to be able to stop their progress. Those sports cars were crushed instantly. These young and old have not had time to feel sorry for themselves. The gunship hovered over them. The infrared sniper rifle took aim and was instantly pointed at the heads of the leading young men. Almost instantly, the legs of these evil-faced young men weakened and they collapsed directly on the ground. This is a large-caliber sniper rifle. One shot can blow your head right off. If you are pointed at by such a terrifying weapon, you will lose your life at any time. This kind of fear is not something that ordinary people can resist. If you are mentally weak, you may faint immediately if a gun is pointed at you. You have seriously endangered national security and intend to harm our senior generals. Put down your weapons immediately and hold your head in your hands. If you act rashly, we have the right to shoot and kill you at any time. On the helicopter, a loud warning sounded. Damn it, where is this from? Why don't I just find a few boys to drive out and block people, and show off at the same time? How can I endanger national security? Damn it. A senior general. Where did the senior general come from? All the young men and women felt that they had been wronged and they kept shouting that they were wronged. Chi chi chi. From the helicopter, the rope hung down. Groups of soldiers landed in an orderly manner from above. A set of clean and neat moves, loaded with ammunition, and quickly controlled the entire audience. How could one of the 1,000 people present and involved in the siege dare to take action? Facing this kind of terrifying army that was really going to fight on the battlefield, they were a ragtag group of people who had long been paralyzed with fear. The place smelled like urine. Apparently scared to death. He fell to the ground, not even daring to fart. In the distance, the onlookers were all mute. Looking. At this scene, everyone was stunned. Shocked, puzzled, outrageous, all kinds of emotions filled their moods. Even the most promiscuous internet celebrity at the scene was frightened by the situation and couldn't say a word. Okay, let's get going. We're destined to have nothing to do today. The policemen all gave a wry smile. They were no less shocked than ordinary people. The closer you are within the system, the clearer you become to how terrifying it is to be able to mobilize this level of military power in an instant. But no matter what, today's great achievement is not theirs. That's outrageous. It seems that the person these people bet on in the mountains has an extremely high status. Haha, I'm laughing so hard. A group of young men, thinking they are awesome, went to round up a military boss. If you really think about it, the death penalty for the leader and life imprisonment for the accomplices is considered light. I just don't know which boss is being surrounded. They were too far away to see which big boss was surrounded by the crowd. Those in the front row of the crowd could vaguely see Yi Yang written on the banner. I'll go, isn't that the big star Yi Yang? Can celebrities mobilize such an awesome army now? Are you crazy? How is that possible? There is only one possibility. This Mr. Yi is a big boss in the military himself. I'll go. If that's the case, are these young men filled with shit? Are they going to round up Mr. Yi? Haha, who knows? After a long time, the crowd eased their shock and started talking about it. Li Zhixiang was stunned. He knelt on the ground in dissatisfaction and was held up by a gun. Why am I threatening national security? There are no senior generals. You must have made a mistake. I am the eldest son of the Li family in the west of Beijing. You can't arrest me easily. You have to give my father some face. We don't know your father. The order we received is to ensure the personal safety of Major General Yi at all costs. You have essentially threatened Major General Yi's safety. The leader of the armored regiment had cold eyes, looking at Li Zhixiang as if he were looking at a dead person. Major General. Then you must have made a mistake. Where did the Major General come from here? As Li Zhixiang spoke, he suddenly realized. In his heart, Major General Yi Yang. This Yi Yang is a Major General. Holy shit. The moment he reacted, his heart went cold. The Yi Yang standing in front of you is the youngest Major General in China. The Supreme Leader personally awarded him the title of General, and he is called General Xinghua. According to the law, the maximum penalty for harming a senior general of our country is the death penalty. The tank regiment leader said coldly. This, how is this possible? Li Zhixiang groaned, really frightened. My brain went black. For a while. The youngest Major General in China. What a terrifying definition this is. He actually provoked such a big shot. No wonder he always felt that the other person was looking down at him. That is a Person from heaven. He suddenly remembered that Yi Yang had asked him to kneel down and beg for mercy. How could that be pretentious? It was clearly an opportunity given to him by an extremely kind person. You damn fool. You didn't seize this only chance of survival. It's over. Although he is a playboy, he also knows how serious a crime it is to threaten a senior general. Don't talk about his father. Even his father's immediate boss's immediate boss may not be able to resolve this matter. Thinking of this, he felt that his life was about to come to an abrupt end. He immediately rolled into pieces at Yi Yang's feet, bursting into tears, and kowtowed madly to apologize. Mr. Yi, I am not a human being. I am a scumbag. That night, I was obsessed with lust and wanted to do evil to Han Jingjing. I was so anxious that I told him everything that happened before. Is there any unexpected gain? The three captains looked at each other, and it seemed that this boy was dead. Yi Yang, on the other hand, had enough time to record an evidence collection video next to him. Second update. Well, the evidence is conclusive. Yi Yang put away his phone and immediately sent the video to Han Jingjing. Since she wants to have her own relationship, he should be the provider of evidence. Li Zhixiang is not too aggrieved. Now, before coming, he boasted so much that he made Yi Yang cry and beg for mercy. Now he is crying at Yi Yang's feet, kneeling down to beg for mercy. Okay, if you have anything else to say, let's go to court and say it. Several regiment leaders gave a cold shout, and the surrounding soldiers directly dragged the younger brothers present onto armored vehicles, tanks, and helicopters. These boys seemed to have no bones, they were so scared that they were as weak as mud. Fortunately, the soldiers were very strong. They dragged these young men directly into the car like dragging chickens and escorted them back to the nearby military camp. What awaits them will be a high-end and strict trial. Then, Major General Yi, I'll leave first. Yi Yang looked at the three group leaders and nodded slightly. It's so shocking. In the distance, until the planes and tanks all drove away, the crowd of onlookers cried out in amazement. Incredible. Unbelievable. I have never seen such a big scene in my life. It's like making a movie. The crowd was discussing enthusiastically. Can't believe it all. Mr. Yi actually has a strong military background. Too strong. The media who used to smear the family are probably trembling now. They are directly arrested for smearing the image of the country's senior generals. It's enough for them to drink. That's right. Those people, when they see patriotic people, get jealous and scold them. How did they criticize Yuan for making a patriotic movie like this? They also took the opportunity to smear Mr. Yi. Just thinking about it makes you angry. I guess these people won't be able to sleep well after this hot search went up today. Haha. While discussing, everyone left. After all, no one dared to block Yi Yang's way. If tanks and planes come back, it would be uncomfortable to take them away too. Subsequently, several blurry videos were posted online. After all, they are aircraft, artillery, tanks, and armored vehicles. Who dares to get too close? All far away. So, naturally, I couldn't take a picture of anything. However, it is a super big scene after all. It quickly became popular online. Haha, do you use the army to fight gangs and evil now? Isn't this too spectacular? They all say that these bullies are here to trouble Yi Yang, but they don't know whether it's true or not. Yi Shinhao. Although he is rich and a star, does he still have such influence in the military? I don't know, maybe he is a big boss in the military. Holy crap, is this so outrageous? Rich, famous, and a military boss. Perfect. So perfect. There is such an awesome person in China. I'm the frog in the well. Netizens were extremely enthusiastic and put Yi Yang on the hot search list one after another. However, after all, this matter did not receive any official certification or evidence, but Yi Yang did not issue any response, so everyone regarded him as acquiescing. Suddenly, Yi Shinhao became popular again. Many military fans keep following Yi Yang's Douyin account. After all, this is a living military boss. Where would a normal person have the opportunity to follow someone else's account? Yi Yang took advantage of the trend and sent out hundreds of millions of red envelopes, becoming popular again. He didn't notice how much the bottom hair was, so he pressed a few extra zeros. It's estimated to be over 1 billion. Just finished giving out red envelopes. Han Jingjing sent a message of thanks. Sigh. The power behind Li Zhixiang is really too great. I have collected evidence for a long time, but it is of no use. They want to spend millions to settle this matter, and they also threaten my personal safety. When Han Jingjing saw this video evidence, she was almost moved to tears. My heart is very warm. Although I said I had to rely on myself that day, in the end it was still too difficult to rely on an artist to fight against a big family. Recently, she felt powerless. This is under the background that Huabua Film and Television Group is fully supporting her. Without Huabua's support, I am afraid that she will not be able to go far at all under such terrible pressure. I must thank you in person when I have time. Han Jingjing said repeatedly. Haha, we are already very close, why are you so polite? Yi Yang teased. Han Jingjing's face turned red, and she felt ashamed when she recalled the experience, process, and details of Yi Yang helping her that night to help her dissipate the power of the medicine. Okay. I will repay you well. When I have time. After Han Jingjing finished replying, she shyly closed WeChat. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. And then saw a few unread messages. He raised his eyebrows in confusion. It turned out to be the beautiful police officer Wu Jingshu. What's wrong? Yi Yang looked at the photos she sent. The photo shows the scene this morning of young men and women surrounding the mountain, with planes and tanks coming over to crush them. I'm telling you. Today is really unlucky. Wu Jingshu said repeatedly, have you heard about the Haitua mountain incident? Our squadron received the news to deal with the emergency, but we saw so many troops halfway. Alas. Our mission was cancelled again. It's too difficult. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, haha. You are still laughing. Alas. It's just catching some gangsters. The special police don't even need to be dispatched. It's okay to send us. The army actually showed up to catch them. I'm really afraid that one day we will be unemployed. Wu Jingshu complained. That's right, it's too unnecessary. Who is making such a fuss? Calling the army to deal with a few gangsters. Yi Yang typed indignantly. After sending it out, I found that it seemed that this person was me. Oh, so embarrassing. It's not a big deal. According to internal information, the one who was surrounded today was a major general of our army. Wu Jingshu said repeatedly, don't tell anyone about this. We are just spreading gossip among ourselves. Yi Yang was at a loss. Whether to laugh or cry. Okay, I promise not to tell anyone. Good guy, he is the Major General himself. How can he spread it? Just when Yi Yang and Wu Jingshu were chatting and joking, all the major families in Beijing were shocked. Li family. Grandpa Li almost had a heart attack to intercept a major general? This is a provocation to the country. Provoking the military. Oh my God. How could my Li family have such an ungrateful evildoer? Grandpa, what should we do? Others were also panicked and asked repeatedly. Spread it immediately. This Li Zhixiang was actually picked up from the trash can outside. He has nothing to do with the Li family. The Li family and the Hechuoshan incident have nothing to do with each other. First update. After the news about the Li family spread, it immediately caused a heated discussion on the internet. Haha, I was laughing so hard. The Li family was so scared that they directly said that Li Zhixiang was picked up from a trash can. I'll go, it's real or fake. Of course it's true. In order to extricate themselves from this matter, the Li family made a very impressive statement. They also provided the time and place. It seems that they invited the author of the online novel to come over and compile it. Awesome. So awesome. I read it. It's too detailed, there are special adoption records of time, place. I'm starting to wonder if this is true. Maybe. I really picked it up. The kid I picked up caused so much trouble, haha. My head almost fell off. Laughing. Netizens immediately launched a rich and passionate discussion. But some people are already doubtful. After all, the news about the Li family has a nose and eyes, which is hard to believe. The Liu family, the Chong family, the Liu family, and other big families were still shocked. They were panicking and looking for big shots through their connections. They all wanted to break away from the juniors involved so as not to involve the life and death of the family. After all, this involves containing the major general. Even if it is the most minor crime, it is a crime of threatening national security. If it is put on the line, it is very likely to be defined as treason. This crime cannot be borne by any person or organization in China. That's why these big families were scared to death. After hearing about the Li family's operation, many family owners' eyes lit up. You can still do this. In an instant, the heads of each family made a decisive decision. News was released one after another, and the younger generations involved were all defined as people picked up from trash cans, adopted from orphanages, etc. In an instant, the internet exploded with laughter. Good guy, I bet these big families are philanthropists who specialize in finding children from trash cans and orphanages to raise. When I was rich, you were my son. When I was in trouble, you were picked from the trash can. Haha. Overnight, all the noble sons in the capital became scoundrels. Everyone was dumbfounded. However, these big families didn't care at all about the ridicule from netizens. Many even found connections to obtain real forged documents in orphanages. After all, if this matter is investigated in depth, it will involve too much, and they would rather be shameless than save the family. Besides, we have to go to Major General Ye's house tomorrow to apologize. Good. All the family heads are talking about it. Apology and generous gifts are definitely indispensable. The energy of a major general may not seem to be very high on weekdays, but if you take the initiative to surround others, and even say that you want to kill them, that is not the same nature. What's more, this is the youngest major general in China. Future promotions are a sure thing. Admiral is also very likely. It's fine if we don't make good friends with such beings in advance, and if we offend them, then the road ahead will probably become narrower and narrower. All parents obviously know this truth. This incident caused a storm in the city. But in fact, it only stops at the level of netizens' jokes and jokes. As for Yi Yang, who was at the center of the incident, he was holding the housekeeper Zhu in his arms, drinking tea and listening to music under the curtains, and didn't feel any difference. As for trending searches and stuff like that, totally used to it. He didn't even bother to look. It will be okay to go online tomorrow and see how many million followers it ends up getting. Master, have a meal. Zhu put the grape into Yi Yang's mouth softly. Yi Yang nodded. The taste was sour yet sweet, with plump pulp and plenty of water. These are extremely rare and precious fruits shipped by air. They are sold by the piece and cost 180 yuan each. It's really good. Try this banana. Yi Yang stuffed the banana into Zhu's mouth. Yellow bananas go in and white bananas come out. Zhu enjoyed eating very much and made sounds of satisfaction from time to time. It's so delicious. As expected of the master's banana. After Zhu had eaten and drank enough, she also danced herself and performed a stunning dance for Yi Yang. As the chief steward of the palace, his skills are very good. The body is like flying feathers, like a startled giant. It is truly an endless enjoyment. The next day, the heads of the major families came to the door of Prince Gong's mansion in person with heavy gifts. Most of them begged their grandfather to sue their grandma last night, and they went through countless connections before they found out Yi Yang's address, which was not hidden from the public at all. Prince Gong's mansion, my mother. This is not an ordinary major general. This should be the core existence of China, right? The news I heard is that Mr. Yi bought Prince Gong's mansion with his own financial resources. Everyone was even more confused. Although through many inquiries, I know that Yi Yang is a rich man. But to be rich like this is outrageous. Even the richest man in China cannot afford Prince Gong's mansion. Although they have companies with a market value of several trillion, most of the money they have is only a few hundred billion. Spend nearly 200 billion in cash, to buy a house. Totally impossible. My heart is getting colder and colder. This time it seems that I have provoked an existence that must not be provoked. Shuddering, this is definitely one of the top bosses in China. Maybe the Major General is his official identity. After all, it took only a few minutes for 3 top battle groups to call. This face is simply terrifying. After meeting each other, all the heads of the families felt that they had met brothers in distress, and that they had suffered misfortunes due to the younger generation. It was too difficult. The gift was accepted by Prince Gong's mansion. Mr. Yi is resting. He said that this matter will not harm his family. Let you educate the younger generation well. Everyone, please leave. At the gate of Prince Gong's mansion. 2 strong guards said in a deep voice. Ah. All the heads of the families looked at each other. Judging from the current information, it is right for them not to meet them. After all, most of them are not qualified. To be received by Yi Yang. The real big families in Beijing, those with deep background, rarely have mentally retarded younger generations. The real aristocratic families have very good family education. Of course, the bigger the family, the bigger the forest. The bigger the forest, the more birds there are. It is not ruled out that some big families will also have scum. But after all, they are very few. The families involved in this incident can bully ordinary people. But when facing a person of Yi Yang's level, it's nothing. However, willing to accept the gift means that Yi Yang will not pursue their family anymore. Thank you, Mr. Yi. After confirming their guesses, all the family heads were grateful and thanked sincerely. After Yi Yang and Zhu Zhu had a good time, they saw the heavy gifts paid by these families. Most of these families have less than 10 billion in family assets. Most of them have given up a lot, and together, there are also tens of billions of compensation. Well, it's okay. Yi Yang nodded. Although it's not much, it's money after all. Second update, it's almost the 700th chapter, hooray! After that, Yi Yang returned to his daily life. He played games every day, played with women, and watched some favorite dramas. Occasionally, he would visit Lin Shuer's live broadcast room and give her some tips. With his support, Lin Shuer is now the well-deserved #1 on Douyin. And because of her positive personality and values, she has always been very popular. She never made any scandals or anything like that. If someone deliberately led the rhythm to blacken her, it would soon be proved to be nonsense, and those who took advantage of the traffic would always be sanctioned by Douyin. Over time, no one dared to lead the rhythm of Lin Shuer. After all, everyone knew that Lin Shuer seemed to have a very deep relationship with Yi Shenhao. Yi Shenhao still had a great prestige on Douyin. Who dared not to give him face? That was made popular by strength, money. Others came to Douyin to make money, and others came to Douyin to spend money. How could it be the same? Oh, the life of rich people is really boring. Yi Yang touched his chin and started to check the news on his mobile phone. Seeing that Tang San, who topped the list of the richest writers last year, had a royalty of 100 million, he smiled and shook his head. It turns out that the most powerful author in China only makes this little money. He pondered for a while. Anyway, he was free, so it seemed good to write a novel. To record his life. He looked at the rankings, and there were many novels about the lives of the super rich. TSK, too weak. He thought about it, and started to open Word and start typing. Now, I am lying. In a mansion of more than 60,000 square meters in the second ring of Beijing, and I began to recall my life, thinking back then, I had a blind date with a black potato. He planned to write an introduction first, save some manuscripts, and publish them after a while. After writing for a while, he realized how difficult it is for an online writer to update 4,000 or 5,000 words every day. This is too difficult. It's simply a model of labor. He felt his hands were sore just after writing more than 2,000 words. Forget it, let's just scroll through Douyin for a while. As soon as he opened Douyin, he saw a Douyin account registered by an author whose name was Yi Jiangjing. He was posting a video to show off his monthly royalties of tens of thousands. Yi Yang raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. It's too low to show off this little money. But after thinking carefully, it seems that the screenwriter of the movie Yi Wen is also called Yi Jiangjing. He has also followed his B-Station account and other accounts, which seem to have the same avatar and the same name. Feeling predestined, Yi Yang casually clicked to follow. Could it be the same person? He shook his head. I can ask him to write my story, but it's more meaningful to write my own biography. After coding the first chapter, he saved the manuscript. Yi Yang continued to scroll through Douyin. Hulua suddenly had a heavy rain. The hourly precipitation reached 210 millimeters. Hulua province suffered the heaviest rain in 1,000 years. Yi Yang sat up and was shocked. Natural disasters sometimes come so suddenly. The phone rang suddenly. Hello. The voice on the other end was quite low. Boss. Do you know about the flood in Hulua? It was Wang Silin. Yes. Yi Yang nodded. Our Beijing business district is preparing to organize an emergency charity gala tonight to donate money to the disaster area. Boss, do you want to come? Wang Silin asked. Of course. Yi Yang said without hesitation. When encountering natural disasters, China has always emphasized. One side is in trouble, all sides support. Looking at the surging water and the people affected in the video, he couldn't bear it. Night. Yi Yang took Momo to sit in the back seat. Driver Su Jiao drove the Hongqi L90 worth 20 million yuan in the rainy night. Many people along the way stopped to admire. After all, although Hongqi's cars are not as expensive as many world-class sports cars, the most expensive ones are only 20 to 30 million. But to buy this car, the relationship and energy required are simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even Chinese tycoons who drive super luxury cars worth tens of millions will envy the super bosses who drive 20 million Hongqi. Soon, the car drove to the venue. Although it was raining. But inside and outside the venue, there were a lot of people. Obviously, this donation attracted a lot of people. In addition, Johnson & Johnson Medical, under my name, will donate urgently needed medicines worth 5 billion yuan to the disaster areas free of charge, and send corresponding medical teams and professionals to the disaster areas. Yi Yang said in a deep voice. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Big deal. Absolutely super generous. In the face of disaster, money is the least valuable thing. After all, many local facilities in the disaster area have been destroyed, and even if you have money, you can't buy anything. The most lacking thing in the disaster area is supplies. And the most lacking thing is manpower. A professional medical team is stationed, plus large quantities of pharmaceutical assistance. This level of support is simply not comparable to any previous so-called assistance in the field. In fact, this alone is more useful to the disaster area than the previous donations from these people. In addition, we will send no less than 20,000 trucks, no less than 2,000 helicopters, and more than 20,000 professional disaster relief teams into the disaster area. Yi Yang talked one by one. The whole place was immediately silenced. Everyone is confused. This is too scary. It's not on the same level as their assistance at all. Thinking of their ignorance when they mocked Yi Yang before, these people all wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl in. What a shame. They are the real bosses, they are really doing charity, and they are much better than them. They actually mock people indiscriminately. Damn it. So sloppy. After finishing the support list, Yi Yang spread his hands and said, I know some of you really care about the disaster area, but if you are able, I call on you to donate more supplies and other things, and then send them over after purchasing. After saying that, this was his end. The audience burst into thunderous applause. Such generous charity is really inspiring. This is what Chinese entrepreneurs should do. The party also ended. In this shock, the materials and teams arranged by Yi Yang also arrived at the location as scheduled. The next day, after Yi Yang read the rescue report, just clicked into Lin Shuer's live broadcast room. I found that Lin Shuer's live broadcast room was already in chaos. The atmosphere in Lin Shuer's live broadcast room has always been good. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that a group of people were discussing the disaster. Many people are setting the pace. It is said that Lin Shuer takes so much money on weekdays but does not donate at all. How much money others have donated has already become a hot search. As a result, there was no sound at all from Lin Shuer. There must be no donation. It's so rubbish. This anchor looks sweet, but why is he so indifferent inside? Hurry up and donate, or someone will report you. That's right. You must donate to me. Why don't you donate 10 million? Haha, isn't she related to that Yi Shenhao? That Yi Shenhao usually makes himself as rich as he is, but when it's time for him to donate, he doesn't give up even a dime. Do you know if my Yi Shenhao has donated money? I just know that if it's not even trending, it means I haven't donated. What is that hot search thing? Is it your father? Are you so superstitious about that thing? How can you talk? I am XXXXX. You are the dog raised by this anchor, right? You come out and bark every day. Is it wrong for me to ask her to donate? She makes so much money. Grass mud horse. Nima coins. As he talked, the entire live broadcast room became a battlefield full of grass and mud horses flying around. Yi Yang frowned. Seeing Lin Shuer, who was a little embarrassed, she asked in a private message, "What's going on? I don't know where the rhythm came from, forcing me to donate. But I have already donated tens of millions, but I don't want to make it public. How can I say that I am a good person to do charity?" Lin Shuer sighed and replied. Yi Yang pondered for a moment and replied, "I will help you calm down this rhythm. You don't have to worry. I will solve it for you within an hour." After that, he asked for Lin Shuer's donation certificate. It started airing. "Hey! Isn't this Yi Shenhao? Long time no see, hubby." Fans rushed into the live broadcast room crazily. "Yi Shenhao is so rich, why doesn't he donate? I just finished squirting on your little girlfriend, and he still dares to start broadcasting. That's right, donate quickly. You immoral person." The scumbags who had just vented in Lin Shuer's live broadcast room came in. "How do you know that our Yi Shenhao didn't donate?" "That's right. They're all bullshit. Do we think that our more than 80 million Yi Shenhao fans are nothing? Get out of here. If you see me in real life, I will beat you to death." The fighting power of Yi Yang's fans is not comparable to that of Lin Shuer's live broadcast. Many of them are real bosses who come to pay homage to Yi Yang, a big boss. However, the black fans obviously have some problems in their brains, and they don't care at all. They just think about themselves. "You were forced to donate by us. You didn't really mean it at all. Without our supervision, you wouldn't have been able to donate." "That's right. Your donation is also our credit, haha. That's all our donation." Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, let these people talk, and made a phone call casually. About half an hour later, a list came out. Yi Yang posted the list directly in the live broadcast room. Tisk, since you idiots are not afraid of losing face, I will show you. Guys, and let everyone see what kind of people you are. Everyone looked over. On the top, it was obviously the ones who were scolded just now. At the back, it was their donation amount and identity. For most of them, the donation amount was written as 0. There was no record of normal identities, but it was obvious that many of them were spies planted by foreign countries, who received hundreds of thousands of spy money and were bad elements who specially led the rhythm in various comment areas. These traitors who received money. Yi Yang raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. It's too late for you to run. Your list has been handed over to the police before I posted it. Now they should be ready to arrest you at your door. As for the others, they didn't donate a penny, but came out to say something ugly. They are worse than pigs and dogs. They are missing a father or a mother. No one taught you to be polite when speaking. Yi Yang sneered. After these people were exposed, their faces instantly turned purple. The live broadcast room was full of laughter. I don't object to my fans asking me to donate to the disaster area. Because public figures enjoy the country's environment and the public's love, they have income. After enjoying so much, when the country and the people are in distress, they should give back. Fans also have the responsibility to urge the internet celebrities or stars and companies they follow to donate. Yi Yang said lightly, but people like you who maliciously lead the rhythm, use bad words, and morally blackmail will not help those who only want to make trouble. You know what kind of people you are. Second update. For this disaster, Joyoung himself also donated. Although it was not much, it was still a kind gesture. In addition, Joyoung has basically bought clothes from Hongxing in recent years, which can be regarded as indirect help. Manual dog head. Haha, you will teach others a lesson. I say all this just to make excuses for not donating. That's right. Did you donate yourself? Those who didn't donate a penny and still set the pace maliciously cursed angrily. Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth. It directly showed a screenshot of Lin Shuer donating 30 million Chinese coins. This was donated by Share. Yi Yang immediately called up a list and some videos. The following is donated by me. Yi Yang. At the beginning, there is a video of mountains of food being transported onto planes and trucks. The scene is grand and shocking. Just seeing it makes your blood boil. Finally, there is a shopping list. This food doesn't cost much, just 2 billion. Some of this food has been sent to the disaster area last night. Now, many people should have eaten the food I purchased here. Those who have no brains and rhythm, it's not a big deal to cause trouble, but where are you now? Yi Yang asked, coldly. Yi Shenhao is mighty. It makes my blood boil. There are so many slaps in the face in this live broadcast room. Haha, these people are probably trying to find a crack in the ground and get in quickly. That's right. As expected, those who had danced for joy just now fell silent. Obviously, everyone was shocked by this $2 billion deal. However, they obviously did not expect that everything would only start now. Subsequently, 5 billion medicines were donated and tens of thousands of people supported the team. Come out one after another. In the video, there are mountains of medicines and a well-trained rescue team. Everyone who sees it is stunned. These things are priceless. It's amazing. It's so touching. As expected of my fan. He is awesome. Fans are full of pride. There was no discordant sound in the entire live broadcast room. By the way, Yishenhao, what kind of property do you have in your name? I'm going to do some wild consumption too. That's right. Your charity work is really incredible. I want to buy your products. The fans are extremely enthusiastic. Ahem, I have too many properties and there is no shortage of money. Everyone should consume rationally. Yi Yang waved his hands in confusion. That won't work. I remember that Yi Shenhao bought Yin Factory back then. What was the reason? It seems like it's because of the VR chicken game he launched. Then this company that sells VR belongs to Yi Shenhao. We found out. This company is called Shou, and it's now selling physical fitness suits. We didn't know this. It seems that the publicity is not enough. But it is said that it is very popular in the mainstream gaming industry. It is a very awesome and super rare gaming device. What else is there to say? Buy. Now there are 10,000 pieces. Then buy. Yi Yang looked at the enthusiastic fans and couldn't laugh or cry. He was touched and funny at the same time. Although the somatosensory clothing is indeed far worth the price. But 10,000 yuan is still a lot for some students. You should act within your capabilities and be sensible. Yi Yang advised. Yi Shenhao, stop talking. We are determined to support you. Now. That's right. I just took this opportunity to buy a game console from my parents. Oh no. Soon, the video from Yi Yang's live broadcast room was circulated. The whole network was shocked. There are actually entrepreneurs who silently made such a terrifying contribution. Moreover, according to Yi Shenhao, there are actually not a few such companies, but many. Companies that do good charity do not promote themselves too much. I just silently did what I had to do. Some people have their own reasons for doing charity, while some people do charity just out of feelings for the country and the people. If someone hadn't blackmailed Lin Shuer in the live broadcast room, Yi Yang didn't bother to publicize that he had donated so much manpower and materials. It's trending again. Yi Yang looked at the hot search list on Weibo and smiled helplessly. He has almost become a popular search expert. Going on trending searches is the same as eating and drinking. Even so, when walking on the road, countless unsighted people still come up to find trouble for themselves. However, it can be understood after careful analysis. China now has access to the internet and mobile phones, which sounds like a lot, more than 900 million people, but there are 1.5 billion people in China as a whole. In other words, half of the people don't even have mobile phones. Even if 100 million people know about something, in fact, looking at the country, the chance that someone knows about it is only 1 in 10. What's more, there aren't that many live users of Weibo. Everyone lives with survivor bias. Yi Yang made a rough calculation and estimated that there are less than 300 million people in China who really know him now. It may be too much to say. Boss, this is the arrangement for these few days. Yumomo placed the schedule in front of Yi Yang. Most of the time, I work as a hands-off shopkeeper. Yi Yang was very leisurely. But, as a man, there are a few days every month that you have to work. Tang Hongzhihui filed for bankruptcy? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. When the system gave him this potential company, it said that the current situation of this company is not very good, but it has great potential. However, he never expected that the situation was not good and was on the verge of bankruptcy. Come on, let's go to Tanghangzhihui to have a look. Yi Yang stood up. It is meaningful to create China's own clothing brand. Since it is a potential stock enterprise, it should be worth saving. Su Jiaojiao drove the car. The land first-class cabin soon stopped next to the Tanghangzhihui factory. Oh my! It's a land first-class cabin. It's worth more than 50 million. I don't know if our factory is fully funded to pay off its debts. Is it enough to pay for this car? Haha. There is no way. Who makes ideals and dreams worthless these days? The factory staff who came and went all laughed at themselves. Yi Yang got out of the car. The self-deprecating voices of those factory girls stopped immediately. Wow. Handsome guy. So handsome. Is he a big star? Really? I watched his movie a few days ago. It's a kung fu movie that's popular all over the world, called Yi Wen. This big star is different. So handsome. But why did he come to our factory? Is he going to customize clothes? Now Korean, Japanese, European and American styles are popular. Who still likes our traditional clothing style? Alas, I don't think he is here to customize clothes. That's right. When it comes to this, everyone is a little disappointed. They all gathered together with the dream of Hanfu, but reality slapped them hard. The market is very small. And there are too many counterfeit products. Let alone opening up the international market. Even in China, it is almost impossible to survive and has to apply for bankruptcy. China's own things are now about to fail to survive on its own land. First update. Come and see. A handsome guy drove a luxury car to our factory. Is this true? Tanghangzhihui is just a small factory focusing on Hanfu. It's a big deal if a Mercedes-Benz or BMW comes. Now a super luxury car worth tens of millions of yuan, plus an international superstar, comes. It's definitely big news that shocked the whole place. In the weaving factory, most of the girls came out to see the handsome guy. Who is he? I heard he's a big star. He looks like one. And he's very rich. Nonsense, how can you drive such a super luxury car if you don't have money? Not just ordinary rich. More than 10 million, it's the same to me. I can't tell the difference between 100 million and 1 billion. Anyway, it's enough to spend a lifetime. That's right. The girls all looked at Yi Yang with starry eyes. Hey! Isn't that the boss? She came out to see the handsome guy too. No, she ran pretty fast. Huh. What's going on? All the girls looked over. Han Ruxiu, the beautiful boss of Tanghangzhihui, brought her management team and ran out when they heard that Yi Yang had arrived. Han Ruxiu bowed to him. Boss, you're here. The girls in the factory were all shocked. Wow. It turns out to be our new boss. There have been rumors in the factory that Tanghangzhihui was taken over by a new boss. The new boss has not appeared yet, but it is said that he was attracted by Han Ruxiu's beauty, so he took over. Otherwise, who would spend so much money to take over a bankrupt company? It can't be for sentiment, right? The girls were all whispering. Our new boss is actually a super handsome guy. Great. What a bullshit. If we have to date, it should be our boss's wife who is dating him, and you won't get any benefit. It's a good thing to see this handsome guy occasionally. Yes, it's also a blessing to see him. The girls were all excited. However, at this time a factory worker frowned, turned his head, and made a phone call secretly under the pretext of going to the toilet. Yeah. Yi Yang nodded. Why did you file for bankruptcy with me? The situation is so serious? He had never paid attention to this small company before. Now, it surprised him. The quality of the factory girls here is obviously much higher than others. And each of them looks like a classical beauty. The executive boss of Tang Hongzhi is a rare beauty. Her eyebrows are like black, her eyes are like the moon, and she looks like spring breeze with just a light makeup, and her skin is like jade. She wears a red hanfu full of Chinese style, which makes people unforgettable at first sight. She looks about 28 or 29 years old, a bit mature. However, according to the information, although she looks soft, she is a strong woman inside, and she has not found a boyfriend yet. The squeezed goods cannot be sold, but the machine is not running, and the loss is even greater, so we have to produce more. After production, we continue to squeeze, and Tang Hongzhi's capital chain has been somewhat broken. Han Shou shook her head and bit her red lips with her pearly teeth. Although it was a strong move, it looked better than countless scenery. Yi Yang nodded. The problem of capital chain is easy to say. I can invest more. How much do you need to survive this round? Han Shou clenched her jade hands, gathered enough courage, and finally stretched out 5 fingers. 500 million? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Oh no no no. Han Shou was shocked and said repeatedly, 50 million is enough. They are just a factory on the verge of bankruptcy. According to the thinking of normal investors, it would be good if they don't withdraw their investment at this time. And she even asked for 50 million investment with a straight face. According to Han Shou's strong woman character, she felt it was outrageous and shameless. However, it was her dream to let Hanfu go to the world and create a luxury brand. That belongs to the Chinese people. For this idea, she was also very anxious. If you think it's too much, then 1,000. Han Shou looked at Yi Yang's unbelievable expression, thinking that she had said too much, and changed her words repeatedly, preparing to ask for 10 million first to deal with the emergency. No, I'll give you 5 billion. Yi Yang said directly. Everyone was stunned on the spot. 5 billion? My ears are broken. Han Shou blinked her beautiful eyes and pinched her charming face. This is not a dream. Boss, are you kidding? Yi Yang shook his head. It's 5 billion. The whole audience was in an uproar. The market value of the entire Tang Hongzhi is only 200 or 300 million. The funds that can be taken out are only 20 to 30 million. 5 billion? It's enough to buy 20 Tang Hongzhi. Gulu, but boss, I'm such a failure. Tang Hongzhi is going bankrupt, you. After confirming that Yi Yang was indeed going to inject another 5 billion yuan of capital flow, Han Shou, who had been under so much pressure for so many days, finally relaxed. The sadness after exhaustion and anxiety, the self-blame of bankruptcy, the debt to her dream, and the gratitude to Yi Yang for saving her life, all complicated emotions rushed up. She almost broke down. Her voice was choked with sobs. Yi Yang patted her shoulder gently. Tang Hongzhi is positioned as an international luxury brand, and its sales target is the richest people. I have seen that our factory's Hanfu is first class from design to production. The materials, design concepts, and sophistication are all worthy of the price of these clothes. But you have overlooked the most important point. Luxury goods are just a face and an empty shell. People often buy not the quality, but the story and reputation behind the brand. Wearing clothes of this brand is equivalent to what kind of person you are. This is the core of luxury goods. You have made the most good clothes have the best quality and Chinese-style design, but the marketing is not in place. I know you have also considered marketing, but you don't have enough money to create the momentum of international brands like Loewe, to create a story that the whole world believes in. And now, you have money. I only want your creativity. As long as your story, money is not a problem. As long as you dare to think, dare to say, and dare to do, I will do the subsequent international promotion for you. Yi Yang said lightly, if you want 50 billion, invest 50 billion, if you want 500 billion, invest 500 billion. This speech shocked everyone. Han Rushou looked at Yi Yang deeply and bowed deeply. Boss. If this fails, Rushou will die to apologize. The grace of knowing and meeting is like rebirth. This feeling and gratitude are only known to her. Second update. Well, let's go ahead and do it. Yi Yang nodded. We want to be a top brand, especially when other international giants have basically monopolized the luxury goods market. It is impossible without huge financial support. It's not that Han Rushou doesn't want to be a people-friendly brand. In fact, the production cost of these traditional hanfu is ridiculously high. If it sells for 300 to 500, it is not enough to cover the high cost of high-end silk. On the clothes. Wandered around the factory. From raw material production, clothing design, clothing manufacturing and other aspects, Yi Yang went through it all. The quality of Tanghanzhi is really hard to say. And the costumes are very nice. If you like antique style, you will definitely like it. Yi Yang thought for a while. I took photos of women's ancient costumes and sent them to Lin Shuer. Recently, Lin Shuer has also been doing live broadcasts too. Bring goods. She brings them both left and right. It's better to bring her own products. Of course, there are probably no such products. A few people can afford it, and they mainly use it to increase their reputation and traffic. As for personally bringing goods to Tanghanzhi, that would be the last resort and should be used during the most popular time period. Now, it is still in the layout stage. Later, he sent the pictures to Ling Shishir, Mo Jingjing, Zhu Zhu, and other girls who like ancient hanfu. These girls all like antique clothes, and they are not short of money. They may be able to encourage people around them to buy them too. In the future, Tanghanzhi's main consumers will also be young ladies from these wealthy families. Wow! Brother Yi, where did you find such exquisite and beautiful hanfu? I have searched all over China and never seen such beautiful and high-quality hanfu. It's really great. I'll buy dozens of sets first. I found a treasure. Let me share it with my sisters first. Several girls were very excited and placed orders directly. And it's very generous. Previously, Tanghanzhi's small family only had a backlog of more than 100 sets of hanfu, and most of them were sold directly. Just when Yi Yang finished his inspection and was about to go out, the buzz of a motorcade suddenly sounded outside the door. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Outside the factory, 5 or 6 cars rushed in. The First one among them is a high-end Ferrari, worth 18 million. As for those following behind, they were all Land Rovers. More than 20 people came down with a shout. On the Ferrari, a young man wearing a white tie and a black suit walked down. He straightened his tie coquettishly, cleared his throat, and then walked up. Are you Tang Hongzhihui's new boss? The young man asked calmly. Good. Yi Yang nodded, looking at this confident young man. He also raised his eyebrows. Brother, Tang Hongzhihui has always been the fat one I've been eyeing. It's not good for you to come from behind and seize the food from the tiger's mouth. The young man frowned and said in a low voice. There seems to be something wrong with this man's brain. What's going on? Yi Yang turned around and asked Han Shou. Well, boss, his name is Bu Yalian, and his family also makes clothes. He has always wanted to buy our factory, but I rejected him. Han Shou said. How much does he pay? Yi Yang asked with interest. 30 million. Han Shou shrugged. Huh? It turns out he's a poor and stingy bitch, so why is he here again? Yi Yang suddenly said. Who knows? Maybe my mind is wrong. Han Shou had long been disgusted with this young man. At this time, following Yi Yang to criticize others, she felt so happy. Are you two singing a double act here? Don't think I can't tell. The young man was very angry. He mainly coveted Han Shou's beauty and wanted to spend tens of millions to take over this factory and have access to this beautiful woman. That would be a huge profit. It's a pity that his calculations were so loud that everyone could hear them, so no one paid attention to him. Well, you're not so stupid that you can't see that. Others are scolding you, so you can still save it. Yi Yang nodded. What do you think? 30 million? Are you so poor that you can't afford to eat? Are you going to negotiate an acquisition with this little money? You. Bu Yalian was so angry that his head was on fire. You're speaking too loudly. How much money do you have to say that my 30 million is a steal? Do you think you are the richest man in China? You have hundreds of billions of assets. What a coincidence, our boss is really like that. UMO sneered. You said so? I even said I was the richest man in the world. I also said I had trillions in cash. Bu Yalian chuckled. As you have seen, this factory is on the verge of bankruptcy. I also took a fancy to their factory facilities and the skills of their craftsmen, so I just took them into my home to make suits and go global together. Bigger and stronger. Of course, his biggest purpose was not revealed. He just glanced at Han Shou playfully, his mouth watering. In his opinion, spending 30 million to buy this store would be a loss-making business. If the landlady hadn't been so good-looking, he wouldn't have bothered to bid. You have probably seen this factory now and know how bad it is now. I advise you to quickly sell the factory to me for 30 million yuan. Otherwise, in a few days, you will cry after losing money. Not to the north. Bu Yalian said proudly, my family has a lot of resources in the clothing market, so I dare to take over this mess and transform this factory into a modern, high-end place to make suits that foreigners like. Haha, look at what this factory is producing now. Who wears it? It took so much money to make it, but no one buys it. Besides being brain-dead, he is also a dog who admires foreigners. Yi Yang shook his head. It is Because of the serious westernization that everything is produced according to the Western standards, it is difficult for domestic products to have their own characteristics and be led by the nose. In the end, it is difficult to go global. This is not an exception in this industry. They have money and funds, but they only want to quickly imitate the West, get good reviews from foreigners, and spend money to buy 2 awards, as if their own brand is an international brand. Haha, you're talking as if you won't do that after you take over. Are you still insisting on their ridiculous and childish so-called ideals? Now what's the point of doing anything but making money? Bu Yalian sneered. Also, you're talking as if you'll invest a lot of money. I feel like a philanthropist if I give you 30 million. To put it bluntly, aren't you just trying to get the beautiful boss? Pa. Yi Yang waved his hand and said indifferently, so noisy. This yank directly pulled Bu Yalian out more than 5 meters away and smashed him on his car window, his mouth full of blood and half of his face swollen. You actually dared to hit someone. You're done. Our brother Tiger will be here soon. The dozen or so bodyguards looked at Yi Yang angrily, and for a moment no one dared to go up. First update. Yi Yang didn't expect that he could scare these bodyguards like this with just a little effort. He really raised a bunch of cowards. As for Bu Yalian, he couldn't believe that Yi Yang dared to do it. After all, he was a young man with some status. He just mocked a woman a little, and he didn't even mock him, but he attacked her directly? This is too domineering. And Shou was also a little worried. He hit someone, especially someone with some status, and it was not light. I'm afraid it's not easy to deal with. But she knew that Yi Yang attacked directly because of the last sentence involving her. Thinking of this, her heart was also warm. She has always been the only one protecting her dream. She has to be a strong woman. A girl who likes Hanfu, in fact, is still a gentle woman. He seems to be really different from everyone I have ever met. She looked at the man in front of her with bright eyes. Damn it. Bu Yalian was completely furious. When brother who comes, you have to kneel immediately. Do you think you are awesome? Brother who has learned karate hard qigong for more than 10 years. One punch can break 10 bricks. One kick can knock down a wall. Haha, look who knows me so well. Too modest. A loud voice came. The bodyguards who were so scared that they dared not move seemed to have found their backbone in an instant. Their backs straightened and they looked at Yi Yang repeatedly. You are finished. Yi Yang looked at this so-called karate master with interest. He has beaten the world champion of karate. What confidence does this guy have? He has a tiger head and a tiger head gold chain around his neck, a gold belt around his waist, and bulging muscles. He really looks like a martial artist. Oh. Damn. How did you get beaten into this state, Mr. Lian? When brother Hu saw Bu Yalian's appearance, he was also shocked. He was invited by Bu Yalian's father and paid a lot of money. He is the leader of the gangsters in this area. He gave so much money but didn't protect him. Instead, he got beaten up. I guess his bonus for this month is gone. Looking at the injury, the other party is also a martial artist. Hey, didn't you tell the other party my name, Blackface Tiger? Brother Tiger asked Bu Yalian. I didn't have time to say it. He suddenly slapped me in the face when I was halfway through my words. I was slapped away. How could I have time to say it? Bu Yalian wanted to cry but had no tears. Brother Tiger looked at him angrily when he heard it, which bastard ruined my bonus. No, my son was injured. It's me, Yi Yang said lightly. Han Shou also knew the name of Black-Faced Tiger, and came over and said, "Why don't we call the police? He is really different from those ordinary thugs." "No need." Yi Yang waved his hand lightly. Shao Qingshan was nearby, and with a gesture from him, these people had to kneel. "There's no need to bother the police uncle to come over. After all, if that happens, beating up these idiots won't be enough." Hey! Hey hey hey! Hey, shit! Isn't this Yi Zhanshan? After seeing Yi Yang's face clearly, Brother Hu's black face turned pale instantly. Beijing Opera face changing. Is this the second form activated? All the bodyguards were stunned. What the hell is this? Black face turning white face? Magic? This is too amazing. Do you know him? Bu Yalian frowned and asked. You fucking messed with Yi Zhanshan? The black-faced tiger widened his eyes. The group of young masters from Haitua Mountain also looked for him, but he had diarrhea that day and went a little late. He saw with his own eyes the scene of countless helicopters, tanks, and armored vehicles crushing everything and catching all those young masters in one fell swoop. He was so scared that he pulled his pants pockets on the spot. His legs were weak. Later, I read online that Mr. Yi, who was surrounded by the group of young masters that day, was a major general in the military. Fortunately, he was saved by diarrhea, otherwise the consequences. Just think about it, it would be so terrifying. This is much more awesome than those jokes circulating on the internet. Such as the god of war returns and sees his daughter living in a doghouse. In anger, 100,000 soldiers return to build a doghouse for him as well. So, these days, Yi Yang has a nickname in the Beijing underworld called Yi Zhanshan. Basically, all the underworld bosses with some reputation have received this news. That fucking god of war. Major general level in the army. Later, the rumors became more and more outrageous, until there was a rumor that this Yi Zhanshan has a bad temper. If he disagrees with someone, he will find a few tank regiments to blow people into slag. Those young masters may have been taken to a certain place and shot to death. Thinking of this, fear took over him again, and he knelt down on the spot. Fuck. I really didn't know it was you, Yi Zhanshan. Please don't bother with me. I don't know anything. I'm just a hard-working craftsman who came to Beijing to perform. Do some hard work, I have old people and children to take care of, Yi Zhanshan. Woo woo woo. Please don't find someone to shoot me. Then I will die. This scene made everyone confused. What the hell? Isn't it Black-Faced Tiger? Doesn't he break 10 layers of bricks with one punch and knock down a wall with one kick? Why is he crying for his parents, before the fight even starts, kneeling down as if he saw his ancestors? He was even scared to tears. How scared is he? This young man has such influence in the underworld. This is incredible. Damn, Brother Hu, what are you doing? The other bodyguards were also scared by Brother Hu's emotions. The underworld boss was scared like this, what else could they do? When they get out to make a living, the most important thing is definitely their face. If he kneels down and begs for mercy without caring about his face, then this person must be very powerful. So, they followed suit and knelt down and begged for mercy. We are all good people. Yes, yes. Yi Yang was stunned for a while. First, he didn't expect that brother who was a fellow villager from northeast China, and second, he didn't understand for a while. When he became a god of war. Who gave him this name? It's too second year. However, brother who obviously misunderstood the meaning of Yi Yang's stunned state. I was so scared that my heart was about to jump out. In TV dramas, if the boss doesn't speak, it means he is angry. No, I have to do something to make him calm down. His mind raced, he stood up, turned around and pulled Bu Yalian down from the hood of the car, threw him to the ground, rode on him, and slapped him left and right. I told you not to mess with Yi Zhanshan. You almost killed me. The black-faced tiger was really angry. He was angry and afraid, so he didn't care how hard he hit. What are you doing, ah? What? Ah. My dad, ah. Please, ah. You are. Here, ah ah ah. Protect me. Second update. Don't scream. I'm just protecting you. The black-faced tiger shouted in a low voice. Although he felt extremely confused, Bu Yalian obviously had no chance to ask questions, because he was beaten unconscious immediately. The black-faced tiger clapped his hands, stood up with a smile, and said to Yi Yang, Yi Zhanshan, I will teach this boy a lesson. For you. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Go back and tell him to be a good person and not be too arrogant. In addition, let him connect his backbone and wait patiently. Tang Hongzhi Hui will definitely be a world-famous Chinese luxury brand in the future. Okay. The black-faced tiger glanced at the bodyguards, who then came up and threw Bu Yalian into the car. Then he ran away like the wind. Han Rushou looked confused from beginning to end. Her boss scared the other party into that state, without even saying a word. How terrifying this is. Directly throw out 5 billion, plus this kind of influence. Tang Hongzhi Hui's future fame in the world seems to be more than just words. For the first time, she felt that hope was so close to her. After Yi Yang leaves, she went directly back to contact the company provided by Yi Yang. After all, she was just a small boss who controlled tens of millions of cash flows before, but now she has directly received an investment of 5 billion. Without sufficient guidance and advice, she doesn't even know how to spend the money. Suddenly having too much money is also a worry for a small business owner. It's just a sweet trouble. At this time, Bujia, Bu Yalian's father, Bu Taixing, came out and saw his son being beaten like this. He was furious. Who beat my son like this? I have to take off his skin. He turned to look at the black-faced tiger. Didn't I ask you to protect my son? My son was beaten like this? How come you were unharmed? The black-faced tiger shrugged. That's the boss I beat. What did you say? Bu Taixing yelled angrily, but he was the head of the family after all. Looking at the black-faced tiger's face, which showed no fluctuation at all, he knew there must be something hidden. After a few curses, he calmed down his anger and sat back. Say well. What's going on? Although you have some abilities, you are just a warrior after all. The black-faced tiger shrugged. You really can't blame me. If you do, blame your son for being too tiger. Seeing that Bu Taixing was about to get angry, the black-faced tiger also recounted what happened today. When I saw it was Yi War God, how could I dare to show off any more? In order to protect your Bu family, I beat your son up. With tears in my eyes. The black-faced tiger said earnestly. I see. Butexing pondered for a moment, then walked directly to the black-faced tiger, held his hand tightly, and said gratefully, "Thanks to you this time. This has saved my Boo family from a disaster. On behalf of the Boo family, I thank you. I will spend a lot of money to thank you. Forget the big money, just get a penny and do a job. But I won't take your son's job anymore. It's too tough." The black-faced tiger pursed his lips. "I am lucky to know what Jiangjing looks like, otherwise I would have almost lost my life today." "Do not." Butexing felt very heartbroken. It was hard to find such a brave, resourceful and capable bodyguard. "Okay, I'm leaving. By the way, Mr. Yi asked me to give you a message. In the future, the international luxury clothing industry will be dominated by Hanfu. Just pick up your spine and wait." After that, he waved and walked out. In the Haitua mountain incident, many famous gangsters in the capital were arrested. By chance, he slipped through the net, and now the underworld market is at a stage where demand exceeds supply. He has no shortage of work. After returning to Prince Gong's mansion, Yi Yang also relaxed. The development of Tang Hanzhihui cannot be rushed. After all, it will take a long time for a new domestic product, especially an IP brand aimed at the high-end circle, to truly be deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Unless there is a hot spot that can make this brand suddenly popular. Otherwise, it will be difficult to make it suddenly deeply rooted in the hearts of the public. Although they are all bought by rich people, whether most rich people buy this luxury product depends on its status and popularity in the hearts of the public. For example, LV and Loewe, once you wear them and walk on the street, everyone will think you are rich. Many of LV's low-end bags are designed with this mentality in mind. It's not that aristocrats insist on becoming aristocrats. Even though they are ridiculously ugly, they still want to follow the trend and prove that they have the same vision as rich people. There are too many people. Two major consumer groups for luxury goods. One is a truly wealthy person, and the other is a person with overwhelming vanity who desperately wants luxury goods to show their dignity. It is still difficult to plant the idea that this brand represents wealth in the hearts of the public. As for artificial sun technology, although the core technology is available, it still takes time to build the equipment. It is estimated that it will take some time to actually make an artificial sun. While he was making calculations, unable to hold it any longer, Ginny crawled in. "I just finished training you, and you can't help it anymore?" Yi Yang held up the chain and became very interested when he saw Ginny looking up at him eagerly. Screams and the sound of cracking whips could be heard from the room. Hearing this, Shou Qingxian outside felt itchy. When Yi Yang was not around, Zhu and I would ask her to be tortured. After getting used to it, she seemed to have awakened some strange attributes. It seems to be quite fun to beat people. Should we propose to the boss one day to have a mixed doubles game between men and women? It's exciting just to think about it. When the sun set, Yumomo also came to the training house. This was built specifically for Zhu and I. It has complete facilities and abundant tools. No matter what attribute you have, you can get the most perfect experience in it. Is it not over yet? Yumomo looked inside with a strange expression. This little bitch looks delicate, but she is rough when she is beaten. Shou Qingxian shrugged. What happened again? Yes. Yumomo smiled and said, another good news. Just as the two girls were discussing The noise in the house finally ended. With a long cry. Enter the house. The carpet was wet with water. Annie rolled her eyes and stuck out her tongue, lying on the ground with her face up, covered in wounds. She looked miserable. However, Shou was obviously used to the scene in front of her. Boss, Missouri Mo said there is good news for you. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and sat on the sofa. Zhu and I, who was about to faint, came over to support him. What's the matter? Mo was stunned for a moment before continuing. First update. Our movie, just an hour ago, officially exceeded the global box office of 20 billion, surpassing Avatar and Avengers, and became the top box office in the world's film history. Yumomo took a deep breath and spoke word by word. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, although he was not too surprised. However, this speed is really fast. The two previously world-famous super IPs were released for several months, or even half a year, before they reached the top spot in the world. And Yuan has not been released for 2 months since it was aired. He immediately reached the top of the world. He turned on his phone. I found that everywhere I looked, many posts were promoting this. After all, this is so rare. Previously, none of the Chinese films ranked among the top 10 in the world at the box office. As for Yuan, it overcame all obstacles and set records one after another. In the end, it even won the title of number 1 in the global box office. This is simply a myth. In addition to online articles, our cultural output finally has a strong pillar. Yuan, the eternal god. Yi Shenhao is also an eternal god. Too strong. Online, the audience's enthusiasm was palpable. This is so infuriating. After so many years, China finally has a movie that has truly gone global. This news once again ignited the enthusiasm of netizens on the internet. Although many of you have already finished 3 or 4 times. But he still organized a spontaneous trip to the cinema and watched it again. If not for anything else, just for the world's best reputation, it is extremely worthwhile to watch it again. In foreign countries, many film studios are confused. They didn't expect it anyway. The number 1 box office spot in world film history will be taken away by a Chinese. Is this data fraud? Probably not. We have been watching this movie for a long time, and there are indeed so many people watching it. Damn, this is outrageous. This is impossible. Didn't those movie theaters refuse Chinese films to enter the European and American markets before? Why did they help them make the film this time, and it eventually made them the number 1 box office in global film history? Damn it. Transgender. People didn't change so quickly. Can those movie theaters still make money without making money? Yes, as long as the quality of the movie is high and people can watch it, those movie theaters are simply rushing to make money. No way. All the major studios are extremely aggrieved. In their view, it would be a shame for Chinese films to top the world's film and television box office. Something that is simply impossible to happen. It seems that China is really different. That's right, this country is indeed terrifying and almost omnipotent. Once it rises, there will be many talented people in every aspect. I can't imagine what the future world will look like in a few decades. Although many studios feel the pressure is overwhelming and incomprehensible, the facts are there and no one can say anything. I had no choice but to shut up. They even wanted to post a message to congratulate Huabua and congratulate Him on adding a well-deserved gem in the history of world cinema. ICU ward of a hospital. Na and me, who had just gotten better and was able to dress and eat by himself, was browsing the web on his mobile phone. The next moment, her phone was snatched away. What are you doing? Dan and me frowned and looked at his assistant. Are you embarrassed? You dared to steal my phone. No. No. Listen to my explanation. The assistant kept saying. Explain. Okay, explain it to me. Na and me frowned and asked, coldly. That's it, that's right, you must not. Watch it anyway. If you watch it, someone will die. The assistant's face was full of anxiety, and he tried his best to persuade. Fart. Na and me shouted angrily, what a mess, give it to me quickly. I really can't watch it. The assistant almost cried. However, after all, she's just an assistant, and she still has to listen to the overbearing traffic queen, Na and me. The phone was snatched away. Na and me quickly became aware of the fact that Yiwen won the box office championship. She was immediately stunned. Miss, are you okay? The assistant asked again and again. No. This is impossible. Ha ha ha, it's all fake. Why? No, 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 it must be all fake. It's a lie, haha. Na and me suddenly let out a strange and penetrating laugh. The assistant was shocked. Are you okay, miss? Don't scare me. Because I live in a single room. She and Na and me were the only two people in the house. Na and me suddenly laughed crazily. In this room after sunset, it was indeed very scary. Tell me. This isn't true. Na and me suddenly became violent and grabbed the assistant. Crack. The assistant was so frightened that he fell to the ground. Seeing and me grabbing her with disheveled hair, he was so frightened that he screamed and urinated, and rushed out of the medical room. Doctor. Doctor. Something happened. That night, the assistant stood in front of Na and me's bed. At this time, Na and me had been subdued. She was just tied to the bed, making unclear laughter and occasionally shouting. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Doctor, what happened? The assistant asked uncertainly. She was stimulated many times in a short period of time, which caused frequent nerve damage. She is now mentally ill. It's useless to stay in the ICU. Find a mental hospital. I can recommend a good one for you. The doctor shook his head. If you want to cure her, I'm afraid it will take some effort. It is very likely that she will be crazy for the rest of her life. The queen of poisonous chicken soup, the traffic superstar followed by countless brain-dead fans, and me, turned out to be like this. It took only 1 or 2 months. It's really sad. Out of his duty to treat the disease, the doctor still hopes to cure her. But after taking off this doctor's uniform, he wanted to open a bottle of wine to celebrate and turn on the music to dance when he went home at night. There was no dog selling poisonous chicken soup in the world. I don't know how many ignorant boys and girls will be saved. That's really a great deed. And me's ending was reported in the newspapers soon. Capital is merciless. You are a traffic queen, and you are about to be useless. Why not let them consume you before you are completely useless and create some hot spots for them to make some money? Yi Yang also saw this video. Although he sympathized with the woman's final experience, he couldn't help laughing. Good guy, you are so angry that you are mad, is it okay? Second update. This poisonous chicken soup queen has finally cooled off. My child has made her suffer. She stole my family's savings to buy her gifts. It's really rubbish. That's right. Give her a cool song directly, haha. My child has been driven crazy by her. Such a child, what are you talking about every day? What's selfish, what parents should spend money on themselves, should do anything for their idols. It's simply cult. That's right. Her outlook on life has exploded. Why did she become a psychopath? Choking her to death with a mouthful of cold water is the retribution she deserves. You trash. You are not allowed to insult our queen. She is our spiritual leader. You will never understand our pain. A bunch of old people. Go home and drink milk. How can you be so retarded? Roll. Netizens have found an outlet now. When and me was still angry, if someone scolded her, someone would directly help her to criticize her. Whether it was a positive comment or a negative comment, they all paid for it. Now nah. And me has been abandoned by capital. Her fans instantly knew her powerlessness. In fact, she doesn't have many fans at all. It claims to have 200 million fans, but in fact, 2 million is enough. And when she was scolded, there wouldn't be so many people helping to criticize her. For the first time, these little fans felt what reality is. Without capital to back them up, do you really think your brother or your queen is a national idol? It's just a trick to deceive you, just because you are the only people in the world who are stupid enough to pay for such a fake traffic star. On this day, all the little fans cried. They couldn't believe that their spiritual leader was actually so vulnerable. Netizens were happy with the scolding and dispersed. That and me's ending was just a joke after all. It became popular on the internet for a while, and after being treated as a joke, there was no trace of it again. To put it bluntly, it is just a puppet promoted by capital. It will not have any far-reaching influence at all. Once the popularity is over, it will be bullshit. It has no value anymore. Huobua has just held 2 rounds of celebration banquets to celebrate breaking 10 billion and celebrating the top 3 box office in global film history. The 3rd round of celebration banquets for the global box office champions are about to begin. It can be said that I am extremely busy. However, although I am busy, I have an endless sense of accomplishment in my heart. This is the first in the world. The number 1 in the world belongs to China. It's made by their company in China. This kind of honor, no matter where you go, is something worth bragging about. At the banquet, Yi Yang was of course the one who received the most toasts. However, it is Yi Yang's decision to drink or not. Others don't care whether Yi Yang drinks or not. Since they are here to toast, they all drink. In the middle of the banquet, Yi Yang had just relieved himself from the toilet. I saw a female employee standing at the door with a very unhappy expression, and opposite her stood a man. He recognized this female employee because she looked pretty good, worked very hard on the set, and was a girl with a fighting spirit. Therefore, he also noticed it. When the Yiwen movie is taken off the shelves and the box office dividends are distributed, he is also planning to reward this little girl with an outstanding employee award of hundreds of thousands. Ching ching. You haven't been having a good time lately. The man looked Ching Ching up and down. I have been invited as a famous guest in the film industry to attend the celebration banquet of the world's #1 film. Why are you still a small employee? Du Qingqing looked at him coldly. We haven't seen each other for many years. How I am doing is none of your business. Haha, aren't you here just to see our class beauty? I have been pursuing you for so long and you ignored me. Now, I'm going to show you what it means to be too high. The man waved his hand in a very disgusting manner. See. This outfit is all famous brands. It's Gucci. It's worth hundreds of thousands. And this car. Key, you don't recognize it, do you? This is a Mercedes Maybach S. More than 5 million. What on earth are you going to say? Du Qingqing asked with a frown. I still have some thoughts about you, do you understand? I will give you a chance now, if you. The confident man showed off his entry-level Omega watch worth 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. I don't understand. Stop being so wishful thinking. Du Qingqing frowned. Qin Shou. When you were in school, what I hated the most was that you were a villain and had no knowledge and skills. It still is the same now. I will still become a great person in the future with my own efforts. The status and wealth you obtain through bad means will not last long. After that, he was ready to turn around and leave. The confident man Qin Shou was so embarrassed that he became angry. He was a little gangster when he was in school. He used his tricks to make money and now clings to the lap of a rich woman, finally gaining some face. The car belongs to the rich woman, and the watch belongs to the rich woman. In fact, I don't have much money, but at this party, I saw the class beauty that I had been pursuing so hard but had not yet pursued, and I wanted to show off my superiority to see if this class beauty would give in to me. However, obviously he was wrong. You can leave if you want. He stepped forward with great anger and banged the wall. What are you going to do? Qin Shou, you are a beast. If you don't let go, I will call someone. After all, I am an employee of Huabua, and this is Huabua's home court. Du Qingqing said angrily. Haha, my status is very high now, who dares to control me? As he said this, Qin Shou, who had drunk a lot of wine and was already drunk, wanted to do something beastly. Huh. He suddenly felt that someone had grabbed the back of his neck. He turned around angrily, and before he could say anything, the huge force came surging and threw him out directly. Bang! Qin Shou was smashed directly against the tile wall behind him, breaking all the tiles. Fuck! Qin Shou's chest was stuffy, and the corners of his mouth were bleeding. Who the hell are you? He was stunned when he saw it. The man in front of him stood under the light, with an extremely handsome appearance and a halo, just like a god who can't be looked at directly. He instantly felt inferior. But he still recognized the man in front of him. The leading actor of Yuan, Yi Yang. He only knew that Yi Yang was an actor, not his status. He was just a person brought in by a rich woman to see the world. The celebration of the #1 box office in the history of Yuan was too grand. Almost all the big names in the Chinese film and television industry and the entertainment industry came. He couldn't even get a seat, and he didn't even get into the main venue. He was only qualified to drink and play in circles outside. Then he met the class beauty he had been longing for in the toilet. His inferiority and arrogance played a role, and he wanted to go up and bully her. Unfortunately, he was met by Yi Yang. Haha, I didn't expect you to have some kung fu. I thought you were just a stand-in. Qin Shou collapsed on the ground, his mouth was still hard. I tell You are in big trouble. You are just an actor. What reason do you have to hit me? How dare you? First update. Why should I hit you? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. You are rude to my people on my territory, shouldn't you hit me? Shou misunderstood instantly. After all, he didn't see the big bosses at the home court rushing to toast Yi Yang. Therefore, it is impossible to guess that Yi Yang is the boss of Huabua and Du Qingqing is his employee. He looked at Du Qingqing with wide eyes angrily. Okay. Why do you think so little of me? It turns out you are dating a big star. You are from someone else. Haha. Haha, that's right. Du Qingqing was also very angry and said repeatedly, I am Mr. Ye's person. I told you to restrain yourself. At Huabua's home court. After speaking, she secretly looked at the boss. While filming, she felt that this boss was a very nice person, treated his subordinates well, was handsome, had high force value, and had money. Simply the perfect man. As long as Qin Shou's character is 1/10 as good as Yi Yang's, she won't hate him. Okay. What? A gangster? Qin Shou's face turned red with anger. Do you know who I am? I'm a big boss. You can't afford to mess with me. You are a star. You have to rely on our capital to support you. Don't think that the outside world is touting you as a tens of billions. The movie king is really so arrogant that he doesn't even know who he is. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and sneered. Du Qingqing covered her face, wishing she had never known this stupid and bad beast. Where does your confidence come from? Yi Yang squatted down and looked down at Qin Shou. The powerful temperament created a terrifying sense of oppression, making Qin Shou breathless. Is it your cheap outfit worth not more than 100,000 yuan, or is it the rubbish entry-level watch you have that costs 30,000 to 50,000 yuan? Or is it the Maybach S that costs more than 5 million yuan, which even my maid is unwilling to drive? You. Qin Shou was so angry that his tongue was tied. He himself is uneducated and has no ability. His only achievement is to fall in love with a rich woman. But being with a rich woman is really ugly. Therefore, these things bought by the rich woman became his only pride. Now, his pride has been reduced to nothing. You act like you are rich. You are a newcomer. How much can Huabua give you? This box office of 20 billion has nothing to do with you. Qin Shou felt uncomfortable under Yi Yang's momentum and roared angrily. Tisk. Yi Yang stretched out his sleeves, casually. What do you think of this watch? The Vacheron Constantin Pavilion craftsman, as a man who was kept and tried his best to squeeze into the upper-class circle, of course he would study famous cars and watches when he had nothing to do. You can spot this model at a glance. This series is Vacheron Constantin's high-end watch. There is no cheap one. Although I can't see the model number, it looks like it should be a collector's edition. The price is at least tens of millions. This watch alone is worth several times more than everything he shows off. His face turned pale. I know. You are also dating a rich woman. No wonder you got a hit movie with a box office of 20 billion as soon as you participated in it. Puff. Du Qingqing on the side laughed out loud. This sentence directly revealed the truth. Turns out he is a rich woman. No wonder, someone who was ignorant and unskilled at the beginning suddenly became so rich. Yi Yang couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. I still think you are so awesome. Why are you laughing? Aren't you also following a rich woman? Who is laughing at? Whom? Shou said angrily. At this time a fat old lady from the other side of the corridor came over. I'm talking about hunting. Why aren't you at the venue? I've been looking for you for a long time. I was just about to introduce you to some friends. Yang took a breath and looked at the fat old lady walking over. It is estimated that this is the rich woman Shou is dating. This visual impact is quite big. If this was a bit special, like trying to crush the top of a mountain, Shou would be crushed to the point of crushing fractures all over his body. He has heard similar news. I have to say that Shou worked hard enough for money. Ahem, sweetheart. I was bullied. Shou was afraid that he would be found to be flirting with other women, so he complained first. What? Who dares to bully our little beast? The rich woman said angrily. It's him. Shou pointed at Yang. The rich woman also turned her head, and her originally furious face immediately became sunny the moment she saw Yang, and her knees became weak. Oh. Isn't this Boss Yi? You are actually here. Uh-huh. Yang raised his eyebrows. Who are you? Oh, I am a film shooting equipment supplier that cooperates with Huabua. Boss Yi. I just wanted to go over and toast you, but unfortunately there are too many big guys here, and I can't squeeze in. The old lady always liked handsome boys, and Yang was simply her male god. In addition, Yang's status was higher than hers by several levels, so she didn't dare to speak loudly to Yang. An equipment provider really has no status. After all, there are too many equipment providers, so you can change it at any time. Yang nodded slightly, not shying away, and pointed directly at Shou. The duck you kept? The rich woman was stunned and said repeatedly, yes. Did he commit something? She instantly became nervous. If she were an ordinary person, she could still pretend to be cool by protecting her shortcomings, but in front of Yang, she didn't dare to have such thoughts at all. Huabua's current market value is far more than 100 billion. The boss of a company of this size is not something she can compare to. You tell her. Yang tilted his head towards Du Qingqing, giving the little girl a chance to take revenge in person. Du Qingqing was not polite. If Yang hadn't arrived in time, something she absolutely didn't want to happen would have happened. She didn't need to be polite to this beast. After hearing this, the rich woman was furious. She turned her head and slapped Shou in the face, then kicked and scratched him, and her high heels stepped directly into his ribs. Shou almost fainted from the pain, but Shou was obviously used to it. He had experienced this many times before, but he didn't faint. However, he still doesn't understand. Isn't this rich woman very influential and worth hundreds of millions? Why is she so afraid of an actor? However, he soon found out. Oh. Boss Yi, you worked so hard just now. You even had to beat up this beast I raised. The rich woman apologized, and then said repeatedly, I will immediately break off my relationship with this guy. After that, she took off all the clothes, watches, and car keys she bought for Shou and took them away. Don't take off these underwear. Please. Shou begged, and finally protected the last bottom line. Second update. Platform. Seeing Professor Qin's miserable state, Yang also shook his head, waved his hands casually, without saying anything more, and then left from the toilet with Du Qingqing. After a violent beating, the rich woman breathed a sigh of relief. After spitting on Professor Chin, the rich woman twisted and walked away. This money-minded duck can have as much money as she wants. If you lose it, you lose it. It doesn't matter at all. If you want happiness, it's hard to find it. Only Mr. Chin cried and hugged the rich woman's thigh. That was a luxury car worth millions and a luxury watch worth tens of thousands. It was just taken away. But he didn't feel anything wrong with it at all. After all, it was someone else's thing. Originally, it was an act of selling one's body in order to get rich, in order to gain false wealth. After separation, of course the car and watch given by others must be returned. This is a matter of course. He had seen a mentally retarded girl on the internet. She was looking for money from a wealthy family. She spent more than 900,000 yuan on her relationship. After breaking up, she was asked to take away the BMW given to her. This woman was so confident and shameless. Sue this man. How ridiculous. How much do you really think you are worth? Doing nothing, eh? Year and a half is worth 1.8 million? How come your stinky flesh is so valuable? It's faster to make money than a scam. If the judge hadn't lost the case in the end, then society would probably no longer have to make money and would just use this kind of fair name to commit fraud. Relatively speaking, this woman is not as good as Professor Chin, but Professor Chin still has some self-awareness. The banquet ended happily soon. Du Qingqing also said a lot of thanks to Yi Yang. If similar things happen in the future, don't hesitate. Just call someone from the company over. Yi Yang patted Du Qingqing's shoulder. He is still very protective of his shortcomings. How can people in his own company be bullied by others in his own territory? That's a joke. Good. Du Qingqing nodded repeatedly and looked at Yi Yang with great gratitude and happiness. The boss is so handsome. After returning to Prince Gong's mansion from the wine shop, Yi Yang also started spreading wealth and celebrated the fact that Yuan won the box office in the world's film history. In the live broadcast room, the excitement is rising. Soon, there were hundreds of thousands or millions of people online. Yi Shenhao is finally on air. I'm here just to say that Yi Shenhao is awesome. Too strong. That's right. The #1 movie in the world is starring our Yi Shenhao. Yi Yang smiled. Now, I won't hide it from you anymore. I won't pretend anymore. I'm showing off my cards. I am the main investor of this movie, and the production company of this movie, Huabua Film and Television, is also my assets. Holy shit. Awesome. I said, how could we find so many great actors to come here? It turns out it's all because of Yi Shenhao. In other words, Yi Shenhao really single-handedly created the world-famous #1 box office myth. It's really awesome. The one who has the courage to make this kind of non-traffic commercial film, polish the quality, study the script and acting skills, and make big investment, it must be Yi Shenhao. The audience suddenly realized that the entire Huabua belongs to others. Haha, not really. The success of this drama is inseparable from the most famous screenwriter in China, Mr. Yi Jiuyang. If his script hadn't been carefully polished, we wouldn't have gotten this kind of success. He also has an account on Douyin. His name is Yi Jiuyang. I hope everyone will pay attention to it. This is the first time Yi Shenhao has advertised for others. Haha, I need to pay attention to this. A famous domestic screenwriter, so powerful. The audience was also extremely curious and wanted to know more about screenwriter Yi Jiangjing. It costs a lot of money to hire so many actors, right? I guess the pay for this film is extremely high. How much did Yi Shenhao spend to invite these veteran actors to come here? Can you tell me? Did you give us a large number of red envelopes for one live broadcast? Fans kept asking. How many? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Actually, it only cost less than 100 million. At the beginning, many veteran actors asked to participate in the film without being paid, and they didn't need any money. I was also very distressed. I couldn't spend it even if I had money. It's obviously so Versailles, but I feel a little moved when I hear it. Haha, if only Yi Shenhao's troubles could be divided into 1/1000th of mine. How touching. These veteran actors, as long as they encounter a good script, they really don't care about remuneration, just to perform the art in their hearts. Pay tribute. This video must be recorded. I immediately made a video and posted it on Bilibili and Douyin. I want to show those popular celebrities what it means to be a real actor. That is. The audience was either envious or moved. However, I made an agreement with them at the beginning, and based on the box office share, with the current results, I believe that after the final share of this movie is calculated, every actor will get the most generous salary in their life. Yi Yang said with great confidence, you can get paid as much as you perform in the most outstanding works. This is a matter of course. In the future, I will promote the film industry to carry out a salary reform. Fuck, Yi Shenhao has made a big move. Yi Shenhao is generous. I look forward to that day. If the pay is divided according to the film remuneration, those so-called traffic stars, who have no good works and no one to watch, will naturally become unpopular. Those with good acting skills and good reputation will naturally have more people watching and earn more. This is so fair. If that day can really come true, I guess we won't have to worry about not having good dramas to watch. That's right, the dramas being filmed now are so ugly that I don't even know who they are made for. I have to find old dramas to eat instant noodles, or read some novels written by Yi Jiangjing to eat them. Oh. I agree with you. Yi Yang was in a good mood today, and chatted with fans for a while. The popularity of the live broadcast room is getting more and more popular. It almost made Douyin's line explode again. The programmers are under great pressure. After all, Douyin is the first one to be able to call on millions of people to watch the live broadcast like Yi Yang. Those so-called hundreds of millions of fans, once the broadcast starts, there are not even 100,000 real people in the live broadcast room. Yi Shenhao is the undisputed #1 anchor on the entire network. Alas, being too awesome is also a kind of trouble. Yi Yang seemed to have felt the resentment of the programmers in the background of Douyin. If he had continued to develop along the path of writing software, maybe he would be one of the people who are losing their hair now. Okay, next, it's time for the red envelope segment that everyone loves to see. Yi Yang clicked on the recharge page. First update. Thinking about it. Yi Yang directly sent out a red envelope of 2 billion yuan. After all, there were quite a lot of fans coming in today. Damn. I'm stunned by the amount of this red envelope. 2 billion. Too strong. As expected of Yi Shenhao. Awesome. 2 billion Chinese currency, That's a super big package of 20 billion Douyin coins. Enough for nearly 10 million people to grab it in the live broadcast room. A live broadcast room with 10 million people, it's incredible. After all, it's the first in film history. That's a glory for the whole of China. The popularity is extremely high, and Yishenhao himself is a rare super IP in the entire network. With these people, it's also worthy of the name, and it's worth it. The bosses of many platforms were attracted by this movement. Nearly half of them already knew Yi Yang's identity, and they sneered at the discussion of other bosses. Yishenhao's true identity is terrifying. Although the live broadcast room with nearly 10 million people online is unique in the entire network, it is still ordinary compared to Yishenhao's identity. At this time, Yi Yang started to send red envelopes. When the big guys saw the amount of the red envelopes Yi Yang sent, they were dumbfounded. Fuck. My eyes are blurry? I added a few more zeros. Fuck. This is 2 billion. My platform's net profit in a year is not that much. I cried. 2 billion net profit, the annual profit must be several billion, and the market value must be tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. There are not many companies like this, especially in this industry. Many big guys were all amazed and took a breath. A group of bigwigs looked at the head of Douyin. I say, is this 2 billion real or fake? He is so rich, why? Is he still a live streamer? That's right. These 2 billion are activity funds? That's not right. Even if Douyin is awesome, it is impossible to give 2 billion to a live streamer as activity funds for a live broadcast. This is simply unbelievable and outrageous. Yes, what's going on? A group of bigwigs looked at the head of Douyin. The head smiled faintly and crossed his legs, smiling mysteriously. These 2 billion are genuine. Mr. Yi spent it himself. Damn. 2 billion in real money. This is more than all of us bosses have. A group of bigwigs were disappointed. This Mr. Yi just came here to experience life. His true identity is not what you can imagine. The head of Douyin smiled faintly. Doulong supervisor looked at Douyin supervisor in surprise. Do you also know Mr. Ye's true identity? Of course I know. Douyin supervisor looked at Doulong supervisor in surprise. What's strange is that you also know it. Then of course I know it too. The two supervisors looked at each other, and the scene was very weird for a while. The other big guys were confused. What's going on? Douyin supervisor frowned and looked at Doulong supervisor. He thought, Yishenhao is the boss of our Douyin, with a net worth of trillions. And he keeps it secret very well. Basically not many people know, he is just a Doulong supervisor. How can I have the opportunity to get in touch with Mr. Ye's true identity? If it weren't for the Douyin Carnival, I wouldn't know that the biggest boss of Douyin is actually Mr. Yi. You know. Doulong supervisor also frowned and looked at Douyin supervisor. He thought, my former brother-in-law Ling Shen offended Ji Yang, and I was almost kicked out by boss Mark King because of this. I had experienced life and death before I was lucky enough to know Mr. Ye's identity from boss Mark King. He is the ultimate boss of the entire Tingshuan group. You are just a Douyin live broadcast supervisor. How can you know Mr. Ye's true identity? After a test of eye contact, the two knew that it was useless to just test with eyes. What's going on? What is the identity of this Mr. Yi? Yes. Only you two big bosses here may know. Don't keep us in suspense. Let us, small bosses, learn more. We all want to know what the identity of this Mr. Yi is. Yes. All the bosses looked at the two big bosses present, with big eyes and small eyes, looking confused. Among the current live broadcast platforms, Douyin, Kuaishou, Doulong and Sharktooth are the four most powerful ones. The others are one level smaller. Now the supervisors of the two live broadcast platforms, Douyin and Doulong, are fighting here, and everyone else is curious and wants to know the true identity of Mr. Yi, who has spent 2 billion cash at once. They don't believe that an ordinary rich businessman can take out 2 billion at once just for a live broadcast to give fans benefits. That is definitely an existence that can scare them once the identity is exposed. They are all looking forward to what this identity that makes them shudder is. After a long time, the Douyin live broadcast supervisor and the Doulong supervisor both sighed. They said in unison, "I won't keep you in suspense. This Mr. Yi is. I won't keep you in suspense. This Mr. Yi is actually the real boss of our Zijia Jumping. The ultimate boss of our Tingshuan group." The whole audience was silent. Did my ears break just now? It seems that these two bosses said the same thing. This. The Douyin manager and Doulong manager were both shocked by each other's words. They stood up and asked in unison, "What did you say?" After a long time, the two of them confirmed what they had just heard. The whole audience burst into a wave of amazement. It turned out that these two bosses didn't know all of Mr. Yi's identity. They could only understand a small part of Mr. Yi's iceberg. "Can you confirm that Mr. Yi is a boss of the word level?" Doulong couldn't believe it. "Nonsense. I saw it with my own eyes. At the carnival, all the senior executives of Ziji bowed to him. Unless I'm blind. I have dog eyes." The Douyin manager said angrily, "What about you? How did you confirm it?" "I was called by Mark Jinma himself to tell me. I was almost dismissed because a relative offended Mr. Yi. The news can't be false." The Doulong manager felt his back numb. The ultimate boss identity of the double behemoth. Isn't this a bit too scary? Everyone present felt a deep shock. They looked at the real data of tens of millions of online people in the live broadcast room, and suddenly understood what the two managers said just now. Compared with Mr. Yi's true identity, tens of millions of online people are nothing. He is the ultimate boss of two super companies. What, 2 billion? That's clearly called experiencing life. Second update. Two big guys know two different identities, so doesn't it mean that Yi Shenhao probably doesn't have only these two identities? Several big guys from other platforms opened their eyes wide, feeling that the young man in the live broadcast room in front of them was becoming more and more unfathomable and difficult to predict. This Yi Shenhao is truly the king of experiencing life. They were all extremely envious when they thought about it. Maybe they are all rich, but they are still very busy. There is absolutely no way he can be like Yi Yang. He is so rich that he is extremely lonely. All that is left is to experience the joy of life. In the live broadcast room, after scattering the red envelopes, Yi Yang is ready to broadcast. However, a piece of news caught his attention. In the live broadcast room, someone was spreading news about a foreign luxury brand. Many people were quite angry and lamented. Yi Yang was also quite confused and searched online. It turned out that the GD brand had released A video saying that it had recently released Chinese-style luxury goods. In the video, the Chinese style is eccentric and the style is extremely anti-human, and then it rises to the level of Chinese cultural weird behavior. Many netizens were very angry and asked their company for an explanation. As a result, the designer was rude and had an extremely arrogant attitude, completely ignoring the anger of Chinese consumers. Jiangjing frowned and looked at the hot search list. Even with recent major events happening frequently, this matter has been on the hot search list. It seems that this matter has indeed made Chinese consumers angry. JD is originally a luxury brand. Its market share in China is not small. How dare you do this kind of thing, make money from others, and pretend to be a master? So drunk. Don't we, Huaxia style, have a company from Huaxia to do it? Our image should be defined by others. I'm so angry. Never buy anything from him again. Under related topics, some are discussing how to counter this company that disrespects China, while others lament that China has its own style, but does not have its own brand to do it. This also reflects foreign countries' prejudice against us. I think we should have our own corporate brand and promote our image positively in the world. It's so easy to say, haha, if you want to launch a luxury brand, you also need to have an international influence. That will cost money. Are you here to get the money? Indeed, everyone soon realized. It is difficult to export one's true image internationally. Originally, European and American countries were afraid of China's rise. China's positive advertisements were difficult to promote. To achieve the same effect, more money was often spent. If you spend this huge amount of money, you may not be able to make it happen. There is no boss in China with such courage who dares to do this. Everyone sighed, sadly. Just when everyone was feeling a little sad and helpless, a message was quickly ranked first on the home page. What's going on? All the massive netizens who paid attention to this matter all watched it. When they saw that sentence, they felt a surge of excitement and disbelief in their hearts, but when they saw the name of the comment ID, they all became excited and excited. This is a national-style enterprise that belongs to China, and I will do it. ID, Yi Shenhao. Fuck. Awesome. Is Yi Shenhao going to take action? This is something no one in the Chinese clothing industry dares to do. Yeah, I think the most you can do before is to make some civilian brands directly targeting the Chinese style of the high-end market, which is likely to lose money. How much money does Yi Shenhao have? Many netizens are very excited. After all, Yi Yang has created too many miracles. The miracle of becoming the #1 box office player in the world's film history was created just a few days ago. The shock for all of them has not faded yet. Who is this Yi Shenhao? He is so loud. The average quality of people in our country can be seen just by looking at the comment section. Isn't it too easy to be led by others? People can do what they say. That's right, I also said I wanted to be #1 in the world, haha, who doesn't know how to brag? Which village are you from? Just connected to the internet? Yi Shenhao doesn't know. I don't know, are you very rich? If someone gives out red envelopes during a live broadcast, they will give out 2 billion. Fuck. That's awesome. I was disrespectful just now, I'm an idiot. There are also many people below who don't know Yi Yang's financial strength and suspect that Yi Yang can't do it at all. However, Yi Yang's fans went up to do some popular science and immediately shut these people up. In Yi Yang's live broadcast room, countless fans came to watch in an instant. The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room directly exceeded 10 million. Yi Shenhao, are you serious? Do we really want to create our own brand? What are the chances of winning this time? Fans are obviously very concerned about this matter. After all, they have just encountered a foreign luxury brand insulting Chinese culture. They are holding their breath and want to see China's own. Local companies use their own style to slap them in the face like crazy. Good. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Yi Shenhao always keeps his word when he speaks. It's so strong. I hope to see that day soon. That's right. Fans are extremely excited. However, many people are not living well and do not want to see others living well. There are also many public intellectuals and dogs who receive foreign money to come to China to troll people on the internet. They are jealous. Seeing the momentum of Chinese people uniting and sharing the same hatred in the live broadcast room, they wanted to cause harm. At this time, he repeatedly said sarcastically, haha, clothing companies, that is cultural export. Is it so easy to do? Exactly. Without accumulated technology over many years, just throw out the money if you want? Is it possible? European and American culture is much more advanced and mature than ours. They have a rich heritage and culture. That's why they have been able to make these luxury brands for so many years, but we can't do it at all. This guy surnamed Yi is really bragging. Is clothing culture something you just do? We can't learn from others, let alone make our own things. That's the international market, think it's impossible to do. Domestic play. Haha, this guy surnamed Yi is here to take your money. Spend 2 billion, consume a wave of feelings, and then take out billions from your pockets, and make a lot of money. That's right. These rotten fish and shrimps came in and started talking nonsense. People who didn't know the truth were led into the rhythm and started talking nonsense. The scene was a bit chaotic for a while. Yi Yang said, actually, there are many companies that are already producing Chinese style. I have a company that has been developing this aspect. I originally planned to make results before announcing them, but since there are so many live broadcast rooms you guys with bad intentions, I don't mind giving you a slap in the face. After all the pictures of Tang Hong'erhui's clothing styles were posted on the live broadcast browsing page. In an instant, the entire audience was stunned. This is so beautiful. First update.